Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Chapter 39, New Faces. It was really hard to see how things could have deteriorated so quickly and unexpectedly. Initially, even as Rukia hurried through the forests towards Ichigo, a modicum of defiance was lodged in her heart, buried under the dread. His abilities aside, she wasn't going to simply let him get hurt through her inaction. But upon arrival at the scene, it was her anxiety that heightened when she saw him locked in combat against a hollow who attacked with a ferocity she'd never seen from one. It was only when Ichigo had plunged Zangetsu into the hollow's head that she allowed herself a sigh of relief. The ominous feeling of dread now seemed like just a joke. The tragic event she expected didn't seem likely to occur any longer, and now her mind started debating between kicking him for making her worry or kiss him in relief. That all came crashing down when Ichigo suddenly dropped to his knees, clutching his head and miming in pain. And his expression, it was his expression that truly betrayed the horrible pain he felt that left close to tears. His eyes were bulging to impossible sizes, the pupils dilated to the point that the irises couldn't be seen. His whole face was scrunched up, his mouth opening and closing, occasionally emitting desperate sounds, and his entire body was shaking violently. After the shock came panic. Ichigo's Ryatsu had taken a nosedive, falling to levels even the weakest of Shinigami would scoff at. Then, it started shooting up exponentially. The reason for that became clear as she sensed a second Ryatsu, much darker, more malignant, and distinctively hollow, within Ichigo. It felt like a separate entity, yet it seemed to be clashing with Ichigo's brighter Ryatsu, as if trying to merge or devour it. It was causing him massive internal pain, but she had no idea how to relieve his pain, let alone stop it. It was then that a white substance started spewing from his mouth. His plight threw all rationality out the window, and although she didn't know what was going on, she knew she had to get to him, hold him, do anything to help him ease the pain. When Toshiro restrained her, rage took over, and it was only that remaining shred of common sense that stopped her from lashing out at her vice-captain. That didn't stop her from reaming at Toshiro, but deep in her mind, she realized that, even if she did get to Ichigo, she had no idea what to do after that. She sensed the presence of 3 more captains arriving on the scene, but she tuned them out for the next few seconds of eternity, trying to rack her brains for something she could do. Bits of the tense words around her managed to permeate her brain, but she paid them no heed. Like we deal with other hollows before he has the chance to turn on us. It was upon those words that Rukia snapped back into focus. The coldness and finality of the tone of the stealth commander turned her vision red, and within moments, she'd pulled free of Toshiro and leveled her Zanpakuto in Soifan's shocked face. She couldn't believe it. They were already writing off Ichigo without even lifting a finger. She couldn't allow that, despite knowing that by raising her blade against another captain, her life was effectively in forfeit. They had the authority to slay her on the spot. The arrival of a new player only served to add to the chaos, and hearing the name Yurichi didn't help. So sorry. I'll be taking him with me, the woman smirked, scooping Ichigo in her arms. As she did, Ichigo's head lolled to face the group, and Rukia found herself staring into the black eye socket of the half-formed hollow mask on his face. It was then that the woman's words hit her, and a sense of déjà vu washed over her. She'd lost Kai into a hollow, and she could very well lose Ichigo in the same way. Consequently, when the woman made her escape through the mysteriously appearing shoji doors, it took Rukia all but a moment to make her decision. She wasn't going to let Ichigo fight whatever it was he was afflicted with alone, especially since it could well be the last time she saw him. Having spent decades learning and practicing the ways of the nobles, hiding his emotions was second nature to Byakuya. There had been a time where he'd briefly wondered if that had dampened his emotions, but that theory proved false when he met his Anna. He only ever removed his icy persona when he was alone with her. That all changed with her death. It was only when he started seeing Rukia as the only link to the woman he loved, and not as a painful reminder, did he relax slightly when speaking to her, and to a much lesser extent, his former lieutenant, who looked set to become part of the Kachiki clan one day. However, for all the times he donned his public face, nothing could prepare him for the sight of his former lieutenant, now captain, convulsing as he transformed into a hollow. It was unlike anything he'd ever seen before. The exodus of more than half of Siriidi's strength over 100 years ago was, according to the Central 46, the result of 8 lieutenants and captains experimenting with hollowification. That was the only time he'd heard of a Shinigami turning into a hollow. That had happened before he took over from his grandfather, but as far as he knew, the order that all 8 individuals were to be executed upon capture still stood. Regardless, this did not bode well. He didn't know how, if it was even possible, to stop Kurosaki's hollowification. He did know, though, that if a hollow's normal behavior was anything to go by, Kurosaki was likely to attack them as soon as he regained consciousness, giving them precious little time to make a decision. He was confident that 4 captains could easily subdue him, but Rukia's distraught state made her actions unpredictable. Sure enough, as soon as Soifun suggested slaying Kurosaki while they had the chance, Rukia immediately turned on them. Seeing the tense look on Rukia's face as she stood her ground forced Byakuya into a quandary. There was no fun in killing one's colleague, much less his sister's suitor, but as much as he hated to say it, putting Kurosaki down seemed like the only possible option. Yet, he feared what that action could do to Rukia. On the other hand, he didn't want to deny her the possibility of reversing the process, however unlikely that seemed. Then, a new person arrived, and a swish of purple hair was enough to tell Byakuya who it was, Shihoin Yoruchi, his former mentor who disappeared about the same time as the first hollowification incident, although she was never implicated in it. So sorry. I'll be taking him with me, she smirked. Shaking off the shock of her sudden reappearance, he poised to stop her, but hesitated at her words, confused with what she wanted with Kurosaki, but he took no action. He didn't know how to help him, so his only other option was inaction. He also had nothing against his former mentor, aside for constantly tormenting him, and there was strangely no charge against her despite going AWOL. Unfortunately, he was caught by surprise when Rukia suddenly took off after them. Later on, he would realize that in hindsight, that was the only option for her, as Soifun Taishu was likely to charge her, but for now, he was shocked by her rash move. He instinctively went after her, although Hitsugaya Fukutechu reacted first, shooting a binding Kido at Rukia, but a sudden burst of speed by Rukia helped her evade it. He likewise sped up, but could tell by then that Rukia had had too large a head start for him to catch her before she reached the portal. Sure enough, Rukia disappeared through the portal just before he reached her, it snapped shut and vanished, forcing him to a screeching halt. He was stunned, to say the least. In the space of a minute, she'd threatened another captain and had gone AWOL, all for the sake of Kurosaki. He could chalk it down to a brash, spontaneous decision, but she'd done it without a moment's hesitation. There would be no leniency about this, her actions would likely see her severely punished. He could only hope it wasn't for naught. Aizen didn't react to Yoruchi's threat, since he'd already been expecting her to appear. She had been hiding herself all this while, and if he hadn't been specifically looking for her, he wouldn't have sensed her. He expected nothing less from her anyway. He was, however, mildly surprised when Kuchiki rushed after them. Although, perhaps he should have seen it coming, considering her behavior as Kurosaki was turning. Rumors had long been flying around about the both of them, but he had largely ignored it, it had little bearing on his plans. Perhaps there was some truth to those rumors. Regardless, he wasn't too concerned. The Kuchiki girl's involvement was merely a slight deviation, nothing major. In fact, he could even use that to his advantage. She half expected to be stopped, but that didn't stop Rukia from chasing after the disappearing figures, while a part of her conscious stayed alert for any telltale Ryatsu flares that signaled a Kido discharge. To her horror, as soon as the unknown woman and Ichigo faded past the doors, it began closing. No, she yelled, putting on a burst of speed, ignoring the flare of Ryatsu behind her. She couldn't afford to lose them, because she wouldn't know where to find him, assuming she wasn't killed for drawing her Zanpakuto at a captain. Byakuya had almost reached her, but by then, she was already at the doors. For once, her small stature worked to her advantage, and by pressing her arms closer to her sides, she squeezed through the gap, unfortunately clipping her elbow on the door on the way in. She hissed slightly before pushing away the pain, only slowing down once she ensured she was through. As soon as the doors closed, the portal popped out of existence, and Rukia found herself standing in a long, cave-like passageway that was nearly pitch black. She recognized it as the dangai through her lessons in the academy, a passage to the living world that was no longer in use by the Shinigami. Remembering what patrolled the passageway, Rukia took a quick glance behind her, but the passage behind her faded into darkness, no telltale flash of light of the Kotatsu, the cleaner of the dangai, whose role was to flush out intruders or anyone loitering around. She didn't stop for long though, as the unidentified woman was well ahead of her by now. Far ahead, a small pin of light signaled the entrance to the living world, and the woman was rapidly heading for it. So far, the woman had given no inclination that she knew Rukia had followed. Still, Rukia took no chances, her zanpakuto still drawn as she raced after the woman. With a pang, she could see Ichigo draped over the woman's shoulder, but he didn't appear to be conscious. Her heart and mind were still too confounded in anxiety for Ichigo to realize the enormity of her earlier actions, but in the relative silence of the dangai, she slowly calmed down enough to process some of events that had just happened. She felt a constriction in her throat as it tightened, but she bit back the sob, forcing herself from thinking about Ichigo's precarious situation. The woman, whoever she was, said she was taking him away. That meant she was helping Ichigo, right? She sounded confident enough. Soifun Taishu had called the woman Yoruchi-sama, and while that name sounded familiar, Rukia couldn't place it. One of the lessons that had been advocated constantly by her instructors at the academy as well as her superiors was that she should be confident in her abilities. They had to be confident when engaging a hollow, confident that they could handle whatever the hollow threw at them, because frankly, the line was clear, you either made it out, or you didn't. Personally, Rukia felt that there was a thin line between confidence, overconfidence and plain arrogance, what with the way the 11th squad members kept strutting around, but that was beside the point. But why such a motto? Simply put, constantly fighting against hollows who were either more powerful or had concealed abilities that could easily turn the tide in battle pitted Shinigami against the unknown. When up against the unknown, especially with your life on the line, fear of the unknown could easily set in, and more often than not, it would lead to hasty decisions that were more often than not fatal. They had to be able to think straight, choosing retreat if necessary. Of course, it was easier said than done, and despite her training, Rukia could still remember two incidences when she had truly feared the unknown before her. The first was when Kayandano had merged souls with the hollow. Faced with such a foe and such an ability, she'd feared for Kayan, and the possibility that she could not save him. She feared the power the hollow had gained, and for herself, Yukitake Taishu, and Ichigo, fear that they would be merged with the hollow too. But even after Kayan's subsequent death, she'd always had a source of comfort and encouragement, Ichigo, her then best friend. But now, it was Ichigo that was in danger from something she'd never heard or seen before in her time in Soul Society, and truthfully, she was terrified. Assuming the woman really was going to help him, she wanted to be there to help in any way she could, but she didn't even know where to start. She had no experience with this situation, consequently making her clueless about the possible outcomes. Could the hollowification process be stopped? Or would she lose Ichigo? She didn't want to be bogged down by uncertainty, but her only reassurance was that Ichigo would not let something like this get the better of him. In the midst of her musings, Rukia found herself arriving at the portal. She leapt through the portal, feeling only vague concern for what lied beyond the portal. The grip on her zanpakuto tightened, just in case she was drawn into a battle. Rukia sat on the cushion, her hands gripping the cup of cold, untouched tea. Both her hands were still slightly red and stinging from gripping the cup for the past half hour, but most of the burning sensation had died down, after having used it as a distraction from what was happening in the cavern under where she sat. While she was still anxiously awaiting news about Ichigo, most of her discomposure had ebbed, although her welcome had absolutely nothing to do with it. Rukia touched down on solid ground, and froze in shock. She had arrived in some vast, desolate, rocky land. It was daytime, as evident by the slightly cloudy sky, but there was no sign of the sun. However, that was not the reason for her stopping. Mere millimeters from her forehead was a symbol of a skull within a blue flame, the symbol that denoted an instrument, usually a glove, that was used to separate a soul from a body, issued on occasion by the research and development people. This symbol, however, was printed on the base of a cane, held by a man who was pointing it directly at her forehead. Rukia stammered. When used on a Shinigami, the symbol would have no effect, except in this case, hurtling straight into the cane would definitely hurt. However, something was stopping her from simply batting it away. It felt as if she was staring at the tip of the blade, or perhaps it was the power she could feel from it. And how did this man come into possession of such an item? She turned the gaze to the man. He was wearing a striped green and white bucket hat with a black coat and dark green shirt. The bucket hat gave him a slightly comical appearance, but his expression was anything but. "What business do you have here?" he asked in slight threatening tone. With the way he stared at her, there was no question that he could see her. Who are you?" she returned. The man didn't waver. "I do believe I asked you first. I'm surprised the nobles no longer teach that it's rude to answer a question with another question." Already shocked by the reception she received, this threw her off even more. "But, how do you know who I am?" "That's for me to know, isn't it?" he replied cryptically. "Now come with me," he continued. "I believe I should begin the process of stabilizing Kurosaki-san." Removing the cane from her face, the man turned round and started walking off at a brisk pace. When he removed the cane, a slight pressure seemed to lift. It was then that she realized she hadn't seen where the woman went. Her worry for Ichigo came flooding back, temporarily pushed aside from the shock she received upon leaving the Dainai, but instead of running off on her own, she decided to trust the man for now and ran after him. She caught up to him as they rounded a large boulder, and gasped at the sight before her. Ichigo was currently lying on the ground within a strange blue dome. Upon closer inspection, she sensed that it was a Kido spell, but it wasn't one she'd ever seen before. A large man with a handlebar mustache and rectangular-shaped glasses was crouched directly outside the dome, and it looked like he was maintaining the spell. The purple-haired, dark-skinned woman who'd spirited off with Ichigo was standing behind the man, her arms folded as she watched him. As they approached, Rukia couldn't tear her anxious gaze from Ichigo. In a slight daze, she moved forward and knelt in front of the dome to get a closer look at him. She knew she should be on guard against these people, but seeing Ichigo drove precaution out of her mind. He was still wearing his Shinigami attire complete with Haori, but it was torn up slightly and very messy, results of his struggle with the pain. The white substance had solidified into a mask, taking the appearance of a menacing-looking skull, with 3 thin red stripes on the left side. She bit back a tear as she looked at him, unsure as to his current situation. Seeing as there was nothing she could do, she focused on something else, namely, the conversation that was going on between the other newcomers, although she never tore her gaze from Ichigo. "Kisuke, I thought I told you not to harass the Kachiki girl. She doesn't know what's going on and you up and pretend she's the enemy," the woman spoke in a smooth alto tone. "But she stumbled upon our secret area," Bucket Hat Man replied with a slight whine. "Then you should know better than to set up the portal here. How else can she find this place? Granted, that wasn't in the plan in the first place, but perhaps it's for the better when Ichigo wakes. Boss, the spell is in place, but Yoruchi-san's medicine should hold for another hour," deep voice suddenly said. That got her attention, and she turned to look at the 3 of them. Who on earth were these people? They obviously knew what was going on, but they didn't look like Shinigami. Just then, the woman noticed her looking at them. She gave Rukia a small smile as she walked over, but it was soon replaced by a grim look. "Sorry for the suddenness of the whole situation, but I didn't really account for you following." She shrugged. "No harm though, I only had to move a little earlier than expected." Rukia's glance shifted to Ichigo briefly. "What's happening to Ichigo?" she asked quietly. Nisama said he was turning into a hollow. How's that even possible? Don't worry too much about it. Kisuke will explain it to you in a while. For now, let's leave him alone to treat your boyfriend. He's a bit of an idiot, but he knows what he's doing. The woman turned to give the bucket hat man a scathing look, but he simply smiled at her before turning to the large man, who nodded once and collapsed the dome for him to treat Ichigo. Recognizing she had no choice but to trust these people, Rukia took one last look at Ichigo, silently hoping for the best. The woman then led her to a tall ladder which she hadn't seen when she first arrived. It seemed to extend up into the sky, but she got yet another shock when the woman suddenly opened a trapdoor in the sky and climbed out. And thus, Rukia found herself in the same shop house where she'd been sitting for the past half an hour, with nothing to do except wait and process the entire situation. The woman had promptly disappeared back down the trapdoor into what Rukia now knew was an underground cavern with an artificial sky. It was in the relative quietness of the room she was in that she finally got to consider the results of her actions. She couldn't go back. Not after what she'd done. Not only did she threaten a captain, an act in itself that was punishable by death, she had interfered with the mission by stepping between them and Ichigo, and by chasing after the woman, she had gone AWOL. Search teams might be sent after her, but she couldn't go back. And even if she could, did she want to? Once Ichigo pulled through, would he even be able to return? What if orders were given to eliminate him instead? Suddenly, Rukia heard a slight scraping noise under the floor, and she whipped her gaze towards the trapdoor. Out climbed the woman, her expression unreadable. When Rukia looked at her expectantly, the woman didn't respond. Instead, she moved to sit down across the table from her, but instead of sitting in seiza, like Rukia was, she sat cross-legged, a position mostly used by men. It was a few seconds before she cracked a small smile and said, "There's no need to be so tense." He's stabilized. Your lover's in no immediate danger of turning into a hollow. Rukia relaxed a little, but blushed slightly despite herself. We haven't. But you want to, don't you? The woman replied, her smile now a smirk. Either way, the tension Rukia felt was easing off with the woman's reassurance that Ichigo was alright. Quite a bold move of yours back there, standing up to 4 captains and a lieutenant like that. Rukia felt a little indignant at that, since she hadn't been in the sanest of minds at that time, but she didn't show it. After all, these people were still unknown entities to her. It was the first option that came to mind, she admitted. The woman waved her off with a laugh. I said it was bold, not stupid. Rukia frowned. Who are you people exactly? How do you know so much about what's happening with Ichigo? I suppose you want answers, the woman replied. Without waiting for a reply, she stood back up and headed for the trapdoor. I'm not the best person to give them though. But in response to your first question, I'm Shihoin Yoruchi. This only served to make Rukia more confused when she finally remembered where she'd heard that name. Pain. It was experienced by Shinigami one way or another, either during training or when fighting for real. As you got more proficient and more powerful, you were less likely to experience it, although if you did get hit, your opponent probably had enough power to make it hurt. Nevertheless, you got used to it. That was where Ichigo stood. Having gone so far as a Shinigami, he'd experienced his fair share of pain, be it through relentless training or duels, he'd somehow managed to avoid Zaraki Kenpachi to date. He really was no stranger to pain. The pain that struck him out of nowhere, however, was the most excruciating pain he'd ever experienced. It felt as if someone just ran their zanpakuto across his temples. His Ryatsu seemed to combust, telling each and every nerve ending in his body to shoot signals of pain to his brain. There was no isolated location for him to hold, every part of his body was wrought with pain. Any movement sent a fresh stab of pain to his brain. Someone screamed in the distance, or maybe it was right next to him, but he couldn't focus on it. His Ryatsu plummeted as he tried in vain to resist the pain. Getting desperate, he closed his eyes and attempted to retreat into his inner world, only to be forcibly ejected out. He tried communicating with Zangetsu, but amidst his pain, he thought he felt two presences inside him. What seemed like an eternity later, his power suddenly started shooting up, along with a fresh wave of pain. It was too much for him, and his chest heaved before he vomited. He never noticed the white stuff that he regurgitated, for moments later, darkness took over. Sometime later, or maybe it was hours and months after, he opened his eyes again. He only had time to register that he was back in his inner world before he found himself flat on his back from the violent trembling. Pain, though not as severe, flooded him again as he impacted the ground. It took every ounce of effort just to steady himself back to an upright position, but it wasn't enough to stop his body from twitching violently. His inner world had turned into a site of mass destruction. The ground was quaking violently and the other skyscrapers that made up the scenery were in various states of ruin. The sky was pitch black, and the gales of wind threatened to send him tumbling off the building. Then, he felt a presence behind him. Sensing that it was Zangetsu, he turned while ignoring the pain, only to widen his eyes in horror when his eyes fell on the hollow he'd been fighting only minutes earlier. What the fu dash, in an instant, before Ichigo could even reach for his Zanpakuto, the hollow appeared right before him and rammed its bladed arm straight through his chest. Ugh, he choked out, blood pooling in his mouth as his entire body erupted with pain again. He didn't notice that the attack had lifted him into the air and over the edge of the building. He did, however, notice that he was in freefall, but he couldn't summon the energy to right himself. As he fell, the pitch-dark sky started to leak into his inner world, like water running down a wall. Large streaks of darkness started flowing down the buildings, covering them as if they weren't even there. As the ground rushed up to meet him, the darkness reached it, and instead of slamming onto the concrete floor, his body fell right through as the darkness consumed what was left of his inner world. Rukia's mind was currently reeling from the surge of information assaulting her brain. First, she'd been introduced to Shihoin Yoruchi, the last head of the Shihoin clan, one of the four great noble families of Seoul society. While it still retained that title, it had long since faded into obscurity as Yoruchi had disappeared almost 100 years ago without leaving a successor. Rukia had seen pictures of the noble, so had no reason to doubt the identity of the woman before her, but her mannerisms were much like Kayan's, belying who she really was. It wasn't something she'd expected of a clan head. But what was she doing in the living world? Then, just as suspicion began creeping in about a larger picture involved, she learnt who the other two men were. Bucket Hat Man was Urahara Kisuke, the former captain of the 12th Division, and the large man was Tsukabashi Tessai, a former captain of the Kido Corps. Both had been exiled and were considered outlaws deemed responsible for some classified incident 100 years back that resulted in the deaths of a few captains and lieutenants. While he acted like a lapdog when Yoruchi chastised him for further distressing Rukia earlier, he was all business when he immediately launched into his explanation once the introductions were done. While Shinigami can train rigorously to attain greater power, it is a time-consuming task that requires unwavering dedication and a strong desire to complete. The higher echelons of Seoul society have, for millennia, attempted to find ways for Shinigami to increase their power while bypassing their training, and perhaps surpassing the strengths of a normal captain. No answer was found until a few centuries ago, where the idea of merging a hollow's and Shinigami's souls was brought up. This process is known as hollowification. Seeing the blank look on Rukia's face, Urahara paused for a moment before continuing. Let's add a bit of background, shall we? It has long been discovered that, due to the union of two souls through marriage, their offspring might become significantly more powerful than either parent. This works both ways, however, and the new soul might be weaker instead. The chance of this increases if only one parent has Ryatsu, and is extremely rare if both parents do not have any. This is one of the basis of political marriages between noble clans. A powerful offspring would raise the clan's status. Rukia frowned at this, remembering that the clan elders were still pushing for Byakuya to remarry. It also made her wonder if his reasons for letting her relationship with Ichigo continue were entirely altruistic, but she placed it aside for now. Now, unlike this union, hollowification requires injecting a hollow's soul into a Shinigami's soul directly. However, this is theoretically impossible due to the difference in the nature of both types of souls. A hollow's soul is primeval and malicious, and a Shinigami's soul is, while not necessarily pure, considerably more complex. It was only discovered recently that the boundaries between both types have to be broken down for them to merge. However, at the time of discovery, Soul Society lacked the proper equipment to do so. That is no longer the case now, but that's not important right now. I've been researching about this hollowification process for more than a century, and merging both souls is not as simple as it sounds. As a soul undergoes hollowification, the original soul gets mixed with the hollow soul, and the simplicity of the hollow soul allows it to take over, turning the original soul into a monster that's unable to reason. Kurosaki hadn't reached that stage when I treated him, but I'll come to that later. As the monster goes into a rampage, the boundaries between both souls are disrupted, along with the original soul itself and its external world. Both souls end up rejecting each other, resulting in the soul inadvertently destroying itself. This is known as soul suicide. Thankfully though, I have created a vaccine using human souls and a Quincy's arrow of light, which is what I've given Kurosaki. The purification nature of the Quincy's arrow acts as a counter to the hollow soul, hereby making the merging more stable and halting soul suicide. Rukia had been tensely awaiting Urahara's declaration that Ichigo couldn't be saved, but upon hearing that, she breathed a sigh of relief. So what's going to happen to Ichigo now, she asked. While Kurosaki's soul is no longer in danger of self-destructing any longer, the stakes are now higher. For a Shinigami to properly complete hollowification, he or she needs to suppress and control the hollow soul, much like how a Shinigami subdues his or her Zanpakuto spirit in order to learn Bankai. While the vaccine makes the merging more stable, it does not aid the Shinigami in suppressing the hollow spirit. Therefore, if the Shinigami fails to control the hollow soul, it will take over instead, turning it into a powerful monster that can only be stopped by death. Is there any way I can help him? Rukia asked worriedly. Not right now. It is a battle Kurosaki must wage on his own in his inner world. If he succeeds, his Shinigami powers will heighten and he will gain access to hollow powers as well. Any questions? How do you know so much about this? At this, Urahara's smile faltered slightly. Let's just say I've been up close and personal with the necessary test subjects. Rukia blinked, but didn't push any further. She looked at Ichigo for a moment. This only happened after Ichigo fought against the most powerful hollow I've ever seen. Did it have anything to do with it? Yes, he said simply, but didn't elaborate. And? Rukia replied a little impatiently. Urahara pondered for a moment. Perhaps, to make things simple, we shall continue this discussion once Kurosaki wakes up. Why don't you make yourself comfortable while you wait? At this, Rukia glanced once more at Ichigo. He was still within the dome, and had yet to move an inch. She was now in a bit of a quandary. The two men were outlaws and considered dangerous, and while Yoruichi wasn't deemed one, it was clear she was collaborating with them. Yet here they were, treating Ichigo. She wasn't stupid enough to think they were doing it for her, but what motives did they have for treating Ichigo? Right now, all she could do was wait and hope they were telling the truth. Then perhaps, she could get some answers. The weightlessness of falling came to an abrupt end when he suddenly found himself sprawled on a hard surface and staring up at a cloudy sky. The paralyzing pain that wrecked his body had been reduced to a dull ache, but moving still hurt, and he felt like he had a horrible migraine. Arduously, he got to his feet and looked around, realizing he was back in his inner world. It looked as it usually did, albeit without the bright sky. Then, realizing what happened the last time he was in here, Ichigo hastily drew his Zanpakuto and shifted to a guarded stance, keeping his senses alert while doing his best to ignore the pain. It wasn't easy. Flashes of pain he'd felt earlier were making his hands shake slightly. He looked round, alert for an ambush. There was still no sign of Zangetsu, or the hollow for that matter. It was then where Ichigo noticed how deathly silent his inner world was. When there had been a constant rustle from the wind, it was now replaced by a roaring silence that assaulted his ears. All he could hear were the soft pants of his breathing. The soft footfalls of his sandaled feet sounded like heavy stomps from someone of Kamamura Taishu's size. So, a voice suddenly carried over, and Ichigo quickly whirled towards the direction of the voice. His eyes widened when he saw the speaker, himself. Or, it wasn't exactly him. The figure was leaning casually against the rooftop wall on the building they were on. He looked like a doppelganger of Ichigo, but with one striking difference: he was completely white, almost like an antithesis to Ichigo himself. His entire body was white, including his hair, and he donned a white shihakusho with black trim. The only color he had were his eyes, a pair of yellow irises staring back against the backdrop of pitch-black eyes. "So I'm supposed to take over you, eh?" White Ichigo spoke with a warped voice, like a few people speaking identical words. The grin on his face was humorless and slightly deranged. His posture exuded arrogance and confidence as he fixed his eyes on Ichigo. "Who are you?" Ichigo demanded. If anything, the grin on White Ichigo's face got wider and more sinister. He wagged a finger slowly at Ichigo, making a disapproving sound. Now, that's no way to talk to yourself, is there?" Thoroughly confused, Ichigo tried a different track. "Where's Zangetsu?" "Where's Zangetsu?" White Ichigo mocked with a sing-song voice. "Aren't you holding him? Or maybe..." He made deliberate, exaggerated movements as he reached behind him to pull out an all-too-familiar Zanpakuto that was already in its release state, the only difference being that it was completely white, and the chain at the end was significantly longer. "Maybe I'm holding him." Slightly shocked, Ichigo pressed on, aware that this situation was likely to escalate into blows. "That makes absolutely no sense. I'll ask again. Who are you?" he said with an edge to his voice. At this, White Ichigo's grin turned into a scowl. "Are my words that hard to comprehend, dummy? How about this: I'm you, and it's now time for me to take over your body." And without warning, White Ichigo charged. Chapter 40, Forewarnings. Although his inner world was no longer in turmoil, it was quite obvious to Ichigo that there was still something wrong. All the buildings appeared to have been gathered closer together, such that the space between two buildings wasn't large enough for him to even squeeze through. Subconsciously, the moment Ichigo caught sight of a white version of himself, he could tell that something sinister was afoot, and his body had tensed in preparation. Still, it was a little disconcerting to be attacked by yourself. Ichigo hesitated for a moment, but the look on White Ichigo's face was unmistakably feral. It was obvious the latter had no problems with attacking him. Cursing, Ichigo leapt away to another building. His mind was still busy trying to wrap around the fact that he was fighting a copy of himself. White Ichigo, however, didn't seem to want to allow him time for that. He struck the ground Ichigo'd been standing on moments earlier, and without pause, leapt after him. This continued for a few more times as Ichigo concentrated on dodging the attacks, still slightly hesitant to attack. White Ichigo, on the other hand, had no such worries, charging relentlessly and attacking with such brute force and abandon that Ichigo could have easily assumed that he was fighting someone from the 11th squad. Then, just as Ichigo landed and braced himself to leap again, an oncoming White Ichigo suddenly vanished. Half expecting this, Ichigo whipped round, just as White Ichigo reappeared, his blade already raised and poised to strike. Ichigo held out his Zanpakuto, and both blades clashed violently in a shower of sparks. "Oh, good, you can actually use that," White Ichigo sneered. "I was beginning to think that you were so pathetic you couldn't use it." "Well, sorry to disappoint you then," Ichigo replied through gritted teeth. Then, in one swift, fluid motion, he stepped to his left, pulling his Zanpakuto away and allowing White Zangetsu to swish past him harmlessly. Then, he spun low, swinging out in a wide arc towards White Ichigo's legs. Of course, he didn't really expect it to hit, and sure enough, White Ichigo somersaulted away with a loud cackle. Good, this'll be fun," White Ichigo said with a maniac grin as both combatants squared off again. "I was afraid this was going to be no challenge," he taunted. Ichigo growled in response, the last vestiges of pain leaving him as adrenaline replaced it. His hesitation left him, whatever that trash was about taking over his body, Ichigo was certain of one thing. His doppelganger was willing to hurt him, and he'd be mad if he just allowed it like some MSCST. Come on then, if you think you're hard enough. If anything, White Ichigo's grin got wider. Then, at the same time, they both charged. Both blades clashed again with brutal force, causing the ground round them to crack. Immediately, Ichigo had to step back as White Ichigo tried to stomp on his foot before taking a crack at his body. Ichigo pulled back, only to find a fist heading for his face. He cushioned the blow with one hand and pulled as he swung his Zanpakuto with the other, but White Ichigo wrenched from his grasp and ducked before swinging low. Twisting his grip, Ichigo drove the point of his blade into the flat surface of the white Zanpakuto, halting its progress mere inches from his leg. In response, White Ichigo jerked his Zanpakuto away before tackling him with one arm. Slightly shocked by the move, Ichigo elbowed his opponent in the back, forcing his grip to loosen enough for him to shunpa away before they hit the ground. It didn't appear to faze White Ichigo, who rolled once, spun back round to face him, and charged again. As the fight progressed, it became clear that both fighters' style were slightly similar. However, White Ichigo was much more physical, throwing in kicks and punches along with his sword attacks, something Ichigo could do but seldom used. Ha! This is fun! White Ichigo exclaimed as he leapt away from Ichigo's attempt to stun him with his sword's hilt. Let's up our game, shall we? What are you? Ichigo paused when White Ichigo released his Zanpakuto and grabbed the chain connected to the hilt with both hands. It was then that Ichigo noticed that the chain had extended even more from when he first saw it. It was now a few times longer than the chain in his Bankai, which only wrapped round his wrist once. Grinning, White Ichigo began spinning his white Zanpakuto by the chain like a flail. Immediately, Ichigo could sense Ryatsu building up in the blade. Eyes widening slightly, he held out his Zanpakuto and declared, "Burst through the night, Zangetsu." "Get ready," White Ichigo warned gleefully, moments before he tossed his Zanpakuto. It thundered straight for Ichigo, and he raised his Zanpakuto, bracing himself for the impact. Then, there was a sudden, blinding flash of light, and White Ichigo, along with his Zanpakuto, vanished. Alarmed by the sudden disappearance, Ichigo didn't let down his guard, expecting his foe to reappear any moment. Then, he suddenly felt a jerk at the back of his neck, and everything went black. Rukia maintained vigil at the same spot right outside the dome for the next half hour, not paying much attention to what the other three were doing. She knew they were discussing something, but she neither wanted nor bothered to eavesdrop. Now that the blind panic had faded away to be replaced by worry, Rukia could now focus on her actions in the past few hours. She felt a slight wave of apprehension and sadness, as well as regret for her actions. No, she didn't regret following Yoruchi Denka, but her other actions left her wondering if she could ever return to Soul Society. First off, she'd gone AWOL in front of 4 other captains and a vice-captain. While that in itself wasn't extremely serious, offenders in severe cases were known to have been tried by Central 46, and in her case, it could definitely be considered severe. First, she'd drawn her Zanpakuto against a captain. By law, that was punishable by death, but only if the captain in question decided to press charges. Punishments were usually dealt with internally. However, Soifun Taishu was known for being ruthless. Of all the captains, she was one that would most likely press charges against her, regardless of her standing as an heir of a great noble clan. Also, given the way the captains were reacting to Ichigo's holification, it was almost as if it was criminal. As such, she could very well be considered as aiding a criminal's escape. She didn't really care, but all her actions meant that she won't be returning to Soul Society, the place she'd spent most of her life in, anytime soon, nor would Ichigo for that matter. She wondered if squads were already being sent to look for them. Just then, movement barely within her peripheral caught her eye, and she looked up to see Ichigo stirring. "Ichigo," she cried, and in her excitement, unknowingly ignored academy teachings about never touching Kido spells she didn't recognize. She placed her hands on the unidentified Kido dome, but thankfully, it was merely hot to the touch, but she ignored it. As she watched, Ichigo raised a hand and brought it to his face. Apparently feeling the mask, his hand groped at it for a moment before flopping back down. Then, he slowly tried propping himself up on both elbows, but gave up after struggling for a few moments. Eventually, he twisted onto his side, using an arm to support his weight, finally pushing himself up into a seated position. He sat still for a moment before bringing a hand to his face again, this time tracing along the sides of his face. Then, as if finding a seam along the edges, his finger gripped the side of the mask, and with a slight flare of Ryatsu, he ripped it off. He tossed the mask aside and it disintegrated upon contact with the ground. He looked around as the dome suddenly disappeared, and his brown, but unfocused eyes fell on Rukia. There was no sign that he'd suffered any adverse. Choking back a sob, she rushed at a still muddled Ichigo, not bothering that there were 3 former Shinigami watching them. Ichigo's eyes caught sight of Rukia charging at him, but it didn't register until she slammed into him in a tight embrace. He winced slightly, his nerves still felt like jelly, but he quickly returned it, bemused over the show of affection. Still, he didn't complain when she released him from the hug, stared at him for a moment, before pressing her lips to his. He responded to the kiss immediately, snaking his arms round her waist and pulling her closer. They'd been together for about 5 years, but the kiss had lost none of its passion, and when her tongue requested for entrance, he was all too happy to oblige. The pain gave way to happy bliss. They eventually broke apart, and Rukia rested her head on Ichigo's shoulder, taking a moment to enjoy his touch. Ichigo was only too happy to comply. "Are you feeling okay?" she asked quietly after a moment. "Other than a lingering pain, I think I'm fine." "Why? What did I do to deserve such a welcome?" he replied. "That's good," Rukia said. Then, Ichigo suddenly let out a yelp of pain as Rukia landed a not-so-gentle whack on his arm. "Ow! What was that for?" he exclaimed, glaring at Rukia. "That's for worrying me close to death, idiot." "Worry you? What did I do?" he asked again, rubbing his arm. Seeing his confusion, Rukia's glare softened slightly. "You don't remember?" "Not really. I only remember feeling immense pain. I then tried to enter my inner world, only to be ejected out. I don't remember much after that." "Why, did something happen to me?" "Where are we anyway?" he asked. "To answer your question, Kurosaki Taishu," a voice suddenly interjected, and they both turned to see Urahara striding towards them. "You're currently in the living world, and you've just safely undergone the first stage of holification." Ichigo was aware that he was currently locked in a slightly compromising position with Rukia, but he had yet to be introduced to Urahara, so he merely watched the man warily, not releasing hold of Rukia. "I'm sorry, but who are you? And how did you come about such confidential information?" "That is something only captains should know." "An understandable reaction, Kurosaki Taishu, given your position and sensitivity of the subject, but I assure you that I have more experience about this." "Then you think?" "I am Urahara Kisuke." Ichigo's eyes widened when he heard that name. "Urahara? That means you're— Wait. What do you mean I've just undergone holification?" Urahara didn't answer immediately. "Ah, where are my manners? This isn't the best place to discuss this. Follow me." And without waiting to see if they would follow, he turned and walked off. Rukia got up first and watched apprehensively as Ichigo labored to his feet, not helping but close enough to do so if necessary. Ichigo took a couple of tentative steps to regain confidence of his numb legs before moving at a constant but slow pace. Once again, Rukia walked close enough to support him if necessary, knowing that he would not want to appear weak. Recognizing this, Ichigo smiled softly and gave her shoulder an affectionate squeeze. "We've been hiding it for so long. Why the sudden show of public affection?" Rukia blushed slightly, remembering Yoruchi's lover comment. Apparently they're aware of our relationship, she replied. It's not something you like, she asked, trying to sound teasing but coming off as worried. Smirking, Ichigo removed his hand from her shoulder and took her hand in response. Hey, Urahara-san said we're in the living world, right? How did you get permission to follow me? If what Urahara says is true, and I've undergone holification, I'm not going to be able to return back to Soul Society, he said sadly. At this, Rukia stiffened slightly, but it went unnoticed by Ichigo. How was she supposed to tell Ichigo that she too was probably not welcomed in Soul Society anymore? Thankfully, she was saved from answering when they reached the ladder. Ichigo looked up and immediately asked, "What the heck? How's this ladder disappearing up into the sky?" Trying not to show her relief, Rukia replied, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. That's apparently an artificial sky, this is an underground cavern. Urahara Taishu said he built it." Ichigo nodded in awe. "The landscape looks familiar though." Rukia didn't comment. "So what would you like to know first?" Urahara asked. The three of them were currently adjourned at the same table where Rukia had been. Yoruchi had followed them, but instead of sitting with them, slunk to a corner of the room where she watched quietly. Tessai, on the other hand, muttered something about a shop before excusing himself. Rukia looked at Ichigo, who still had a shocked look on his face when he was finally introduced to the other two. She poked him on his side, drawing his attention back to Urahara. "Perhaps you should start with why you say Ichigo has undergone holification," Rukia offered for Ichigo's benefit. "Ah, excellent choice, Kuchiki-san," Urahara said. "Kurosaki-san, please tell me what happened from the moment you felt the pain." Ichigo nodded gravely before beginning his recount of what happened. He tried entering his inner world, only to be forcefully thrown from it. Shortly after that, he blacked out before landing in his inner world, which was in a state of chaos. By the time he reached his encounter with his mysterious doppelganger, he could sense the worry emanating from Rukia. "Have I really been holified?" he ended off. "The answer to that is yes, but let me start by catching you up with everything I've told Kuchiki-san." At that, Urahara went on to reiterate everything he'd already told Rukia, including the birth of the theory of holification and the barriers that had to be broken to achieve that. He then went on to describe the dangers of holification, his creation of a vaccine, and how close Ichigo had been to unknowingly committing soul suicide. An unchecked holification process has 3 stages. First, the Shinigami and hollow souls merge. Unfamiliar with this intrusion, the Shinigami's body will automatically attempt to expel the hollow soul, which ironically helps speed up the process instead. The merger is, in a word, violent, causing the Shinigami extreme pain. For lower-leveled Shinigami, this process is too much and his or her soul will spontaneously disintegrate. Captains and lieutenants, on the other hand, have enough power to keep their soul intact, but this weakens them terribly when it comes to stage 2, where the hollow attempts to take over. Weakened, it is easy for the hollow to subdue the Shinigami, and control has now been passed to it. When that happens, it will behave like a normal hollow, albeit an extremely powerful one, and start wreaking havoc. After its short reign of terror and carnage, however, it will enter stage 3, where it commits soul suicide. My vaccine, however, stabilizes the soul, buying the Shinigami enough time to recuperate. Now, as you know, a Zanpakuto is a reflection of a Shinigami's power and soul. It appears as a physical entity in the form of your Zanpakuto spirit. However, because of holification, your soul is now effectively part hollow. This results in the creation of a separate entity. In all cases I've seen so far, the hollow spirit should have its own form, but because of the merger, it takes on the form of the Shinigami, albeit a hollow version of him or her. In your case, it would be the white version of yourself that you fought. It's what I have come to term as inner hollow. That would explain why he kept saying that he was me, Ichigo said. But so what happens now? Do I just leave it alone? That is always an option, but it is a highly unadvisable one. While it looks very much like you, it behaves exactly like a hollow. Since it can't do much in your inner world except to perhaps irritate you, it will actively attempt to take over your body and roam free. Like hell I would let it, Ichigo said at once, immediately imagining the possibility of his hollow taking over when he was alone with Rukia. Who knew what the hollow would do then? Urahara's lips curled into a smile. I'd imagine that to be your response. By leaving it alone, it will slowly start to gain strength, and you will find it intruding at the most inopportune times. Over time, it will likely succeed in taking over your body and start wreaking havoc wherever it goes. So how do I get rid of it? Ichigo asked. You can't. You can, however, attempt to subdue and control it, much like your Bankai. However, unlike Bankai training, you cannot draw your inner hollow out into the real world. Instead, you have to enter your inner world and defeat him in there. Do take note, however, that it is not as easy as it sounds. Since he is a part of you, your inner hollow's power will be about the same as yours. With one huge difference. He'll attack with the control you have as a Shinigami, as well as the relentlessness and viciousness of a hollow. In other words, he will not hesitate to attack and win. The benefits for defeating your inner hollow, however, are huge. Upon defeating him, you will gain a huge boost in your innate Shinigami abilities and Ryatsu. Additionally, you will also gain access to hollow abilities, should you choose to use them. The exact natures of these abilities are unknown, and while they do grant you a minimal boost in Ryatsu, they can provide you with an element of surprise. Then, Urahara's expression turned serious. Be warned, however, that if you fail to defeat your inner hollow, he will immediately take control of your body. Since your soul is no longer in danger of committing soul suicide, there is no time limit to stop the carnage the hollow can cause. The possibility of you regaining control of your body is uncertain, but at that point, it won't matter, as we'll have no choice but to stop the hollow. Permanently. At that, Rukia looked horrified, but Ichigo interjected before she could protest. Well then, I'll just have to defeat it, won't I? He turned to Rukia, silently reassuring her. She nodded in return, silently conveying that she would do what she could to help him. That's the kind of attitude I expected from you, Kurosaki. Urahara beamed. So how do you know so much about this anyway? Rukia tried asking again, slightly confused over how he was able to go from serious to jovial in less than a second. Ah, as to that, there's a thrilling story behind it, Urahara replied cheerily. And I shall start from the beginning. You two know who I am already, so introductions are unnecessary. 100 years ago, I was the captain of the 12th Division, as well as the founder of the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. Then, a few years later, there were reports about pluses vanishing in Rukongai, leaving their clothes behind. At that point, Soul Society thought nothing much about it, but Shinigami were told to be on the lookout. In a way, it was very similar to your situation, with two major differences. 1, there were reports of Shinigami disappearing as well, and 2, no hollow Ryatsu was detected at these areas. Ichigo wondered how Urahara knew about the hollow Ryatsu, but remained silent. When Shinigami started disappearing, Siriidii was placed on level 1 alert status. The 9th Division was tasked with spearheading the investigations into the disappearances, and the 9th Division captain sent out an advanced investigation team. However, it wasn't long before the advanced team's signatures disappeared as well, and the captain took over the investigations. Along with him were 5 others, including the 9th Division lieutenant. But things continued going downhill. Less than 4 hours after the captain was deployed, his signature, as well as his lieutenants, disappeared. At that point, Soul Society was placed in a state of emergency, and 3 more captains and 4 more lieutenants were sent out. And you were one of them? Rukia asked. Not exactly. Then how dash? Patience, Kuchiki. I'll get to that soon. This story has to be done justice, rushing through wouldn't help, Urahara said with a smile. Now, as I was saying, a total of 7 more Shinigami of at least a lieutenant rank were sent to investigate. My lieutenant was one of them. However, that night, I just couldn't shake the feeling that something was going to go terribly wrong. At that, Rukia shuddered, remembering her experience with the exact same feeling of unshakable dread as she chased after Ichigo. So what happened after that? She asked quietly. Urahara jerked his head towards the door where Tessai had disappeared earlier, a slightly haunted look on his face. I met Tessai-san along the way, he too had a similar feeling of foreboding. Together, we rushed over to the 9th Division officer's last location. Unfortunately, the delay between us and the 7 captains and lieutenants was too big. By the time we arrived, the 7 of them had already started the first stage of holification, and the 9th Division captain and lieutenant were already in their second stage. As for the perpetrators, they were still there. They stood and watched their comrades, not lifting a finger to help. All 3 of them, he ended heavily. The 2 of them were stunned. 3. Ichigo asked in shock. There are 3 people responsible for this? Urahara nodded. While their methods of inducing holification have apparently changed since then, their goals have, so far, remained a mystery. Ichigo sat back and glanced at Rukia, who was giving him a look of equal shock. This wasn't good. When he'd been tasked with co-investigating the disappearances with Tosen Taishu, he'd subconsciously assumed that there was only one perpetrator. For there to be 3. There was no telling what they were capable of. Who are they? Rukia asked. To their slight confusion, Urahara hesitated for a long while. He glanced at Yoruchi questioningly, seeming to come to a silent understanding. When he turned back to them, his smile had returned. Perhaps I should finish the story first. I attempted to sneak up on the leader, but he managed to dodge. They retreated, and while I could have possibly apprehended his 2 subordinates, given that they weren't as powerful back then, I had more pressing matters to attend to. Much like you, Kurosaki, all 9 officers were in danger of committing soul suicide, and unlike now, the vaccine hadn't been developed then. Thus, with Tessai's help, I transported them all back to my quarters, where I had the equipment to reverse their condition. Unfortunately, I overestimated the capabilities of my equipment, and only succeeded in stabilizing them. It was, however, merely a temporary solution until I developed the vaccine. The good news is, they survived, he finished cheerily. So, how did Yoruchi Denka come into this? Ichigo asked. She barged in on our trial in Central 46 and broke us out, Urahara deadpanned. Wide-eyed and stunned speechless, both Shinigami turned collectively to stare at the dark-skinned woman, who didn't appear bothered at all. It's easy once you know where to go, she smirked. Ichigo recovered first. Why were you tried? I can understand the execution order for those that underwent holification, not that I agree with it, but what about the real criminals? Urahara shook his head. His ability allowed over 50 Shinigami, including a captain, to unknowingly help him establish a fake, but otherwise ironclad, alibi. At this, Ichigo and Rukia looked at each other with a frown. They couldn't help but think that this was something crucial, but they didn't know what. So what happened after Yoruchi Denka rescued you? It wasn't a rescue, per se, more of an opportunity for my own daring escape, Urahara said, ignoring Yoruchi's incredulous snort. We retreated to the living world, or more specifically, this town called Karakura Town in Japan, where we've been preparing. Preparing? For what? Urahara's face darkened. War. You seem troubled, Ichigo observed that night as he laid down next to Rukia, who was lying on the futon bed, and slid his hand into hers. More specifically, she was lying under the covers of the only futon in the room, while Ichigo was lying over them. After dropping that bombshell, Urahara went on to reveal the identities of the 3 behind the attacks, Aizen Sosuke, Ikemara Jin, and Tosen Kaname, the 5th, 3rd, and 9th Division captain respectively. The 2 of them were floored, uncertain if they should believe him. Urahara knew that they wouldn't believe him right off the bat, and he told them so, but he went on to describe their encounter with Aizen, including the fact that, as a lieutenant, he was already able to match captains in power. As the Kido captain, Tessai is almost unmatched when it comes to Kido, yet Aizen, who was merely a lieutenant back then, was able to block his full-powered Heido number 88, Hiryu Gekizoku Shinten Reiho, with a Bakudo number 81, Danku, without the incantation. There's no telling what he is capable of now. The discussion went on for a short while more before Urahara called it a day, stating that they both needed rest after the day's ordeals. He showed them their room before departing, but not before telling them that they would carry on tomorrow. He also left with a friendly warning, telling them not to get too frisky or noisy. Both Shinigami understood his words at once and blushed profusely, but neither bothered responding, knowing that they weren't ready for that step. In fact, they were both secretly grateful. One had just watched her boyfriend claw his way back from death, and needed him near her as a reassurance that he was still alive. The other was reeling from the deluge of information, and the fact that the pain was still hounding his every movement. He didn't want to take advantage of her, but he needed her close for comfort. All they wanted tonight was to, for the first time, sleep close to the one they loved. The fact that he was effectively no longer a captain barely registered in Ichigo's mind. What Urahara forgot to mention was that the room only had one futon. He also somehow happened to have clothing that perfectly fits, suggesting that he'd long been expecting them. Before Rukia could say anything, Ichigo declared that she was taking the futon, despite it being large enough for two people, again, Urahara's doing, and sharing the pillow would be good enough for him. Annoyed, Rukia threatened to force him into it, not buying his feeble excuse of, "I'll live," but they eventually settled on a compromise, leading them to their current position. Ichigo looked over at Rukia, the whites of her eyes still visible in the dark. Despite the lack of light, he could see that she was lost in thought. She gave a short laugh. "That's a no-brainer, isn't it? After everything we've heard, I'm even more confused than before. I mean, it sounds so incredible it could very well be true, but I just don't see Aizen Taishu doing something like this. I mean, he's definitely smart enough, but casually doing something like this indicates a much more sinister motive. And Ikamaru Taishu and Tosen Taishu? Despite Ikamaru Taishu's weird smile, I can't see him willingly engaging in these experiments. And Tosen Taishu's motto is justice. How is doing something like this justice?" "I can see what you mean," Ichigo agreed. "I really can't see any of them willing to casually experiment on fellow captains and vice-captains, and I've worked with them a few times. Yet, Urahara-san seems trustworthy enough, albeit a little mad. The implications are huge. This isn't something we can just take his word for. I don't want to start speculating and analyzing their actions just like that. But at the same time, Urahara-san's accusations aren't something we can discount either." Rukia huffed. "But you heard what Urahara-san said. This Aizen we know is just a facade. And the worst part is there's nothing we can do." Earlier, Ichigo had voiced the possibility of returning to Soul Society to confront the three captains, but Urahara had shot that down quickly. "First of all, regardless of whether you are a captain or not, the fact that you've undergone holification, a process witnessed by 4 other captains, makes your life forfeit the moment to step back into Soul Society. Not only that, Aizen has long exuded respect, trustworthiness, and likability. The only chance of exposing him is when he acts. It wasn't something they liked, but they had little choice in that matter." They didn't speak for a moment. "We're off topic, actually. I'm quite sure that's not what's troubling you." "Not completely, anyway." Rukia gave a loud sigh. They were back at this topic. "It's nothing, really," she excused. Ichigo was having none of it. "Bullshit. You seemed slightly distracted throughout the talk," Ichigo dismissed. When Rukia didn't respond, he sobered up a little. "It's that bad?" "No. It's a little stupid, actually. You asked me why I'm here and not back in Soul Society, right? Well. Firstly, when you collapsed, Yoruchidenka suddenly appeared and spirited you away. I didn't know what was happening, I was afraid you were about to die or something, and because of a hollow, no less, so I didn't think and rushed after you," she said with a small shudder. Ichigo didn't answer, so she turned to find him lying on his side and looking at her with understanding. "It'll be Kyan all over again, right?" Rukia nodded and gave his hand a grateful squeeze. "But that can't be all, right?" he continued. "I'm not finished yet," Rukia said with a little annoyance. "That part about me returning to Soul Society. Let's just say I won't be able to. Not unless I want to risk dying." "What? Why?" Ichigo exclaimed in shock. "My case is understandable, but you've done nothing wrong." "Really?" Rukia asked a little miserably. "How about drawing your blade against a captain? And against Soifun Taishu, no less." "You did?" Ichigo asked. "But why?" "They were talking about killing you as you laid there in suffering. They didn't even try helping you. Soifun Taishu drew her Zanpakuto as she recommended treating you as a hollow. And I kind of lost it. I was just upset." Rukia heaved a sigh. Ichigo smartly kept silent. "I mean, I don't regret following you, but we're now in the middle of nowhere. You heard Urahara, they'll eliminate you just because you've likely gained hollow powers, so you can't go back. I'm not going back without you, and I could be executed if I do." "Byakuya would intervene," Ichigo said. "I doubt he'll let that happen to you." "Maybe. He's still a stickler for rules, even if it comes to me. I've done nothing to test that theory though, and I don't want to chance it now," Rukia said heavily. "And kill off his own sister? Surely he won't be that dense." "That's assuming I'll really be tried by Central, but you know what?" Rukia asked. She reached out with a hand and caressed his cheek. "It won't matter, because I won't leave you here. I'll be fine, Rukia. I won't let that jackass win over me," Ichigo said with a roll of his eyes, making her slap his cheek lightly. He didn't worry about his inner hollow attempting to take over his body now, because, according to Urahara, the vaccine had the side effect of suppressing his inner hollow till the next day, but it was only a one-time thing. "I don't doubt it, Ichigo, but after Kyan, it's a fear that has been ingrained. Not to mention I had to deal the last. What if I had to?" She drifted off, keeping the tears at bay but unable to remove the lump in her throat. While Kyan's death was no longer an issue, the possibility of it happening to Ichigo nagged at her heart. Ichigo didn't really know how to reassure her, since the doubt had also taken root in his mind. What if he failed to control the hollow? Or it took over when he was alone with Rukia? He could only hope that Urahara could help him deal with his inner hollow, since he was clueless. He slid closer to Rukia, slipping a hand under her back and pulling her closer. She turned to face him and rested her head on his chest. The futon's covers restricted their contact, but it was enough. "Thanks. Don't worry. At least we know what's coming. If everything we've learnt is true, we'll be ready. If not, at least we're together. We'll see what Urahara says tomorrow, and decide what to do then." Ichigo. "Yes. Thanks for understanding my actions. Is there even a need for that? I'm grateful that you decided to follow. I'm not looking to possibly getting separated permanently from you. Heck, if you'd been in my shoes, I would have cut through Soifun without a moment's hesitation." "How did you expect me to react?" Angrily. "Yeah. I guess you're right. Somewhere in Karakura town." The streets of Karakura town were silent. That was to be expected, since it was into the wee hours of the morning. Most houses were void of any sign of life, and so were the streets, except for the occasional drunkard staggering home, streetlights casting shadows on their lurching forms, or the occasional delinquent, who preferred to stay out of the light. Then, at the end of one particular street, a figure appeared. He slunk along the pathway, staying clear of the street lamps. Nothing particularly noticeable about his clothes too, except that they were a tad traditional, a black coat over dark green shirt and pants, a strange-looking hat, and traditional wooden geta. Despite the nature of his footwear, the person hardly made a sound as he slowly made his way to his destination, a nondescript house in the middle of the street, except that this house had a solitary light on. The front door opened as the figure strode up to the house, and without breaking stride, he entered. Behind him, the door was closed by a second person, who turned to the first figure with a questioning look on his face. "He's fine. Of course he'll be. No thanks to you, of course. Your words wound me. And you think too highly of yourself. You do know he likely won't remember you, right?" "I know. But I don't need to introduce myself as such." "Maybe. Have they contacted him yet?" "I've sent word to them. They'll probably be by in a day or two. He'll be fine. Of course he'll be. After all, how's it going to reflect on you if he isn't? A-hole." Chapter 41, Transitions. True to what Urahara said, Ichigo's inner hollow didn't disturb him as he slept. In fact, for some reason, he woke up feeling extremely contented, a strange feeling considering what happened the previous day. The source of his content became apparent when he noticed a weight pressing on his chest, and the fact that his outstretched right arm felt numb. He looked down, and was slightly surprised and shocked when he realized that a thankfully clothed Rukia was lying on his shoulder, a hand resting on his chest. He tensed for a moment before remembering where they were, the living world. That meant that Kuchiki Byakuya wasn't going to burst in and inflict death by 1,000 sakura petals. Relaxing, he ignored the numbness in his arm, focusing instead on his girlfriend's sleeping form. Her hair was slightly tousled, but she had a look of pure contentment on her face. They were still only at the dating phase, and weren't supposed to be sleeping together, regardless of whether they did anything else, but if he could wake up to this, he wasn't going to complain. Ichigo nudged her gently, causing her to stir. "Hey Rukia, time to wake up." "What time is it?" she asked sleepily without opening her eyes. Ichigo glanced up, noting the sunlight lighting up the tatami walls. "No idea, but it's daylight already." She didn't respond directly to his words. "This feels nice. Not as weird as I'd expected." Ichigo chuckled. "It is. For one moment, I expected Byakuya to barge in and cut me with every individual petal he could muster from his Zanpakuto. I wonder how he's handling everything." Ichigo didn't have an answer for that. "Still, perhaps we should get up already." Sliding his numb arm out from under Rukia, who gave a small in protest, Ichigo turned round, only to get a slight shock. A black cat was sitting mere meters from them, its yellow eyes gazing at Ichigo. How long had it been sitting there? It looked a lot like Shiba Kukaku's cat, but it couldn't be, since this was the living world. But come to think of it, he never did ask her about it, he only assumed it was hers. Besides, most animals were capable of sensing or seeing souls, so one which could see him wasn't anything of concern. He remembered having a few run-ins with dogs which barked incessantly when they saw him, not surprisingly attracting the attention of any nearby humans. Luckily, he'd been facing Rukia when he woke though. Imagine opening his eyes to see the cat's piercing yellow ones staring at him. The cat eyed him for a few moments before standing up and padding off out the room. He watched it sneak out before getting up. While he was sure it wasn't the same cat, it did make him wonder about Soul Society, and how his friends were doing. Soul Society. Kira-kun. Izuru turned round when he heard an all-too-familiar voice calling him. Sure enough, he turned round to see Momo jogging towards him. He slowed his steps to allow her to catch up. "Hey Momo-chan, where are you going?" he asked. She didn't answer until she'd caught up with him, giving him a bright smile as she reached him, causing only the faintest of blushes to tinge his face. After years of working closely with Momo, Kira was now more proficient at masking his feelings and acting less awkward when around her. Still, he had no idea how to broach the topic to her. Then, a month ago, he'd casually switched to calling her given name without any honorifics, hoping to pass it off as an accident if she didn't like it. To his pleasant, and slightly naive, surprise, she didn't seem bothered by it. In fact, if he wasn't mistaken, he thought he saw a slight smile when it happened. And since then, he'd been calling her as such. It didn't mean much though, but it was a start. Aizen Taishu called me. He said he wanted to speak with me about something. Really? He told me the same thing. Wonder what it's about. They continued making small talk and bandying ideas around until they entered their captain's office. Ah, Izuru, Hinamori, that was quick, Aizen smiled at them. Come, have a seat. Obliging, they both looked expectantly at their captain. You wanted to see us, Taicho? Momo asked in concern. Aizen seemed troubled by something, a sight that was uncommon in him. He removed his glasses and wiped them on his haori, his eyes remaining closed in thought. For a couple of things, actually. Now, he gave them a warm smile. Would you like to hear the good news or the bad news first? A little perturbed, the two friends looked at each other. How about the good news first? Izuru suggested. Very well then, Aizen laced his fingers together before continuing. As you know, I've been looking for a suitable candidate to be my lieutenant ever since Ikamaru Taishu was promoted. They both perked up. It was an open secret that Aizen was undecided between the both of them, and while both wanted the position, they weren't about to step over the other to get it. And I'm quite sure you both know I've had a hard time deciding between you two, he said with a knowing smile. Now, frankly, I'm still undecided. You two have proven that you're more than suitable in taking over the mantle of lieutenant. However, circumstances have changed, providing me with a different solution. As such, I've made my decision. Drawing himself up to a fuller height, Aizen declared in a more professional tone, Fourth Seat Hinamori Momo, I hereby offer you the position of lieutenant of the 5th Division. If you so choose, you may refuse this dash. Yes, Aizen Taishu, I accept. Momo was on her feet and bowing in gratitude before Aizen was finished. Thank you for bestowing such honor on me. Smiling, Izuru reached up to give her a pat on the back. He was a little disappointed at not being able to become the lieutenant, but at least Momo got it. Still, he was surprised at Aizen's next words. Aizen smiled. And I'm honored to have you as my lieutenant as well. We will have a formal swearing-in ceremony later, but for now, I have other news. As for you, 3rd Seat Izuru Kira, Ikamaru Taishu has asked me to convey this to you. He wishes to offer you the place of lieutenant of the 3rd Division. He will be down later today to formally extend the offer, but as this requires a change of division, you do not need to make a decision immediately. You might want to take a while to decide first. Izuru was stunned speechless as Momo beamed at him in congratulations. This is great, Izuru-kun. You should accept. We might not be in the same division any longer, but we'll both be lieutenants. That alone would have been reason enough for Izuru to accept, but he suddenly remembered something. Wait, isn't Matsumoto-san the lieutenant of the 3rd Division? Suddenly, Aizen's smile faltered a little. Ah, that would actually bring us to the bad news part. Now slightly worried, Momo asked, did something happen to Ranjiko Fukatechu? Not really. You would eventually find out about this, so I thought it best to inform you first. That did nothing to ease their foreboding. Officially, you did not hear this from me. I'm not supposed to be telling you this, but you two are. You'll understand when I've explained. Aizen took a deep sigh. This would probably come as a bit of a shock for you, but Kurosaki Taishu and Kuchiki Rukia have both disappeared from Soul Society while on a mission in Rukongai. They're likely to have gone to the human world. What? Why? What happened? To say that Izuru and Momo were shocked was an understatement. They knew their friends, neither was likely to disappear on a whim. Something must have happened to cause both of them to disappear. Unfortunately, the details are still hazy at the moment. An investigation team is still trying to determine what transpired yesterday night. Could they have gotten injured? Or did the mission take them to the human world? Momo asked in concern. That might be the case, but no report was provided. No hollow activities have been detected in the living world in the past 12 hours, eliminating pursuit of a hollow as a possibility. Also, no traces of their Ryatsu have been detected anywhere in the living world. I would wish for it to be different, but right now, all evidence point towards them disappearing voluntarily. The Central 46 will reach a verdict once the investigation is complete. With regards to Matsumoto Fukatechu, Hitsugaya Fukatechu has taken on the role of acting captain, although So Taishu wants him to officially become a captain. Matsumoto Fukatechu has graciously offered to transfer back to the 10th Division to aid him. That's... Why would they? I understand your feelings right now, Aizen told them understandingly. Frankly, I'm stumped myself. In any case, I trust you two will treat this information with discretion. This is the main reason I've called you two here today. I'm not supposed to tell you, but seeing as they're your friends, I believe this should not be something kept from you. Thank you, Aizen Taishu, for telling us this, Izuru said quietly. We appreciate your thoughtfulness and the risks you're undertaking as well. Would you be able to tell Aburai Renji from 11th Division? He is our friend as well. You're forgetting I met you all at the academy, Aizen replied with a small smile. Unfortunately, I'm not able to do that, since he's in another division. You may tell him if you wish, but I must stress that this cannot leak out. If it is traced back to you, I will have no choice but to deny involvement. We understand, Izuru said. Thank you again, Aizen Taishu. My pleasure. Now, I'll inform you when Ikamaru Taishu arrives. That will be all. Again, I apologize for being the bearer of bad news. There's no need for that, Aizen Taishu. Sullenly, the two friends left, missing the look Aizen gave them. Do you think he's not telling us everything? Izuru asked Momo once they put some distance between them and the office. Of course not, Izuru-kun. You heard Aizen Taishu, the possible repercussions for telling us are huge. I guess you're right. I really wonder what Ichigo and Rukia-chan are doing now. Ah, Kurosaki, Kuchiki. Please join me. How was your night? Urahara asked cheerily as the two of them entered what they assumed was the dining room. The ex-captain was seated at a table and having breakfast, dressed in the same outfit as yesterday, complete with the bucket hat. Yoruchi and Tessai were nowhere to be seen. Better than I expected, Ichigo answered truthfully as they took the side opposite of him. My hollow didn't make an appearance like you said. Indeed. Although, the effects will wear off soon, but we'll worry about that later. Now, let us continue where we left off. I'm sorry, Urahara-san, Rukia suddenly cut in. I should thank you for your help, and I apologize for sounding rude, but we still find it hard to believe what you've said about Aizen Taishu, Ikamaru Taishu, and Tosen Taishu. We've seen proof of Ichigo's hollowification, but for this, we only have your word for it. Nothing we've seen of the three captains suggests they are capable of such a thing. Urahara didn't lose his smile. Perfectly understandable, Kuchiki-san. In fact, I expected nothing less. I would have been a little concerned if you'd believed me instantly. Unfortunately, I can offer you no solid proof except for my word. We'll be more willing to believe if you can offer some. Agreed. In that case, we shall touch on that subject at a later date. Now, shall we continue? Urahara asked. They nodded. Continuing from where we left off, your hollow has been held back briefly by the vaccine, but it should wear off latest by tomorrow. Once it does, your hollow will resume its attempts to actively take control of your body. Now, immediate training to control your hollow is not required, even if it did, it wouldn't be able to sustain for long. However, its efforts will quickly turn from a nuisance into a danger to others. Unfortunately, the help I can give you from here onwards is regretfully minimal. Why are you unable to help? Ichigo asked. As mentioned before, I did not undergo holification. All I've done is to stabilize those that did. These captains and vice-captains, in turn, have successfully fought, controlled, and trained with their hollows. As such, they have the means and experience to help you. That sounds good, I guess, Ichigo said. Where do I find them? You don't. They mostly keep to themselves, so they'll come looking for you. And they've agreed to help. You could say that. From the short time he knew the former captain, Ichigo wasn't sure what to make of the vague answer. So when will they arrive? Sometime within the next couple of days. Ichigo and Rukia could see nothing wrong with that, so nodded their agreement. Good. Well then, as I have no idea when they'll arrive, you two are free to do whatever you wish. The two of them regarded him with surprise. Whatever we want. Precisely. It would do no good for you two to remain idle here, so I would suggest taking time to explore the town instead. This town will be your home away from home, you might as well familiarize yourselves with it. They couldn't fault his logic. That's kind of you to suggest, but how will you contact us if necessary? You need not worry about that. I'll be able to find you if I must. Urahara got to his feet. Now, seeing as you'll be mingling with the living, it'll be unwise for you two to attract unnecessary attention by walking around in a shihakusho and carrying deadly weapons. But we don't necessarily have to interact with them, Ichigo reasoned. And we won't be seen. Quite true, but where's the fun in that? Urahara replied in a tone that suggested he wasn't going to take no for an answer. Besides, there might be spiritually aware people about. It won't be nice to scare them by making them think they're hallucinating, would you? Now, I'm pretty sure you know what a jigai is. This feels a little uncomfortable, Rukia thought as she fidgeted, tugging at the dress her jigai was outfitted in. It was a sun-yellow dress that reached down to mid-thigh. It had white trimmings on the hem, and had sleeves just covering her shoulders. She took a few steps to test out this new outfit, tugging the front a couple of times. It fitted nicely around her upper body and waist, but it felt tighter than she was used to around her chest. The bottom half wasn't as restrictive as it looked, but it did hinder mobility slightly. I might have a problem if I fight in this. Earlier missions into the living world allowed Rukia to see how clothes had changed over the years, consisting of fewer and fewer layers and covering less and less. She'd seen women wearing clothing similar to hers now, and while she thought it looked nice, she hadn't had a chance to try it herself, since none of her missions saw the need for a jigai. Upon trying it for the first time, she realized it was much less clothing than she was used to. The standard shihakusho, modifications notwithstanding, was meant to cover the entire body, but at the same time loose enough to allow fluid movements in battle. She was aware that Matsumoto Fukatechu deliberately wore a looser outfit. Kimonos worn to official functions likewise didn't leave much exposed skin. It made her feel slightly underdressed, along with some other strange feeling she couldn't place. "Hey, Ichigo," she called out to her companion, who had his back to her and appeared to be examining his own jigai. He was wearing a black shirt and dark blue jeans, and he was currently tugging at his sleeves. His shirt did look a little tight. "Huh? What's up?" he replied as he turned to look at her. His eyes switched between her face and her dress, and they suddenly looked blank and unfocused. Rukia frowned in bemusement. "Ichigo." The man in question blinked before refocusing back on her. "Sorry, Rukia. What did you say?" She felt her cheeks heating up slightly from the strange look he was giving her, but disregarded it. "What do you think of this dress?" "Oh. I think it looks great." Ichigo replied, his face looking slightly redder. Rukia smiled. "Thanks." Ichigo grunted and turned away, mumbling something incoherently, but before Rukia could ask what it was, Urahara reappeared. "Are we feeling comfortable yet?" Now, while I don't think it's necessary, he held up two toy dispensers, one with the head of a bunny and one with the head of a dog. "I have some spare soul candy dash." It took Urahara a full second to realize his hands were empty, for Rukia had taken one look at the toy dispensers before darting forward and snatching them from his hands. "Chappie," she exclaimed happily. "Here, Ichigo, you can have the other one," she continued, not bothering to look as she tossed the other dispenser in his general direction. A snort made her turn, just in time to see him rolling his eyes at her. He earned a smack on the shoulders for that. Urahara blinked, slightly shocked at how fast Rukia moved. "Okay. As I was saying, while I don't think you'll need these, if you do find yourselves in a life and death situation, you can use the soul candy to access your Zanpakuto." "Thanks for your help, Urahara-san," Rukia said. "Not a problem. Now off you go," he dismissed. "Have fun. Take your minds off other things for now. You two have been through quite a lot so far, it's only right that you do." "I wonder how much has changed since our times," Rukia wondered aloud. "Didn't I send you on a living world mission a few months back?" Ichigo remarked. "Yes, but I was busy tracing a hollow, wasn't I? I didn't have much time to explore." "You have a point. If only there was some sort of handbook briefing us about the changes in the living world. Well, at least Urahara-san provided us with a map and some money. I'd hate having to find my way back blind." They navigated their way through the maze of roads, taking note of the houses that lined up on both sides. They met the occasional person along the way, but few gave them anything more than a cursory glance. One or two passers-by appeared to take a second look at Ichigo's hair, but neither of them could for the life of them imagine why. "So where do we go?" Rukia eventually asked when they emerged from the maze of houses. Ichigo checked the map, holding it low enough for Rukia to view as well. "Well, according to the map, we're in the Mitsumiya neighborhood. I suppose if we want to learn more about the modern world, we should go someplace that sells stuff." "What's a supermarket?" Rukia suddenly asked, pointing at a label on the map that read, "Hirohyaku Supermarket." "I know what's a market, but what's a supermarket?" "Beats me. Maybe it's some sort of market. Why don't we check it out? There's another shopping district we can visit also," Rukia noted, her finger moving left of the map towards an area marked Karakura Shopping District. "Maybe we should try this supermarket first, since it's nearer." "Wow, this one supermarket alone has more stuff than a typical market in Seoul society," Rukia exclaimed as they left a couple of hours later. She held a stuffed toy that, while it looked slightly different, was unmistakably Chappie. She couldn't believe that Chappie was also popular in the living world. Neither could Ichigo. Her other hand was laced with one of Ichigo's, after they'd noted that public displays of affection were more common. Such displays were rare in Seoul society, even among married people. Ichigo nodded his agreement. "There are even things that I've never heard of before, like that thing that looks like ramen. Spaghetti something. I didn't see anything that looks like ramen." There was. It had a picture of a plate of ramen on it, but it's nothing but dried sticks. And who eats ramen on a plate anyway? In his other hand were two heavy-looking plastic bags, filled with things they'd picked out, mostly consisting of food, drinks, or other unfamiliar things they wanted to try out. Maybe it's some kind of joke product. Or it's a new name for ramen. What I don't get is why there are so many different types of the same items. I mean, I counted 10 different names of rice. Come to think of it, where do the shop owners in Seoul society get their goods from anyway? Rukia said. I didn't like that rude look that one salesman gave me though. All I did was ask what a computer was. You'd think he answers those kinds of questions daily. It's nothing impressive anyway. I know the research people have similar technology, only with much larger screens. Ichigo shrugged. Oh well, maybe he was just having a bad day. Come, let's try some of the stuff we bought. He released her hand and started rummaging inside the plastic bags. Here, he drew out 2 box-shaped items and examined them. Let's start with these. Juice boxes. 3 hours later. They stared at the average-looking shop house, only the sign that read Urahara Shoten served as proof that this was where they started out from. I remember it being bigger when we left, Ichigo commented as they looked at the shop. Well, he was the head of the research institute. And he does have a huge cavern under the shop. I'd suppose he must have remodeled the interior as well, Rukia said. They entered the shop to find that it looked exactly like it did when they left it to explore the town. The plain-looking shelves were stacked with products, many of which they now recognized, having seen them elsewhere. The only difference came in the form of Tessai, who was sweeping the shop when they entered. He looked up when they slid the door close. "Oh, it's you too," the stern-looking man said. He jerked a thumb towards the back. "Urahara-san is currently in a meeting with a guest." Ichigo and Rukia exchanged glances, both having an inkling of who this guest was. Just then, the back doors slid open and Urahara emerged, accompanied by an unfamiliar person. "Ah, you're back. I was sure I heard voices. How was your foray out into the modern living world?" "It was." Ichigo looked at Rukia, searching for a suitable word to use. "Interesting," Rukia supplied. "Really? How so?" The couple exchanged a look. "We got to reminisce our childhoods in Soul Society. Or more specifically, the day we met." Rukia examined the small yellow packet. It had a large logo that said Blaze, along with the word Classic in smaller letters. Below that was a picture of a stack of thin, yellow, biscuit-looking things, which she assumed was what the packet contained. She prodded it once. It looked and felt inflated with air. If so, ripping it apart looked out of the question, she might spill its contents in the process. Her examination shifted to the jagged edges of the packet. "I wonder." Pinching the edge with 2 fingers from each hand, she gave a tentative tug, and was quite pleased to see it tear easily. Smiling to herself, she applied more force, and was rewarded with a delicious smell as the bag deflated. "Ichigo, I've figured out how to dash." "Pop, ah." Her words were interrupted as Ichigo, who'd been similarly struggling with his pack of snacks, gave it a forceful tug, succeeding in ripping it clean in two. The action caused the air to burst out, along with the biscuit-like things, creating a shower of thin yellow discs above him. The responding shout of surprise was enough to send Rukia into laughter. "Laugh." Ichigo growled at Rukia. "You were no better with that juice box earlier." "At least mine didn't spill all over me," she replied with mirth. "That's because you threw it away in frustration instead of waiting for me to tell you how to stick the straw in, which I was just about to do." "Well, I was about to do the same thing, so we're even." She paused for a moment before holding out the packet to him. "Here. You're supposed to tear at the jagged edges like you would a piece of paper." "Thanks, but you try it first," he waved it back to her. Not bad, but it's a little too salty." She held it back up for Ichigo to try. With a number of items they bought packaged in similar ways, they managed to avoid any more mishaps with their food as they strolled along the Karasu River towards the Karakura shopping district. The scenery was quite a sight to behold, with Siriidii lacking it most of the time. Grass ran parallel on both sides of the path they were on, with one shortly rising in a steep incline up to a road for the cars. They finally learnt what those huge metal things people moved around in was called. The river shimmered blue under the sunlight, accompanied with the faint sounds of water. There were people strolling along the riverside too, but not as many as they'd have expected. In the distance, they could see a bridge linking up both riversides. They continued in comfortable silence for a while. "This feels nice," Ichigo commented. Not feeling this relaxed since quite a long time ago, Rukia merely smiled and replied, "It does. We've never had much time to relax in Soul Society, what's with trying to hide our relationship and our work taking priority." "We could never be comfortable with others around," Rukia agreed. "The only one who's observant enough is Hitsugaya Fukatechu, but at least he's deemed it none of his business." "You're forgetting Byakuya, but thankfully he's fine with it," Ichigo replied. He paused for a moment, not wanting to breach the topic about her brother. "Being a captain really is hard work. The work I've had to do as a lieutenant was much less than I've had to do now. Rukia looked up at Ichigo when she caught his use of the present tense. His face was neutral, but she knew him well enough. You miss it, don't you? Would I really miss work? He replied wryly. It's a little depressing that I won't be able to return to Soul Society anymore, unless my hollow is somehow removed or they won't kill me for having one. It could be worse though. At least you're here as well, even though that puts you at risk. Rukia smiled. Thank you, Ichigo. It felt like a rash decision at first, but like I said, not one I'll ever regret. At this point, they were approaching the underside of the bridge. At first glance, it was quite wide, and they could see a few men below it, probably seeking refuge from the sun. Paying them no heed, the two of them continued walking. They could sense the men staring at them, but they paid them no heed, until one of them stepped into their path. They stopped in mild surprise and looked at the man, who looked younger than they'd expected. Can we help you? Ichigo asked. And just where do you think you're going? The man sneered in an entirely non-threatening way. He had a plain-looking face, but his lower lip appeared to stick out. He had the strangest set of head accessories, and considering the 11th Division, that was saying something. A loose gold chain connected a piercing in his nose and his left ear, and the glasses he wore were frameless and slightly smeared with dirt. There was also the unmistakable smell of alcohol on his breath and his eyes looked slightly glazed. We were just passing through, Rukia replied. We're going to the shopping district. Despite keeping her voice light, her body involuntarily tensed, and she could sense Ichigo's doing the same. Alcohol mixed with someone who looked at home with the 11th Division was never a good combination. His attention turned to her, and his eyes scanned her body. I don't think so, he leered. Not without paying a fee. This is our turf, and you don't just walk in without paying an entrance fee. It was a load of bull, really, since they could have always gone around the bridge, but they calmly played along. How much? Ichigo asked in a bored tone. Appearing to gain confidence that these two were just going to give in, the man replied confidently, his eyes never leaving Rukia. 10,000 yen. But I'm a nice man. I'll let you two pass for free, and even let your little girlfriend have a little fun, in the process. He took a step towards Rukia, lurching slightly, the stench of alcohol becoming stronger. Unimpressed, Rukia stood her ground and glared at the man. She recognized the look in the man's eyes. It was the same perverted, disgusting look she'd seen in some male Shinigami as they ogled female Shinigami, especially the more well-endowed ones. As far as she knew, she'd never been on the receiving end of such looks, either because of her name or because she didn't fall into the large category, but she still recognized the look. I don't think so, she replied calmly. Undeterred, the man continued leering at her. My, aren't you uptight? He then winked at her, nearly causing her to burst out in laughter, before turning to Ichigo with a smirk. What's the matter, little boy? You need the girlfriend to fight for you? Ichigo had a similar unimpressed look, but at this he folded his arms and scowled. Oh, believe me, I can step in, but I don't need to. Something in Ichigo's scowl made the man falter briefly, but the drunken confidence returned quickly. My, what a wuss. Dismissing him, the man turned back to Rukia. Why don't you join us, girl, and we could help you unwind a little. We could show you what fun is, your man seems incapable of doing so. He reached out a hand towards Rukia, who was starting to lose patience and getting ready to lash out at him. However, Ichigo beat her to the punch. He grabbed the man by the throat, making him squeak in surprise, before forcing him back. The man stumbled but remained on his feet, massaging his throat. He glared at Ichigo in a mixture of fear, anger, and defiance. A-hole. You don't know who you're messing with. When Ichigo grabbed the man, Rukia's gaze immediately shifted over to the other gangsters, who up till then had done nothing but watch. Now, they were on their feet and slowly advancing towards them. She counted 7 of them, with 3 of them armed with knives. She wanted to groan. Their first day in the living world, and they were about to get into a fight, not that they could have avoided it once the drunk man had stopped them. It was highly irresponsible to them as highly ranked Shinigami to engage normal living humans in battle. The humans could easily be killed, but neither of them was inclined to let these people off scot-free. It was obvious that many others had fallen prey to them. "You're right, I don't," Ichigo said. "But you made the mistake of making a pass at her." Without averting his scowl, he asked Rukia in a low tone, "How many are there?" "7 more," was the reply. "We can split 4-4. Oblivious to the exchange, the drunk man continued digging his grave. "And what are you going to do about it?" "There are 8 of us, and only one of you," he said, pointing a mocking finger at them. He'd obviously written off Rukia as a threat. Once again, Ichigo made the suggestion first. "He's all yours." Her only argument was, "This dress isn't suited for fighting." As expected, the fight was painfully short. The drunk man, evidently overconfident at the numerical advantage, advanced on Ichigo. As such, he wasn't expecting Rukia to dart forward and plant a fist into his gut. The impact sent him flying, but Rukia had already turned towards the closest thug, who'd had little time to react. Leaping, she sailed towards him and snapped her knee into his face, resulting in an audible crunch as the thug's nose broke. He collapsed in pain, too stunned to do anything but gasp in pain. Rukia turned to her next target, only to see a fist flying at her face. Still, being a trained Shinigami made the attack seem weak and sluggish. She deftly cushioned the blow with one hand and placed her other hand on her attacker's forearm. Lightly kicking off, she released her grip and swung her outstretched foot around. The thug's momentum carried him forward, straight into her foot's path, and it connected solidly with his cheek, dropping him like the rest of his allies. Somewhere to her right, she heard a loud crack and a scream, but it died off just as quickly. Landing gracefully, she turned to her next opponent, who had stopped short upon seeing her dispatch 3 of his gang members effortlessly. However, he was armed with a meat cleaver, giving him enough confidence to lunge at her. He roughly swung at her head, but Rukia easily ducked under the attack and swept his feet from under him. The thug toppled but maintained his grip on his weapon, until Rukia struck his hand, sending the cleaver clattering to the floor. He yelled out, but was silenced as she jumped above him and sank her knee into his gut. He lurched up in pain, his cries silenced by the lack of air, until a final strike to the head sent him into dreamland. Meanwhile, as Rukia made the first move, Ichigo stood still. After recovering from their initial shock, allowing Rukia to take out another one in the process, the remaining thugs split up to retaliate. 4 of them charged at Ichigo, but no sooner had they taken a few steps did Ichigo break past them, ramming his shoulder into one of the thugs and sending him crashing into a crumpled heap a few meters away. Immediately, he turned to one of the 2 armed thugs. Swiftly, one hand grabbed the cleaver's handle while the other grabbed the thug's wrist and twisted. Yelling in pain, the thug was relieved of his weapon, but Ichigo had already moved behind him. He kicked the thug's knee pit, before striking him with the cleaver's broad side, knocking the thug out cold. Ichigo turned to the remaining 2 thugs to see them attempting to double-team him. The remaining armed thug had his arm pulled high and ready to slash, while the other one had moved to his side in an attempt to flank him. The armed thug chopped down, only for Ichigo to step forward and grab his wrist with one hand. In one fluid motion, he stepped forward, pushing the thug back and avoiding his other opponent's kick in the process, and slammed the thug's wrist onto his shoulder. The impact forced the gangster to release his weapon. Then, with his hand still locked onto the gangster's wrist, Ichigo twisted his body, sending him sprawling. At the same time, he brought up his other arm, and as the thug fell, Ichigo smashed his arm into his elbow. The resulting loud crack was almost immediately drowned by the man's scream, but within a couple of seconds, he passed out from the pain, his arm bent behind at an awkward angle. The remaining thug flinched violently at the sound of breaking bones, and he seemed to lose all will to fight, giving Ichigo the simple task of knocking him out. Silence reigned as the 2 of them stepped back to survey the damage. Against a group of untrained humans, the whole fight had taken less than a minute, with those who were still conscious whimpering in pain. Just like back in Inuzuri, isn't it? Ichigo said to Rukia. It wasn't an activity they particularly enjoyed, but as far as they could tell, the situation had been unavoidable right from the start. Urahara shop. At this point, their attention turned to the stranger, who'd been watching them silently. He had chin-length blonde hair with a straight cut at his forehead. He had been leaning against the doorway, evidently content with waiting to be introduced. Urahara noticed their attention was no longer on him, so he smiled and said, "Ah, Kurosaki-san, I'm sure you remember me mentioning that someone will come by within a day or two, right? Well, apparently it's less than a day. Meet Hirako Shinji." Taking the obvious cue, Hirako strode forward, a large grin on his face. "Sup, Ichigo. Urahara has been telling me about you. So, you fell victim to Aizen's schemes as well, eh?" "I apologize, Hirako-san, but we are not ready to believe this is Aizen Taishu's doing without concrete proof," Rukia spoke up. "Perhaps my word might be good enough, considering the fact that he was my lieutenant back then." "Ah, but where are my manners?" "It's a pleasure to meet you, Kuchiki-san," Hirako said with a bow. "Or can I call you Rukia?" Sure, I guess," Rukia said, a little surprised by his forwardness. "Great," Hirako smiled. "Wait, Lieutenant. So you were a former captain?" Ichigo asked. "In the flesh. So you will help me in training to subjugate my hollow?" "In a sense. But why are we standing here? We have more to discuss." Turning round towards the back rooms, Ichirako looked at Urahara. "Kisuke, I'll use the same room we used earlier." Urahara nodded. "Not a problem. Thanks." Beckoning to Ichigo, Hirako disappeared to the back of the small shop. Ichigo and Rukia looked at each other. "Well, maybe we can get a clearer picture of things," Rukia suggested. "Yeah. Besides, this is the fourth person pointing a finger at Aizen. I can't really see them accusing him out of spite or some weak reason." "Well, Urahara-san did say that he didn't get there in time, right? Hirako-san should offer a different perspective." Ichigo gave a sniff of laughter as he headed for the door. "In any case, something tells me I'm not going to like what he tells me about training." Rukia moved to follow him, but was suddenly stopped by a woman's voice. "Kuchiki." Confused, Rukia turned around to see Yoruchi leaning against the entrance door. "When did she get there?" Yoruchi looked past her and made a shooing gesture. "Go, Kurosaki. You may discuss what you've learnt later. I wish to talk with Rukia about her training." Ichigo, who'd stopped in confusion as well, obliged. He gave Rukia a small nod before disappearing behind the door. "My training, Yoruchi-san?" Rukia asked. Yoruchi smirked. "Well, you can't expect to idle while your boyfriend is training, can you? Likewise, you have much to do." Chapter 42, Living World Training. Rukia stole a glance at the door which Ichigo had disappeared through. "What sort of training are we talking about, Yoruchi-sama?" she asked. "Make a guess," Yoruchi smiled. "I dare say your training hasn't exactly been rigorous, has it? And there's no need to call me Sama." Rukia wanted to disagree, but found that she had a point. While training was a regular thing under Ichigo, she also had to devote more focus to the division's Shinigami's training, and she hadn't exactly been pushing herself to newer heights. Given her standard, sparring against other lower-leveled Shinigami wasn't really pushing herself. "Wait. How do you know about my training, amongst other things?" "My relationship with Ichigo is something we've kept under wraps for years." Yoruchi's face split into a grin. "How else?" "By roaming around Siriidii, of course. It keeps me up to date about situations. I also occasionally visit Rukongai sometimes. Some of the shops there sell the best milk I have ever tasted. And you're forgetting that I used to head a division." I know how one runs. Rukia gaped slightly at the taller captain. The latter had abandoned her post to help two other wanted Shinigami, likely making her one too, yet could still talk about casually strolling around Rukongai. But how have you remained undetected for so long? She asked in confusion. Yoruchi's grin grew wider, and her golden-colored eyes seemed to dance with mirth. It gave her a slightly feral, almost cat-like appearance. I have my ways. And you're forgetting who you're speaking to again. I lead the Onmitsukido, going undetected is second nature to me. There seemed to be more to her answer, but Rukia wrote it off as the ex-captain's pride at her own ability. So you're training me in the Onmitsukido's stealth tactics? You could say that, Yoruchi replied. That's part of it, but try thinking a little more general. Rukia pondered for a moment before her eyes grew wide. You don't mean Bankai? Now you're getting it. That simple declaration by Yoruchi that she was going to help her attain Bankai was enough to floor Rukia. All Zanpakuto had both Shirkai and Bankai forms, as such, it was theoretically possible for all Shinigami to achieve Bankai. In actuality, however, there were two main reasons, among others, why captains were the only ones walking around with them, DSPLN and power. Achieving Bankai required at least 10 years of perseverance and dedication. Not even Ichigo and Toshiro were exceptions to this rule, despite both being tagged as powerful prodigies from the start. While she'd trained regularly with Ichigo before, she knew he did more on his own too. In terms of power, few Shinigami were powerful enough to train Bankai, as it required defeating their own Zanpakuto, who weren't likely to take it easy. One could grow more powerful over time, but few had the willpower to spend decades, if not centuries, dedicated to nothing but training. While she planned on eventually working towards it, Rukia knew that she needed to spend many years in training before even considering Bankai. However, the matter-of-factly way Yoruchi spoke and implied that it could be done in a much shorter time. But don't you need years to learn Bankai? I'm not even anywhere near the materialization stage. Yoruchi gave a small laugh. True, but Shinigami who achieve Bankai usually do so through solo training. As such, they encounter quite a number of hit-and-miss situations. However, that time can be shortened greatly if another Bankai user actively aids in your training. That's. Your help is greatly appreciated, Yoruchi-sama. Rukia bowed in gratitude. Yoruchi sighed exaggeratedly but smiled. You sound like Soifon. There's no need for you to call me Sama. You trained Soifon Taicho as. Well. Of course. She was my lieutenant. I even trained your brother too, she added with a grin. Ni-sama? Rukia asked in surprise. She'd never heard Byakuya ever mentioning Yoruchi before. Well, this was back when he was still a kid, so he didn't really like it when I messed with him. Rukia tried, but failed, to imagine how Byakuya had been like as a child, given his cold and aloof manner. How was he like? She asked, unable to resist. Yoruchi suddenly looked even happier. Oh, that can wait, she said. There'll be time to tell you about it eventually. Besides, I think they're done. She tilted her head towards the door, and right on cue, the door opened. Out strolled Hirako, who had a serene smile on his face. He was followed by Ichigo, who had a slightly irritated but determined look on his face. Hirako walked up to the two women. I'll be making my move first, Yoruchi-san, Rukia-san, he said with a bow to each of them. Don't take too long, Ichigo, he added with a backwards glance as he opened the door. Like I said, some of us aren't exactly patient. And with that, he was gone. Rukia turned to Ichigo, who returned her inquisitive look with a small smile. So when are you starting your training? Ichigo made a face. Tomorrow. My first task is to search for their location. Apparently, it's protected by a special barrier that is almost impossible to detect unless you're actually searching for it. So. You're going in blind? No. He didn't elaborate much, but he did tell me the rough area. Okay then. I'll help you search tomorrow. It'll be faster. To her surprise, Ichigo grimaced. Well, about that. Back room. Hirako sat down at the lone table in the room and motioned for Ichigo to sit across. His casual demeanor was gone, replaced with seriousness. I'll make it simple, Ichigo. I understand your reservations, but I'm not here to provide proof of Aizen's involvement, and I'm not going to waste time trying to convince you. My first question to you will be, what do you plan on doing with your hollow powers if you aren't killed by them? Ichigo paused. No idea, I guess. Ichigo nodded. In truth, he hadn't even thought about what he was going to do with his hollow powers. He only arrived in the living world yesterday. Things were moving so fast that he hadn't given much thought about what he was going to do. His main priority was to gain control of his hollow so as not to endanger those around him, especially Rukia. Subconsciously, he was still convinced that he would be able to return to Soul Society once he was able to control his hollow powers. I'm gonna take a stab in the dark and guess that you expect to return to Soul Society soon, am I right? Hirako asked. Surprised, Ichigo nodded again, and Hirako grinned. I thought so. The 8 of us were just like you 100 years ago. We thought that we could easily return to Soul Society once we were able to control our hollows. Besides, Aizen still had free reign in Siriidii. But we can't. Central 46 branded us as hollows, and unless that label is removed, we have a death sentence hanging over our heads. But can't you appeal or something? Ichigo asked, still slightly unfamiliar with the workings of the Central. We could, but Central 46 is notoriously stubborn when it comes to overturning decisions. In fact, in our early stages of training, one of us ran into a Shinigami patrol and was immediately attacked. No harm was done, except to the patrol of course, but we were forced to relocate to our current location after that. My point is, unless we are no longer branded as outlaws, we want nothing to do with Soul Society. That leads us to our main point. I honestly do not care what you do with your powers. But like it or not, your hollow is here to stay. Urahara told me about the circumstances involved in your acquiring of your hollow. For Aizen to continue his experiments so openly, it is likely that he'll make his move soon, whatever it is. But when he does, it'll probably mean war. Regardless, your hollow powers make you one of us now, and that alone is enough reason for us to train you. That doesn't mean we'll go easy on you though. However, if you turn on us, we won't hesitate to kill you. Understand? Yes, but I'm still a little confused over everything, Ichigo replied. Hirako grinned. And what makes you think we weren't? You have the benefit of having us to train you. Ichigo nodded in determination. So when do we start? Tomorrow. Your first task is to find us. That's it? Ichigo asked in confusion. Yep. I'm not gonna tell you where we are. I'm only gonna give you a rough area to search. You have to find our location on your own. And I don't mean by following me. Okay. Ichigo knew that there had to be a catch, but how hard could it be, right? I do have to warn you though, that some of the Visato won't take kindly to you taking your own sweet time. Wait. Visato? Oops, didn't I mention that? We call ourselves the masked army, considering that we need this. He raised his hand up, and Ichigo watched in amazement as streaks of a white substance materialized from thin air and gathered in Hirako's hand, molding into the shape of a mask. To use our hollow powers. And so will you. Then, just as quickly, it disintegrated and disappeared without a trace. Are all your masks the same shape? Huh. Oh no, they vary differently. Anyway, as I was saying, don't take your time, unless you want a slipper imprinted on your face. Oh, and before I forget, your girlfriend cannot join us. What? Ichigo asked in surprise. Rukia-chan. She's your girlfriend, right? Yes, but Hirako gave an exaggerated sigh. And here I was hoping I had a chance. Ah well, at least I know you're not a total clueless nut, considering she was willing to go AWOL because of you. You were talking about her not being able to join us? Ichigo pressed, trying to ignore the slight irritation he felt at Hirako's words. Why not? 2 reasons, actually. 1, training will be dangerous for everyone and not just you alone. We know what to expect. She doesn't. 2nd, we have a no Shinigami policy in place. We don't want any random person or Shinigami stumbling into our location, and we've taken steps to keep it that way. You don't count, of course, but that can still change any time. In any case, we're training you to control your hollow powers. That doesn't apply to Rukia-chan, so she'll just be idling away. Besides, I believe Yoruchi wishes to teach her. Ichigo could tell that he wasn't going to change Hirako's mind, but knew he had a point though. Rukia couldn't remain inactive, especially if Aizen really had some ulterior motive. At least, with Yoruchi graciously offering to train her, he would know where she was. While he still didn't know the ex-captains well, they seemed trustworthy, albeit a little touched in the head. Besides, he wanted her to continue growing stronger, and this was the perfect opportunity. Alright then. But how long will the training take? It depends entirely on you. After subduing your hollow, you also need to learn how to HRNSS your newfound hollow powers efficiently. It'll take quite a while to describe, actually, and I think I ought to get going, Hirako said as he stood up. Once I leave, your first task can begin at any time. Just don't follow me, I'll know if you do, he grinned. And you won't like what the rest would do if you did. Wait, so I can't come with you? Rukia blurted out. But I thought. She looked at Yoruchi, who smiled sympathetically. Sorry about that. I guess I should have been more specific about where we were going to train. No, it's okay. Rukia said with a slight blush. I just assumed I'll be training wherever it was you were going to. She hadn't bothered to question Yoruchi, but now she remembered the huge cavern beneath their feet. Well, according to Hirako, they have a strict no Shinigami policy. Guess I can't blame them, they are tagged as kill on sight. It's only because of my hollow that they've agreed to train me. Perhaps once I'm able to control my hollow, I can convince them to let you visit, Ichigo said softly. It's fine, really. Rukia looked at Ichigo, vaguely noticing that Yoruchi had disappeared. He had a look of concern, but Rukia couldn't tell if it was directed at her or the situation. I was just surprised because of my subconscious assumption. And that was true. A flash of worry had shot through her when she first heard that she could not follow Ichigo. After all, Urahara and Hirako had warned that he could easily get killed along the way. If that really happened, and she wasn't there. She banished the thought as quickly as it had entered her mind, ashamed that she'd even thought about it. Ichigo was way more capable than that, and she had to have confidence in him. If he knew she was worried about him, it would distract him too. Still, after spending the past few months working closely with him and seeing him every day, it was going to be slightly different without him. In any case, she couldn't sit back and let him grow stronger without doing so herself. You're worried, aren't you? Ichigo asked. No, I wasn't. I was just concerned. And slightly irritated that I can't join you, Rukia tried to explain, but couldn't stop the heat from rising to her cheeks. Ichigo grinned. Concerned and worried mean the same thing. Still, his gaze softened. Don't worry. I'll be fine. You just concentrate on your training and focus on that. A silly hollow isn't going to get the better of me. I know. I'm just a little unsettled over how difficult it's made out to be, Rukia said. And I'm feeling a little stupid for being so anxious just because you're leaving, she thought. I guess you can blame Urahara then, Ichigo offered. Yeah, I'll kick his butt if I can, Rukia said with a slightly forced laugh. But Ichigo was right. His situation brought back memories of Kaien, but worrying wasn't going to do her any good. He didn't expect her to not be concerned, he knew she was concerned, a little afraid even, but she didn't have to be distracted from her own goals because of it. Give your hollow a good thrashing on my account also. The next day, Hirako's directions brought Ichigo to a more deserted part of Karakura town, where the buildings consisted of warehouses in various states of disrepair and small factories. Some of these warehouses were clearly in use while others were abandoned. It seemed like a suitable place for them to hide out. There was a problem though. Ichigo had been searching for the past hour, but had yet to find the wizard. Physically, there were no telltale signs or people to point him in the right direction. Additionally, he also could not detect any traces of Ryatsu to follow. Unless the directions were wrong, or he'd made a wrong turn somewhere, Hirako was right. They really didn't want to be found. As he trudged past a beat-up car, for what was probably the umpteenth time, he suddenly caught the slightest shimmer of orange to his left. That hadn't been there before. He turned, and saw nothing but a dilapidated abandoned warehouse a short distance away. It was one he'd noticed, but not bothered to check, because there was no way the warehouse could be used. Half the roof had caved, and one entire wall had collapsed, exposing the inky, empty interior that definitely showed no signs of life. Still, he started walking towards the warehouse, but stopped. Was he getting desperate? There was no way that warehouse was in use. But he could have sworn he saw an orange glow earlier, almost like a Kido barrier. But he couldn't sense any Ryatsu in that direction. So what now? Against his better judgment, Ichigo walked towards the warehouse. Then, all of a sudden, he detected an unfamiliar Ryatsu just a meter ahead, although he couldn't see anything. As if in response, he saw the faint orange glow again, but this time, it didn't disappear. Instead, a huge orange dome encompassing the old warehouse faded into view. Ichigo gave a huff with mixed relief and annoyance. After an hour of searching and walking past this area countless times, he finally found the place, and about time too. Sometime last night, the vaccine had finally run its course, and the hollow in him was slowly becoming more vocal. And he wasn't happy. His hollow was getting stronger by the second, and it wouldn't be long before his hollow regained the strength to resume heckling him. He stepped up towards the barrier, all the while wondering how it was possible for them to inhabit this rundown warehouse. And more importantly, how was he going to enter? Touching another Shinigami's Kido spell was unwise, especially if you didn't know what type of Kido it was, unless you were trying to dispel it. And he sure as hell hadn't come across such a spell before. Not that he was very well versed with Kido, but the Ryatsu he detected didn't feel like it belonged wholly to a Shinigami. Once again, as if in answer to his contemplation, a hole suddenly appeared in the barrier. Instinctively, he tensed. He was clearly expected, and whoever controlled the barrier knew he was there. A hand reached for his Zanpakuto, and he cursed. He was still in his Jigai. Nothing wrong with that, but it would have been a serious lapse in operating procedures had he been attacked without quick access to his Zanpakuto. Ichigo fished out the Jikongan dispenser and held it up, but after a moment's hesitation, decided not to use it just yet. Stepping through the barrier, a strange sensation washed over him, as if he'd stepped into a different dimension. He looked up and was surprised to see that the warehouse was no longer in a ruin. It wasn't in perfect condition, but it definitely looked well maintained. Though impressed, he was starting to think that this secrecy was becoming excessive. Nevertheless, Ichigo squared himself and approached the door. It was past noon when Yoruchi asked Rukia to follow her into the huge cavern under the Urahara shop. Despite feeling slightly apprehensive when Ichigo departed, not knowing when she would see him next, Rukia now felt strangely at peace and raring to begin her own training. Well, it probably had something to do with the heartfelt kiss they engaged in before he left, or the look of confidence and determination in his eyes as he left. The fact that they'd spent the night in each other's arms probably had something to do with it also. Not that they'd done anything inappropriate. Eager to begin learning from Yoruchi, she was a little confused when Yoruchi created some considerable distance between them before turning to face her. "Go on, show me what you've got," the ex-clan head said, folding her arms in a relaxed posture. Huh? Rukia replied without thinking. Wow, I didn't think a simple goodbye kiss would wreck your speech and reactions, Yoruchi said with a Cheshire grin. Considering that Ichigo left 3 hours ago. If I did, I would have stopped him. She sighed dramatically. The young these days. Her face horribly flushed, Rukia attempted to splutter out a retort. We're not that young, was all she could manage. Yoruchi laughed. Come on. You can't expect me to train you without knowing your current skill level, right? How else you want me to judge you? Rukia nodded her understanding. She drew her Zanpakuto and shifted into her battle stance, waiting for Yoruchi's signal. Yoruchi remained in her relaxed posture. You do know that I won't be teaching you anything just yet, right? Wondering where she was going with this, Rukia nodded. Well, I suppose you can think of this as exposure to new fighting styles. As much as you've trained with Ichigo, it produces diminishing returns as you familiarize yourself with his fighting style. The more you train with him, the more your mind subconsciously anticipates his next move whenever you spar with him. Nothing wrong with that, but it affects the effectiveness of your training. It only helps you to fight with him, not against him, and you'll be at a disadvantage if someone else uses a different fighting style. Her first thought was to wonder how Yoruchi knew so much about her, but she shoved that thought for another time. So what do I do for this spar? She asked. To her surprise, a sheathed sword, about the length of a wakizashi, appeared in Yoruchi's hand. The ex-captain looked at it for a moment, nostalgia evident in her expression. Haven't used this in decades, but since we're fighting with Zanpakuto. In one swift, fluid motion, Yoruchi unsheathed her Zanpakuto and tossed the scabbard aside. Try to hit me, and I don't mean blocks and parries. And more importantly, defend yourself. And without further warning, she charged at Rukia. Welcome, Ichigo, to our humble abode. Hirako's voice echoed within the large enclosed space. 8 figures were located randomly on the second and third level walkways directly in front of him, and 1 figure was even high up on the horizontal beam supporting the rafters. They were all eyeing him with various expressions of curiosity, annoyance, and even boredom. You're late. The figure on the beam, a young-looking girl, declared with a scowl. She wore a white shirt and a red jogging suit, and gave off a distinct air of tomboyishness. This place wasn't easy to find. I walked past this place at least 10 times and I didn't even notice it. Ichigo protested. Well, at least that proves your barriers work, Hachi, a man with long wavy blonde hair said to the large man seated nearby. The large man merely bowed his head in acknowledgement. The girl huffed. Pfft, that's bullshit. You obviously weren't looking hard enough. Ah, whatever. She stood up, the scowl still on her face. Why the heck are you still in your jigai anyway? You here to train, or here to tell us what a pansy you are? Ichigo bristled slightly from the insult the girl threw at him and momentarily considered pulling rank. He popped a jikongan into his mouth and was ejected from his jigai the moment the pill came into contact with his tongue. A captain, huh? She said upon seeing his Haori. That dumbass forgot to mention that. Well, if you'd actually bothered to remove your head from your butt and listen to me, OW. Hirako's reply left no doubt about whom she was referring to, but before he'd finished, the girl grabbed something on the beam, probably a pebble, and chucked it in Hirako's direction. The yelp of pain meant that it connected cleanly. Hirako clutched his head and glared at the girl, but she ignored him. Another voice said, "That's Haori for you," placing a name on the girl. Said girl ignored that too. Doesn't matter though. Rank plays no part here, so you should just remove that right now. If you're a wuss, you're a wuss, and we should just let the hollow take over before disposing of you. Apparently having said enough, Haori hopped down from her perch. She landed silently and turned towards the others. Hachi. Add a couple more layers to the barrier. Without waiting for a response from the large man, she turned back to Ichigo. Enough talk. Before we begin, Ichigo, let me ask you. Why are you even bothering with this training? So that I can control my hollow, Ichigo replied. Wrong! Hiyori shouted, surprising Ichigo. So that your hollow can't control you. Your hollow will never, I repeat never, stop trying to take over, even if you can control it. So you're a captain, big deal. Maybe that means you're strong enough to handle our training, maybe not. You do not know what your hollow is capable of if given control, and if we do train you now, you might never know. Hell, from the sounds of it, you haven't even seen the shape of your mask. She turned away and started putting some distance between them. Ichigo could feel her power steadily rising. No matter. It's all in your mind, so to speak. Lucky for you, we have other ways to determine if you're worthy. It's time for you to see what we are capable of. If you are, great. If you aren't, too bad. She turned round to face him and shifted into a stance. Telltale streaks of white substances started forming a mask over her face. It had a skeletal appearance and a large, prominent horn centered on the forehead. Now, she said, her voice becoming warped. Don't hold back, because I sure as hell won't. With that being Ichigo's only warning, Hiyori charged. Rukia didn't know what she was expecting. She was sparring against the ex-head of the Onmitsukido, who wanted to know how capable she was. That meant fighting at, or close to, her full strength. But she never expected the ex-captain's attacks to fly at her with such speed. Holding her Zanpakuto with a reverse grip, Yoruchi flew at Rukia and struck at her head. Rukia barely managed to dodge before having to parry a slash at her chest, but was unable to stop the third attack from slamming into her gut. She staggered back, but Yoruchi didn't give her time to nurse the pain. A vicious swing of her foot headed for Rukia's head, forcing her to block with her Zanpakuto. She then had to duck under a rapid follow-up attack, sidestep a second and third one, block a fourth and duck a fifth, before she spotted an opening on Yoruchi's right. She immediately pounced on it, slashing at Yoruchi's right, only for her to leap up, pivot, and slam her feet into Rukia's back. Rukia stumbled forward but didn't fall, using her forward momentum to spin round and stay low. At the same time, she yelled, "Mei, Sodi no Shirayuki," spinning her now released Zanpakuto and stretching it out just in time for Yoruchi's leg to crash against it. An ice-type Zanpakuto? Never seen one before, Yoruchi commented, striking at Rukia's head, but just missing as Rukia jerked her head aside. She jumped back and bounced right back, but Rukia seized the opportunity the gap produced. Tsugi no Mai, Hakuren. No time to go through the entire sequence, she stabbed straight, and an avalanche of ice burst forward, charging straight at Yoruchi. The ice was almost upon Yoruchi before she disappeared. Rukia barely had time to register Yoruchi's use of Shunpa before the agile woman was upon her again. Another flurry of attacks followed, which Rukia just managing to dodge all of them. With most of her concentration focused on dodging, it took a few more seconds before Rukia registered the fact that all of Yoruchi's attacks were aimed at her upper body. That meant that if she went low, she would have an opening to counter. But first, she needed an opportunity. As another leg sailed past her head, Rukia stabbed her Zanpakuto towards the ground and yelled, "Hakuren." The ice that burst from her Zanpakuto slammed the ground and shot up, creating a wall of ice. Directly in its path, Yoruchi was forced to leap back, but she immediately surged forward again and crashed through the ice. Now was her chance. With little time to recover, Rukia dove towards the ground as she swung at Yoruchi's legs. It looked like her strike was true, until a foot slammed her Zanpakuto into the ground. Her eyes widened in shock, and she failed to pick up on the other foot heading for her face, until a flash of pain plunged her world into darkness. "You performed better than I expected," Yoruchi told Rukia when she regained consciousness. It took a moment for Rukia to remember what she was talking about, but she felt a wave of disappointment when she did. She had been totally outclassed in every way, and Yoruchi had definitely not been going all out. Her disappointment must have been plain for Yoruchi to see, and she gave a small laugh before continuing, "Don't feel bitter about losing. That's why I'm here to train you, no. If you can already beat me, there's no need for training. Besides, I lead the Onmitsukido for a reason. She helped Rukia into a seating position. I couldn't even get a clean shot at you, let alone hit you. Despite knowing it was a far superior opponent that she lost to, Rukia couldn't help but feel slightly upset. Come on, don't belittle yourself. You actually did better than I expected. You made good use of your Zanpakuto's power to hinder me, and you spotted my use of only upper body hits fairly quickly. However, like I said, you changed your style to counter your opponent, but you didn't account for the fact that your opponent can change style anytime. Yoruchi stayed silent while Rukia digested her words. DMN. Looks like I still have lots to learn. Don't fret. We still have time. Come, I think it's time for dinner. You were out for a fairly long time. Ever since his talk with Urahara, Ichigo had been wondering what exactly he meant by huge boosts in innate Shinigami abilities and Ryatsu. He found out the moment Hiyori attacked, though. The young-looking wizard surged forward at a speed he could handle but didn't expect. He jerked his head backwards as the tip of her Zanpakuto flashed millimeters from his eyes. Instinctively, he counterattacked by swinging upwards, but Hiyori had already sidestepped it. She stabbed at his chest, forcing Ichigo to shift his body and leap up when she followed up with a low sweep of her blade. Hiyori leapt after him and viciously chopped at his neck. Ichigo deftly blocked it, but the force of the impact when their swords collided eliminated any doubts that she was serious. Another fierce strike was parried, but Ichigo found himself flying backwards. He slammed into the wall, but had to remain on his toes as Hiyori followed him. Quickly releasing his Zanpakuto, he barrel-rolled aside as her sword smashed into the wall where his head had been. He spun round in a crouched position and followed through by firing off a Getsuga Tensho wordlessly. He could see Hiyori's yellow eyes widen in surprise through her hollow mask, but she jumped and sailed easily over his attack. Seizing his chance, Ichigo charged with a burst of speed. Their swords cracked against one another, and Ichigo followed up by swinging low, but Hiyori jumped early, planting a foot on Zangetsu's broad blade and using it to somersault over Ichigo. Ichigo immediately ducked, hearing a soft swish as her sword flashed dangerously close past his scalp. He spun low, hoping to catch her legs, but Hiyori had already completed a second flip and was able to block with her Zanpakuto. And suddenly, he was on the offensive, hacking and slashing from multiple directions, upper body, lower body, etc. Ichigo slowly but surely forced Hiyori to retreat, until... Oi! You idiot! Let me help, a familiar but unwelcomed voice suddenly sounded in his head. What the hell? The sudden appearance of his hollow's voice distracted Ichigo, and he nearly got his head sliced off for that. Fortunately, he jerked back in time, but was too slow to stop the blade from scoring a deep cut on his cheek. Despite your bullshit antics, I'm still willing to help you. Now let me out, his hollow screamed in his mind, and an image of his pure white face with glowing yellow eyes flashed in Ichigo's vision, nearly making him jump straight into Hiyori's Zanpakuto. Not entirely sure how to let his hollow out, Ichigo gritted his teeth and tried his best to ignore the constant urgent pestering of his hollow, which was no mean feat considering it was making him lose concentration. He suffered a few more cuts, nothing serious, and barely managed to avoid the rest with the skin of his teeth. Sensing his faltering, Hiyori attacked with a fresh burst of speed and vigor, scoring a few more minor hits. Each hit caused Ichigo to hiss in pain, but he held off making use of Bankai. He could still match her speed, but his hollow was crippling his concentration, slowing his reactions enough for it to be a major problem. But he was a captain. A slower reaction time could be overcome, and he couldn't keep relying on his Bankai, especially since he didn't know if that would affect his hollow as well. Now focused solely on defending, Ichigo tried his best to block out the literal voices in his head, suffering a few deeper cuts in the process. But even then, he could sense that something was wrong. His hollow's voice was getting louder and louder, until it felt as if someone was screaming in his ear. With a loud hailer. Dark splotches were appearing in his vision, and despite his attunement towards darkness, he couldn't see through these dark spots, further hampering his defense. His breathing was becoming shallower, and he could feel a pressure building in his head. In desperation, he could feel his mind slipping, replaced with a rage he'd never felt before, and the pestering of his hollow started to sound more like triumphant cries. He resisted, not knowing what would happen if he lost control of his mind, but as he grasped the last few threads of control, he wondered if it was such a bad idea to let go, perhaps let someone else take over. With a strangled yell, he raised his blade one last time to block, and met with no resistance. The momentum was too much for him, and he collapsed forward. He panted heavily, not out of fatigue but out of relief as the unexplained rage building within him started dissipating, and he could feel his mind regaining control of his body. The dark splotches slowly disappeared, and the hollow's cries of triumph turned into cries of dismay and slowly faded. Unnoticed in his state, his last desperate block had met with no resistance as Hiyori had been tackled aside by Hirako. "Wah, screw you, Hirako. What the hell are you doing?" She yelled in unsuppressed anger as she regained her bearings. "That's about enough, I think," he replied, unfazed by her venomous glare. You think? Who died and made you king? Or have you already overused your brain enough to make such a stupid decision?" "Don't be an idiot," Hirako shot back. "Take a look at Ichigo." He pointed to the fallen Shinigami, who was already being tended to by Hachi. The others were also on their feet and gathered round him. "You were fighting close to your full strength, and don't argue about that. Ichigo was still able to match you for it without using Bankai and while resisting his hollow's attempts at taking over. That last swing would have sent his sanity off the edge. You want to bet on what will happen when his hollow gains control and lashes out at the first person he sees, namely you?" Panting slightly, Hiyori looked at Ichigo and found that she had no answer. "I think he passes." Getting up, he headed towards Ichigo, who by then had regained full consciousness. He regarded the Shinigami with a smirk, and the latter just stared blankly back. "That, Ichigo, was just a slight taste of what would happen if your hollow gained control of your body. Did you feel that rage? That sense of control slipping away? That urge to just let go, others beat med? Try as you might, you couldn't fight it. The longer you wait, the easier it would become for you to lose control. You could regain it, sure, but what's the limit on the body count during this time?" Ichigo was still too out of it to answer, but Hirako hadn't been expecting one. "Oh well, either way, you pass. We'll teach you to control your hollow. We'll teach you how to force it into SBMSN, as well as how to beat it back into the core of your soul if it were to still emerge again." Chapter 43, Snippets Part 3. The next day. It was just like any other day in Japan. It was now summer time, so the temperatures in Tokyo were hovering around 30 OC, or around 86 of, whichever way you looked at it. School holidays were about 2 weeks away, so few students could be seen, except those playing truant. The streets were relatively quiet for now. And to the north of Karakura town, bordering the neighboring Naruki city, the Karakura Industrial Park could be found. It wasn't large by any means, but it was home to factories of small-time businesses that supplied a variety of goods to Karakura town and its neighboring cities. These goods ranged from furniture to dried foods and confectionaries. Aside from these small factories, there were also a number of warehouses rented out to various companies. Some of these were used, others weren't. There were a total of 47 warehouses in this industrial park, although if one had bothered to count them all, they would have counted only that missing warehouse was enclosed by a barrier that made it non-existent to the rest of the world and currently home to 8 unique individuals plus 1 visitor. And right now, a slight disagreement was occurring between said visitor and a resident. What in the world is that?" Ichigo asked as he stared at the contraption blankly. "That's the first part of your hollow training," Hiyori replied simply, looking as if that was the most obvious thing in the world. "Okay, fine, but what the heck is it?" "I think he meant what it is, not what he does," Hirako offered. "I know that, dummy. I was just about to answer, she snapped in reply. It's an elliptical machine. A what? Hiyori rolled her eyes. Fine, think of it as an exercise bike. Ichigo looked at the contraption dubiously. It doesn't look anything like a bicycle. I thought those things had wheels. How am I supposed to know? Hiyori was clearly getting impatient. I'm not the one who named that stupid thing. Just get on it and start using it. How do you use it then? And how is it supposed to help me? Hiyori's eyes narrowed in irritation, frustration evident on her face, but she gave a false smile and said, here's a question for you. How about you stop asking questions? Get on that stupid machine and start pedaling. And without waiting for a reply, she started pushing him bodily towards the bike. Ichigo stumbled and nearly lost his footing, not from the pushing, but when two large hands latched onto Hiyori's arms and pulled her away, instantly removing the weight he was attempting to resist. Oi! Hachi, let me go, you big dummy. I apologize, Hiyori-san, but perhaps you should let others do the explaining first, the large man stressed apologetically. No bloody way. That's my machine. She struggled violently, but Hachi's grip remained strong. Those idiots know squat about my stupid machine. If it gets damaged, I know who I'm gonna find, and so help me when I get my hands on you. The rest of her angry tirade slowly faded, thought not for a lack of trying. As Ichigo stared in utter bemusement, another wizard, Ikawa Love, a man sporting an afro hairstyle, walked up to him. Sorry about that. Hiyori bought that machine before letting Urahara modify it, so she gets a little agitated when someone else touches it without her permission. Perhaps I should apologize to the poor soul who sold it to her, Ichigo replied dryly. Love grinned. I think you're gonna fit right in. So how exactly do I operate this? Love looked thoughtful. I forgot you've only just entered the living world. With that, he hopped onto the machine and demonstrated its use, ignoring the distant yells of, Love. Get off that thing or I'll make you. Ichigo still looked confused. But how does that help me? Ah, that's the beauty of this thing that Hiyori forgot to mention. It drains your Ryatsu to see how much you can hold, so the length of time you spend continuously on it will determine how powerful you are, and how the training should go. The catch is that it drains your Ryatsu at an increasing rate, making the time you can spend on it unpredictable. And was it that hard for Hiyori to explain it like that? Love gave a rueful smile. 100 years and I'm still trying to figure her out. Ichigo looked over at the struggling Hiyori, who was still trying to wrench herself from Hachi's grasp. You're not worried about her threats? Love barked out a laugh. Not really. She makes lots of them, but the only one she really dares attack is Shinji. He's really the only one who lets her walk over them, but they do go way back. A cry from Hachi made them turn, only to see an enraged Hiyori speeding towards them. Or, more specifically, Ichigo. What the dash? Love chuckled. It appears you've been added to that list too. 3 months later. Rukia strolled aimlessly along the road, idly enjoying the sweet contents of the juice box in her hands. She felt a sense of accomplishment after finally figuring out how to use the straw it came with. After 10 tries. Oh, and training was going smoothly too. Her training was proceeding at a slow but steady pace. Determining her swordsmanship to be good enough, the past few months' training had been focused mostly on her speed and Hikuda. She hadn't done any form of Bankai training yet, but Yoruchi had assured her they would start once she thought she was ready. Unfortunately, she still hadn't heard hide or hair from Ichigo. It worried her at first, until she was chastised by Yoruchi over the effect it had on her training. To her great relief, she managed to detect his Ryatsu, but for some strange reason, it felt close to full power, yet almost undetectable. Something was masking his presence, but she had no idea what. It was reassurance, nonetheless. Today was a break in training for her, so with nothing to do, she went exploring the town again. She couldn't help but wonder what Urahara and Yoruchi did in their free time though, since there was absolutely nothing to do at the shop. So she now found herself strolling in an area in Karakura town that had yet to be disturbed by houses or buildings. Instead, it was populated by fairly dense foliage. A few minutes ago, she'd passed by an archway leading into the trees with a sign that said, Tsubakadai Park. Below it in smaller font was the word, cemetery. It confused her though, who placed a cemetery in a park? But then again, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. She didn't know which division had jurisdiction over this area, but perhaps she might find some pluses there. Pluses could roam the living world freely, but most preferred to roam a fixed location, be it the place they died, the person that was the most important to them, or the place where they were buried. She might just find one in this town's cemetery, giving her something to do besides wandering around. However, the cemetery was deserted. There was no sign of any hollow or plus, not that she had any way to tell. At least the cemetery was well maintained, a sign that the residents of the town respected their dead. Some of the gravestones looked like no one had visited them in years, but there was probably a caretaker or something that made sure they didn't fall into disrepair. She glanced at random gravestones as she passed, not really looking for anything in particular, idly wondering if the people whose names were on them were in Soul Society, Hollow Food, or Hollows themselves. Then, out of nowhere, something on one of the gravestones caught her attention, or more specifically, the words that were carved onto it. Is that, she shifted closer, trying to make out the name on the old gravestone. It had a column of 4 kanji characters, a small gap between the second and third separating the person's given name and family name. She traced the 2 characters making up the family name with her finger. The carved characters were no longer clear due to wear and tear, she couldn't make out the given name, but if she wasn't mistaken, the family name of the gravestone read Kurosaki. She straightened up and looked around. Perhaps she could find others bearing the same family name. However, most of the gravestones were quite old, the passage of time wearing them down and making the names hard to read. Still, she checked. It would be a hell of a coincidence, but this could have been Ichigo's hometown. The name Kurosaki wasn't exactly common. A more detailed inspection of the gravestones revealed gravestones with similar faded names. Another 3 of them, to be exact. The words were in no better condition than the first. Rukia stood up, pursing her lips in thought. She debated showing Ichigo the gravestones, but what good would that do? He died about 100 years ago, surely any descendants would have died out by now. Assuming one of these graves belonged to him, it would be strange for him to know that this was his hometown, and likely where he died. Movement at the corner of her eye caught her attention, and she turned to look. In the distance, standing at the edge of a cliff was a young girl. She stood quite rigidly and had her back facing Rukia, but she could tell that the girl was looking down, as if meaning to jump. Worried, Rukia immediately started forward. As a Shinigami, she was forbidden from harming the living, and standing by while the girl plunged to her death would qualify as indirect harm. The girl didn't look up as Rukia approached, so she said, "Excuse me, are you okay?" The girl turned to stare at Rukia. You can see me?" Rukia frowned at the weird question. "Of course I can." "What are you dash?" Then she understood. "You're a plus." The girl didn't answer, but Rukia took that for confirmation. "Well, you're in luck then," she said, removing her dispenser. "The living world is a dangerous place if you hang around too long." "What makes you say that?" the girl asked, now turning fully to face Rukia. "That's because Rukia paused when she noticed something. "Wait, where's your chain of fate?" "Plus? Chain?" The girl's face was expressionless, but her eyes seemed to shift maliciously. "I see. What luck?" Rukia tensed, alarms ringing in her head. "Luck? What are you talking about?" "There's only one type of person that knows what a chain of fate is," the girl said. Suddenly, a new voice yelled, "And I'm all for eating a Shinigami." Ryatsu suddenly burst out from the girl. Shocked, Rukia instinctively leapt away, just as a huge deformed hand materialized from behind the girl and slammed into the ground where she'd been standing mere moments ago. Rukia skidded to a halt and popped a pill into her mouth. Feeling the constraints of the Jigai being released, she said, "Stay out of the way," to the soul inhabiting her Jigai, not taking her eyes off the disembodied hand. "You're a hollow, aren't you? It couldn't be anyone else." Sure enough, a large hollow faded into view. It was a four-legged hollow with what looked like brown fur covering its body. What surprised Rukia, however, was the long tentacle-like limb protruding from its head, to which the young girl was connected to. "Impressive," the hollow said. "No one has been able to dodge my first attack without suffering some form of damage." Rukia immediately recognized the hollow. "You're Grand Fisher. No other known hollow has such a unique power as yours." "Heh, I see my reputation precedes me," the hollow replied. "Indeed. Soul Society never knew what appearances your human-shaped lure took on. It nearly took me by surprise." This thing," the tentacle twitched, and the girl seemed to retract back into the tentacle. "Unfortunately, now that you've seen how my true form and my lure look like, I can't let you leave alive. I must say though, it's been quite a while since I've feasted on a Shinigami. I've almost forgotten how tasty they are." If its mask could move, Rukia was sure the grin on it would stretch even wider. "And just how many is that?" 10. Or should I say 11? The hollow gave a deep, throaty laugh. "Each one gifts me with a boost in power, and each one reduces your chance of leaving here alive." Eyes narrowed, Rukia drew her Zanpakuto. "I guess I'll just have to take that chance then." Her own training aside, she had no idea how powerful this hollow really was, but for it to have defeated 10 Shinigami, she couldn't afford to be careless. They stared each other down for all of 10 seconds before Grand Fisher decided to make the first move. It moved out a forelimb and it hyper-extended, shooting straight at Rukia with its sharp indexes stretched out. Rukia ducked left and chopped down on the limb. The hollow pulled its limb away, but Rukia scored a deep cut on it. It roared, more in annoyance than pain, and tried swiping at her again and charging forward at the same time. Rukia easily dodged the strike, but was stunned when it screeched to a halt, but its fur didn't. As if it protruded an extra limb, hair suddenly burst from Grand Fisher's body and continued to charge towards Rukia. The earlier dodge cost Rukia time, and by the time she could react, the large amount of hair had splayed across her upper body, obscuring her vision. Sensing danger, Rukia immediately jerked her sword hand away, and not a moment too soon, as she felt some hair tightening around her other wrist and neck. Immediately, she slashed in front of her, thankfully managing to sever cleanly through the hair. Rukia used her freed hand to swat away the hair, but had to be on her toes immediately as her cleared vision revealed 4 fingers, all as sharp as talons, whipping towards her face. She sidestepped it, and had to be on task to cut another wave of hair, this time aimed at her legs. It continued like this for a few more times, with Rukia comfortably able to defend but unable to make any leeway. "I'm disappointed," Grand Fisher spoke gruffly. "I expected more of a challenge from you. And to think I was only getting started. You've yet to see what I can do. Oh well, you'll still be tasty nonetheless." At this, Rukia smirked. Grand Fisher was the first hollow she'd met that was capable of speech, and apparently, it was just as arrogant as some of the larger Shinigami she'd dueled with who had looked down on her size, only to get there but handed to them. Now was the time to see how effective Yoruchi's training had been so far. "You seem to be forgetting that you're not the only one capable of more," Rukia replied. She dodged yet another wave of hair, then charged forward with a burst of speed, faster than she'd ever been capable of before her training. Grand Fisher moved to block with its limb, but it wasn't fast enough. Moving past the limb, she hacked down on it, slicing through cleanly. Blood blossomed from the stump of its limb. Grand Fisher roared in genuine pain this time, and retaliated by striking with its other arm. Rukia leapt high, but instead of following, Grand Fisher stayed still. The hair near its dismembered limb burst out and began clumping together into a makeshift limb. Immediately, it sent its newly formed appendage flying at Rukia, but she was ready for it. She pointed her index finger towards the approaching limb. Heido number 4, Byakurai. A concentrated burst of lightning erupted from the tip of her finger, rewarding her with the expected effect as it cut straight through the hair and struck Grand Fisher's body. Its attack went limp, and it roared in pain. Rukia shot forward, aiming for its body. Grand Fisher wasn't down yet and leapt away, but the delay cost him, and Rukia managed to run a deep gash down its side. It stumbled, and blood spouted out profusely. It attempted to leap away again, but Rukia was too fast, and she plunged her sword, right between its eye sockets. While the mask was frozen in a malicious grin, Rukia could see its glowing red eyes dilate in shock. "That's impossible," were Grand Fisher's last words as Rukia pulled out her Zanpakuto, leaving it to collapse lifelessly onto the ground. Rukia stared at the fallen hollow with a grim sense of satisfaction. For it to have defeated and consumed 10 other Shinigami, countless other pluses must have fallen prey to it as well. At least all those souls, including Grand Fisher's own soul, would now be released into Soul Society. Not knowing who had jurisdiction over this town, Rukia allowed herself a moment before dashing off to find her Jigai, not knowing if this battle would have been picked up by Soul Society, or where the patrolling Shinigami was. But, hidden by the trees a distance away, 2 figures watched, one of them perched on a tree branch and obscured by the shadows. While the petite Shinigami knew not of the true consequences of her actions, they both did. Both of them were watching for different reasons, but both felt vindicated. For different reasons. 6 months later. It was way early in the morning, and only one house on this particular street still had its lights on. And it was this house that saw a lone figure heading towards it. Like all other times, the door opened before the figure had even reached it, so the figure walked in without breaking sight. The person who opened the door closed it and turned to the visitor. "Did you find them?" He tried to keep his voice calm, nonchalant, but he couldn't keep it from shaking slightly in longing and desperate hope. "You know what you asked for is nearly impossible, don't you? And this was a conversation we had a few months ago, where you told me pretty much the same thing. I'm not expecting a miracle, but you said you'll do your best. I gave no guarantee. And?" The visitor gave a labored sigh. "Well, after searching the entire Soul Society, I'm glad to say that I managed to find them." The homeowner closed his eyes for a few moments, a look of pained relief flashing past. "Thank you." "And her?" "That I'm sorry." It was a full 10 seconds before he nodded. "I see. I suppose, after this long, it's better than nothing. I'll keep searching." "Thank you, but don't make it your top priority. It's more than I deserve. But focus on the modifications first." "And what will you do now?" He stared out of the window. "Wait for him to come to me." "He will, eventually. And if he brings her, well, I can thank the one who's given me another chance." "And you think he'll accept you?" "It's been 100 years. I don't expect so, but seeing him again is better than nothing." "It didn't fall by your hand," the visitor pointed out. He nodded. "True, but what am I going to do? Wait a few more decades just for my own thirst for revenge?" They were silent for a few minutes. "You sure you want to do this?" "Perhaps it's for my own selfish reasons, but yes. They've had no chance at life for the past few decades. I want to at least give them that much first before they return to Soul Society. A life with others they can call family." The visitor nodded. "I'll get to it then. I suppose you deserve that much." He shook his head. "Not me. Them." Another year later. "I've missed this," Ichigo admitted as he and Rukia drifted lazily along the riverside. It was early March, and spring was just about peeking its head round the corner. While the scenery provided by the river was nice, it was a pity that none of the trees were plum or cherry trees. His hand was clasped tightly in Rukia's and they were walking so closely together that there were no gaps between their arms to speak of. It had been 2 years already since they started their own separate trainings, and this was their first reunion since then. While he really did miss her during this time, he wasn't about to tell her how much. They had a heated greeting, away from Hirako and company's eyes, and he would have loved for it to be an extended one, but right now, he was content with just the close contact. It was proof that he'd survived his training, which, if he was honest with himself, could have gotten him killed in the earlier stages. Not that he was going to tell Rukia that. He felt quite happy to be with her again, and he could tell that she did too. Was it really that bad? Rukia teased lightly. You sound quite desperate. We've been separated longer than that during the academy years. That was a time from long ago. And if I recall correctly, you glommed me in the warehouse and refused to let go, he counted. I'd say that sounds desperate to me. Alright, fine. I did miss you too, Rukia conceded with a roll of her eyes. See? Was that so hard? Ichigo smirked triumphantly. Rukia didn't reply, instead conveying her message by giving his hand a squeeze. Some of the visor didn't look too happy to see me. Well, you learned about their backstory from Yoruchi-san. They were persecuted by Soul Society, so they're not exactly on friendly terms with Shinigami. After finally deciding that he had trained with his hollow powers to a decent level, Hirako allowed Rukia to come visit as promised. When she arrived, Rukia had flown into Ichigo's arms, and he met it with the same fervor while the wizard watched with a mixture of amusement, curiosity, annoyance, or in one case, disgust. Ichigo dearly wanted to kiss her senseless, but minutes before her arrival, he'd been subjected to quite a bit of teasing from the other wizard, so he refrained from doing so until they were away from the warehouse. Yeah, but they're forgetting that I'm in the same boat as they are. And as selfish as it may seem, I'm glad you're here with me, Ichigo said. And he definitely meant it. He still couldn't imagine what could have happened if Rukia hadn't followed him to the living world last year. They would be separated with no way of knowing how the other was doing. As they continued talking, the topics endless after a year of separation, it eventually shifted to that of their training. Tell me about your training with Yoruchi-san. You've definitely grown much stronger than before. If I could hazard a guess, I'd place your level as being slightly more powerful than your average lieutenant, Ichigo said. Rukia blushed lightly at Ichigo's compliment, but her excitement in sharing caused it not to show. Well, you know that Yoruchi-sensei was formerly from the stealth division. She trained me on my speed, unarmed combat, and swordsmanship. She said she'll teach me Bankai, but I'm still not at that level yet I guess. Well, that'll definitely take time, but it shouldn't be a problem. Yoruchi-san is guiding you, you'll have an easier time. I can help too, if you want. Rukia smiled. Thank you, but that's not all. Did you know that Yoruchi-sensei used to train Nii-sama when he was a kid, she said with a laugh. What? He never ever mentioned Yoruchi-san, let alone a sensei. How was he like as a child? Ichigo asked. His relationship with his former captain had never extended past a working one unless it came to Rukia, hence Ichigo found it quite hard to imagine Byakuya as a child, and not without a lack of trying. Well, according to Yoruchi-sensei, Byakuya was nothing like his current cold self. In fact, he was brash, hot-headed, and impulsive. Wow. It makes you wonder how and when he changed. How about you? Rukia asked. What was your training like? It was dangerous at the very least, Ichigo admitted, although he didn't say how dangerous it was. Let's just say that my hollow didn't go down without an intense fight. But you managed to subdue it? It took a while, but yes, Ichigo said. He shuddered slightly when thinking about how close a shave it was, but thankfully Rukia didn't notice. As a result, I've gained a boost in power and access to hollow powers, which gives me an additional slight boost in hollow abilities. Unfortunately, I need to don a hollow mask to use the hollow abilities, and my hollow is still a little uncooperative. At the beginning, I could only don it for 4 seconds before it broke, and I could only use it again after half an hour, Ichigo replied disappointingly. The innate boost is definitely helpful. You're also much stronger than you were before. So how long can you hold it now? About 50 minutes. It's still a far cry from the rest though. Most of them can keep their masks on for at least a day. Don't forget, they've had a head start on you. But I won't mind seeing your hollow powers in action one of these days. They were walking across a bridge when Rukia suddenly frowned and slowed. Do you hear that? Hear what? Ichigo asked curiously. He concentrated. All I hear are some faint voices. And some sort of weird thumping sound. It was very faint, but there was a slow, rhythmic beat. It sounds like flesh hitting flesh, Rukia opinioned. And it's getting louder. It sounds like it's coming from under the bridge. At that, they both stopped and looked at each other. Evidently coming to the same conclusion, and remembering their last incident involving the underside of a bridge, the two of them picked up the pace. Yasutora Sato was angry. Not about his current predicament, but about his carelessness. He supposed he should have expected it. You didn't cross a gang, especially their leader, without some sort of repercussion. Not that he didn't expect an attack, given his huge build for a middle school student, he'd expected a huge ambush, but he didn't expect them to bring tasers, let alone be smart enough to use one. He tested the bond securing him to the chair. Electric wire. Not unbreakable, but not without causing significant injuries. At least it wasn't cutting into his skin. Then, he took in his surroundings. He was under a bridge by the river side, but that was all he could tell. Finally, he focused his attention onto the goons surrounding him. 7 of them. This wasn't looking good. Seeing that he was awake, one goon stepped up and connected a fist solidly with his cheek. Sato's head jerked from the hit, but it was weak, he barely felt it. Ha! A voice gloated, and the goons parted to reveal another juvenile sitting casually on a couch. He had brown hair braided into a cornrows hairstyle, and a gold chain linking 2 ring piercings on his left nostril and ear. His face looked as if he'd just SCKED on a lemon, but then again, it always did. Yakakini Uf. The moment the gang leader's name left his lips, another gang member stepped forward and landed another hit on his cheek. This one stung a little, but the sensation disappeared as quickly as it came. Yasutora Sato of Mishiba Middle School. How does it dash? Actually, I'm technically in high school already, Sato interrupted. It had an element of truth to it. It was March, and his graduation ceremony to mark the end of his middle school years was scheduled for next week. Come April, he would be starting Karakura High School. Yakakini's face twitched in annoyance, and with a small gesture from him, one gang member punched Sato again. The sting lingered longer this time, but it still wasn't really painful. How does it feel? Yakakini gloated again. Is it so painful that you're about to PSS your pants? I don't think it's that bad yet, sorry, Sato said truthfully. Impressive. Well then, Yakakini got to his feet. Let's see how long it takes for that to happen, shall we? A third gangster stepped up and started using him as a punching bag. Slow but fairly hard punches were delivered rhythmically to his face and body while Yakakini continued yammering away. Sato. You should feel lucky that I'm feeling particularly lenient today. As such, all I'm going to do is teach you a lesson. Don't mess with us. You mess with one of us, you mess with all of us. And do you notice something? There's 8 of us, and only 1 of you. And we're all your elders. Show some respect the next time you decide to act like a hero. The smirk on his face morphed into a frown. Oi, why isn't he psing? His pants in pain yet? The gangster that was slowly tenderizing Sato's face paused and turned to his leader with a blank look. I'm working on it, Yoko-chin. He's tough. Yoko-chin. Sato thought in slight amusement amidst the growing pain as he watched Yakakini's frown changed into a scowl. Wah, I told you never to call me that. Then how about I call you a casualty? Smack. Irk. A new voice suddenly spoke, causing everyone to pause and turn their heads in its direction. But before anyone could register the newcomer, a large blur flew past and struck Yakakini's face with a knee. The gang leader gave a cry of surprise and pain as he was sent tumbling more than 10 meters. He flopped onto the ground and didn't get up. Yoko-chin. The juvenile members were torn between concern for their leader and anger towards the person who had the audacity to attack their esteemed leader. Sato, in the reprieve, focused on the newcomer. He was surprised when he realized there were actually two strangers that had joined. One was an extremely short girl with raven black hair. She wore a light blue dress that reached just above her knees, and despite her small stature placing her as a middle schooler or younger, she carried herself in a much more matured way. The other newcomer was a tall, lean teenager who looked about his age. The most striking feature of his though was his bright orange hair. Sato had never heard of a Japanese person having orange hair unless it was dyed. His leg was raised, evidently the one responsible for sending Yakakini flying. Additionally, both teens wore scowls directed at the rest of the stunned gang. Said gang eventually found their voices, and outraged cries of, "You BSTRDS hurt Yoko-chin," and, "You're messing with the wrong people," rang out. Whether they heard the gang or were ignoring them, Sato couldn't tell, for the teenage boy scratched his chin in mock concentration. He spoke in a fairly deep voice. 7 guys beating up one guy who isn't even given the chance to defend himself. All because they want to teach him not to mess with them, the girl continued in a surprisingly gentle alto tone. And let's not forget the PSS in his pants part, the boy finished. I think the ones that need a lesson are you guys. Sato was surprised when the girl cut in confidently, I get the remaining odd one out. She was evidently confident in her skills, and by the looks of it, so was the boy of his. The teenage boy looked like he wanted to protest, but he eventually rolled his eyes and grudgingly gave way. Meanwhile, the 7 juvenile gangsters were finding confidence in numbers, and were getting annoyed that they were being ignored. Hey! One thug said. Don't you dare ignore us. Both teens turned to look at the gang member who spoke up. Okay, the boy said simply, and suddenly, the girl shot forward and snapped a foot into his chin, dropping the gang member like a sack of potatoes. She'd moved so quickly and unexpectedly that Sato had barely been able to follow. The other members recoiled in shock as well, but instead of following up, the girl merely bounced back towards the boy, who didn't seem all that surprised with her speed. They both moved into fighting stances, waiting for the others to retaliate. Snapping out of their shock, the remaining gang members attacked the 2 teens while Sato watched on, keeping one eye on the fight and another on breaking his bonds. However, he quickly found that his full attention could not be drawn from watching what was effectively a massacre. An extremely short one. The girl weaved gracefully through her opponents, easily countering everything thrown at her. She used her small stature to her advantage, but was apparently physically stronger than she looked, parrying hits without any sign of discomfort. That didn't make her hits any less dangerous, effortlessly felling one of them with just a blow to the head and another down for a considerably long time with a feet in his gut. The boy moved as fast as the girl, but his attacks were more brutal, dislocating the shoulder of one gang member and sending one crashing into the couch at such force it even toppled the couch. They moved with such fluidity and speed, dispatching the gang members with such ease that Sato could only stare in wide-eyed amazement. They both took down half the remaining juveniles each, but he could tell that either of them would have been able to take down all 7 on their own with similar ease. He could do the same, but not without sustaining a few hits. As for the 2 of them, not a single attack by the gang members connected. In less than 2 minutes, the only ones still standing were the newcomers, and neither of them looked out of breath. Are you okay? The girl asked Sato as the boy went to work on the electric rope. Yeah. Thank you, Sato said. The girl was assessing his injuries. You're bleeding. Sato could feel blood trickling from his mouth, but the pain wasn't as bad as he'd expect. It's nothing. There might be bruising tomorrow, but he was otherwise fine. How'd they even get the drop on someone your size? The boy commented as the ropes fell away. Sato flexed his hands and rubbed them to bring circulation back to his hands. Taser, he mumbled, still slightly annoyed that he'd gotten caught. Both teens looked confused. What's a taser? Sato blinked in mild surprise, then shrugged it off. Tasers weren't common in Japan, it wasn't issued to police, so it wasn't all that surprising if they hadn't heard of it. Stun gun, was all he elaborated. So. Why did they attack you? He shrugged. Stopped one of them from beating up a kid. Anger flashed on their faces, but it was gone just as quickly. The boy looked at the downed gangsters. Scumbags, he spat. He looked like he wanted to go rearrange their faces again, but the girl touched his arm. He turned to look at her, and she gave a slight shake of her head. Scowling, the boy turned back to Sato, who missed none of the exchange. Do you need us to take you to a doctor or something? The girl asked. Sato wiped the blood from his mouth. Sure enough, the action sent pain spreading across his face, but it wasn't anything different from what he got into as a child. No, but thank you, he replied. Both teens looked like they wanted to press the issue, but eventually, the boy said, well, if you insist. Better check it out though. I will. Thank you. They both smiled and nodded before turning to leave. Sato watched them in mild surprise as the girl slipped her hand into the boy's one. Were they together? It certainly seemed so, but they couldn't be that old. He also caught the front part of their conversation. Given our track record with bridges, I think we better stay clear of them from now on. What was that all about? Oh well, it wasn't his place to question anyway. They were an odd pair though. They both looked and sounded Japanese, but their speech was slightly old, almost like how the elderly spoke to each other, and not the slang youths use these days. It was then that he realized he didn't know their names, let alone introduce his. Chapter 44, Welcome to Karakura High. 2 months later. I still think you're crazy, Hirako said casually. Well then, you must be crazier to let me go then, Ichigo replied. Maybe. It's your life, I'm not your boss, but I'm not letting you waste away while you're off chasing useless education that you probably don't need. Yeah well, it's education I never did have, considering I died as a child. Moreover, hanging out here with you guys is kinda boring, especially since my stay in the living world is indefinite, Ichigo replied with a smirk. Besides, I've always wondered how different school life is compared to the academy. Well, he has a point, one of the wizard, Rojuro Odoribashi, chimed in. This time, it was Hirako's turn to smirk. Yeah, and seeing Rukia-chan in a school uniform has nothing to do with it. Ichigo rolled his eyes and turned away before Hirako could notice the blush on his face. Well, I'm off. Don't do anything we won't do, Hirako called out. Ichigo snorted. Not a lot, then, he murmured under his breath. School. Urahara blinked at them in confusion. Whatever brought about this idea? Ichigo shrugged. Just a little bored, I guess. Training aside, the wizards don't really do much in their spare time aside from arguing amongst themselves. They seldom leave unless it's to get food or something, and I don't think my sanity's that far gone yet. I could have more productive use with my time, and since we'll be staying here indefinitely, why not? Urahara turned silently to Rukia. We've discussed this, and it's pretty much the same reason as Ichigo, she continued. If Ichigo's not free, my spare time isn't put to much good use too. Besides, there's only so much the two of us can do together. From the sounds of it, there are some things you haven't tried yet, Urahara said with a hint of a smirk. Really? Like what? Well, for instance, you two haven't had SYOW. Ichigo and Rukia started at Urahara's sudden yelp of pain, and the reason for that was made apparent when the black cat suddenly hopped onto the table Urahara was sitting at. It hissed threateningly at Urahara and bared its claws at him before turning around and dismissing him with a flick of its tail. The couple stared at the cat bemusedly, wondering what brought about that hostile behavior. Haven't had what? Rukia inquired again. Huh? Oh, it's nothing, Urahara said a little too hastily while glancing nervously at the cat. The two of them just stared at him blankly. Fair enough, you two make a valid point. But why are you telling me this? Will you be able to help us arrange something? Rukia asked. Or at least point us in the right direction, Ichigo added. Urahara pondered for a moment. I could, but as you two seem prepared to stay for the foreseeable future, you should get up to speed with the current Japanese education curriculum. The school year starts in 2 weeks, and I don't think that's enough time. Starting a couple of weeks late shouldn't be a problem though. Let's see. Urahara said, surveying them for a moment. Now, Kurosaki can pass off as a 17 or 18-year-old, but Kachiki, on the other hand, can only pass off as a 15 or 16-year-old student without too many questions being asked. I assume you two want to be in the same school grade, and taking into account your crash course in the modern Japanese curriculum, I suggest passing off as 15-year-olds, which means you'll be attending the first year of high school. Ichigo nodded. Thank you, Urahara-san. I suppose we'd better start learning the subjects then. What do they teach in school these days anyway? Urahara scratched his chin as he racked his memory. Wow, you really are serious. Let's see. There's math, science, Japanese, history, physical education, which I highly doubt either of you will have trouble in, and a few others that aren't necessary. So where and how do we enroll? Rukia asked. You can leave that to me. When you're ready, I'll talk to you two again. Ichigo nodded. We'll get started then. As Ichigo quickly came to realize, Rukia was more excited than him about going to school, taking studying more seriously than he did, which was saying something. It was as if she had something to prove, much like her academy days. It probably had something to do with the fact that she died as a baby and never experienced the living world, not that he was much different. And speaking of the academy, they both showed that they had been in the advanced class for a reason. Both of them rapidly tore through the entire Japanese middle school curriculum within a mere 2 weeks for the subjects they were going to take, gaining a general understanding of things that were completely new to them and putting them at least on par with their would-be peers. Ichigo found mathematics ridiculously easy while Rukia found science very interesting. In addition, they also found time to research on Japan's modern culture, including speech patterns and mannerisms. Ichigo had an easier time grasping all this new information, finding most of it pretty easy, but coupled with her enthusiasm, Rukia never lagged behind. And now, 2 weeks later, they were ready to start, just in time for school to start. He was still training while studying, so unfortunately he still had to stay with the Vizards until the day before he started school while Rukia stayed in the Urahara shop, although they were able to study together. As a result, the reactions he got from them when they realized he was going to attend school varied slightly, but followed the same general train of thought: he was crazy. Like they were one to talk. But before you two start tomorrow, there's one more thing left. Your cover stories. Urahara beamed at them. He wanted to brief them about a few things, making it seem as if they were actually on a mission. Rukia frowned. Haven't we already decided that we would both be transfer students from another high school? Urahara's smile didn't falter. Ah yes. Well, with regards to that, there's been a slight complication. What complication? Ah, it's something I didn't foresee, to be honest, he said with his smile still plastered on his face. But there's someone named Kurosaki in this town. A surprised and confused Ichigo blinked. Wow, what are the odds of that, he said aloud. Japan had tens, if not hundreds of thousands different surnames. It was quite rare to find someone with the same surname as you whom you didn't already know. Perhaps he's some distant descendant of someone in my family, he suggested, missing the look on Rukia's face. Perhaps, Urahara agreed. Regardless, it wouldn't do for you to start school and not know who this person is. Too many questions will be raised. As such, I have modified that person's memory to believe you are his nephew from eastern Tokyo, namely, Shinjuku. Your parents have gone on a year-long overseas business trip and don't trust you to be alone, hence, your uncle has graciously offered to serve as your guardian during this time. Your friend, or girlfriend, I'll leave that up to you, also demanded to join you, and her parents agreed, which brings you two here. I initially wanted to do a sob story of your parents passing away, but it'll mean more work. From the nonchalant smile that never left his face, you'd think that Urahara thoroughly enjoyed fabricating a cover story. Wait, so we'll be staying with this relative of Ichigo's? Rukia asked. Right in one. He runs a house clinic and has 2 middle school daughters, so it's not just him. Unfortunately, or fortunately, that means you get to stay with him. It's a chance to experience how the living people live these days. He knows you two have some extracurricular activities, so he won't question you too much. Now, any questions? The two of them deliberated for a moment. What's his name? Rukia asked. Both of them missed the slight thinning of Urahara's smile. Isshin. Kurosaki Isshin. Here it is, Rukia said while double-checking the directions given by Urahara. Well, there really wasn't a need to, for the house they were standing directly outside of had a large sign with the words, Kurosaki Clinic, printed on it. It's larger than the houses on this street, Rukia also noted. Well, according to Urahara, part of it's a clinic, so this Isshin person also lives here, Ichigo replied. Half of it's probably the clinic. They stood in silence for a moment. Well, no use waiting here, Rukia said before striding up to the front door and pressing the bell. There was silence for a moment, before, Karen. You didn't tell Daddy that you have guests over. A loud voice suddenly boomed from the house, surprising both of them. They stared up at the house in slight shock. I don't, an equally loud girl's voice yelled back in reply. It's probably a patient or something. We're closed. Why are you telling me that? Go tell that to whoever's at the door. Before that last sentence was finished, the door opened slightly, and a young girl's head poked out. She had light brown hair and dark innocent brown eyes. She smiled at them. Hello, are you here to see my dad? Ichigo looked at the young girl and blinked. Something about her face. Not noticing Ichigo's hesitation, Rukia replied, Hello, is Dr. Kurosaki in? Yes, but I apologize. The clinic is closed. Oh, we're not here for treatment, Rukia said. Ichigo is Dr. Kurosaki's nephew. Did he tell you we were coming? The young girl looked confused for a moment before her face brightened. Oh. Otusan said something about that, but he never mentioned names, she said, opening the door wider. I'm Yuzu, she said with a slight bow. Hello. I'm Ichigo, Ichigo said with a warm smile, finally regaining his voice. For some strange reason, this was the first time he was meeting his cousin, but just looking at this young girl was causing an unexplainable protective urge to well up within him. He gestured at Rukia. This is Rukia, my girlfriend. Yuzu beamed. Hello, you're quite pretty, she said bluntly. You must really like my Otoko to follow him all the way from, she paused and furrowed her brow, trying to remember where they were from. Shinjuku, Rukia supplied helpfully. Really? That's nice. I haven't traveled out of town before, the young girl nibbled on her lip in thought. Oh, where are my manners? Come in, she said, stepping aside to let them pass. Ichigo and Rukia obliged. They paused a little further in to take in the house's layout. Directly to their left was a spacious kitchen, along with a large rectangular table which was probably the dining area, while diagonally to the right was the lounge, which had one of those televisions they'd seen before. In front of them was a long corridor that contained a couple more doors and a staircase leading up to the second floor. It was from this staircase that another young girl, this time with black hair, descended. Eh? Who's this? The girl, who looked no older than Yuzu, asked. Ooh, Karen-chan. Yuzu bounded over eagerly. This is Ichigo Nizan. Remember Papa said our cousin would be staying with us for a while? She sped back towards Ichigo, latched onto his arm and dragged him forward slightly, followed by an amused Rukia. Caught by surprise, Ichigo looked at Yuzu in confusion, but made no move to shake her off. He heard Rukia sniff in amusement, but ignored her. The second girl, or Karen, as Yuzu addressed her, looked blank for a moment before understanding showed. Oh, right. Ichigo, was it? She said nonchalantly before turning to Rukia. And I take it you're the future niece-in-law, as the old man puts it? Rukia was beaten to a response by Yuzu. Karen-chan, the young girl admonished. That's no way to talk to Rukia-chan. Yeah, sorry, I guess, Karen said. The old man's been getting on my nerves. I'm Karen, Yuzu's twin sister, even though we don't look alike. Ichigo smiled slightly. He liked these two young girls, even though he only just met them. They were interrupted by a faint thumping sound that rapidly got louder. Then, a door to their left burst open, causing Yuzu to let out a small squeak of surprise while Karen merely sighed and palmed her face. From the doorway strode a tall muscular man with spiky black hair. The doctor's coat hanging from his arm identified him as Kurosaki Ishin, Ichigo's uncle. He took one look at the newcomers and beamed widely. Well, hello there, he boomed, tossing his white coat onto a chair before striding towards them. Ichigo, he clapped the disguised Shinigami on both shoulders, and Ichigo was surprised by the strength in the hit. You've grown so much since I last saw you. Yuzu and Karen weren't even born then. How are my brother and his wife? Yeah, they're doing fine, Ichigo said, not sure of how to respond. Excellent. Then, he turned his attention to Rukia. So you're the girl who can't bear to be separated from my nephew, eh? Hello, I'm Kurosaki Ishin, the best doctor you'll find in this town. Rukia directed a smirk at Ichigo. Kuchiki Rukia. Yes, well, he'll get into too much trouble otherwise. It's nice to meet you, Kurosaki-sensei, she said with a bow. Ishin waved her off. Ah, there's no need to call me that. You can just call me Ishin, or Uncle Ishin. After all, you're like a member of the family already. Rukia stared at Ichigo, who returned it, both at a loss of how to respond. But Ishin wasn't finished. And Ichigo, the jovial doctor whispered conspiratorially to Ichigo. While I approve of your choice, try not to provide my brother with grandchildren without his being around to witness it. Ichigo blanched slightly and stared at his uncle, shocked at his openness, and he could tell Rukia was mirroring his actions. That thought had crossed their minds, but both still weren't ready for it. Ishin continued talking, seemingly unaware of his visitor's discomfort. Anyway, I hope you two have eaten. Dinner was 2 hours ago, but I think there are some leftovers Yuzu can heat up for you if you want. We'll start our grand tour, he made a sweeping motion with his hand. And we'll show you two to your rooms. Not the same one, of course. Yuzu, Karen, I'll leave these two in your care while I take a shower. And he disappeared before anyone else could say anything else. A slightly embarrassed Yuzu turned to them. Sorry about that. Our father can get a little hyper at times. That's okay, Rukia said assuredly. I think it would make for an interesting stay. Ichigo wholeheartedly agreed. The next day. Huh. I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Kojima Mizuiro said distractedly without tearing his eyes away from his phone, noting vaguely that he'd just stepped into Karakura High School for the very first time. From the corner of his eye, he could see the jaw of his longtime junior high friend, Asano Kigo, drop. You didn't hear what I said, his tall, brown-haired, goofy friend whined in mock, or real, he couldn't really tell, horror. But this is important. Sato Yasutora is coming to Karakura High School. Our school. This time, the baby-faced teen did look up. Sato Yasutora from Mashiba Junior High. Yes. Don't you know what this means? He sounded like he was crying. If Mizuiro wasn't already familiar with Kigo's mannerisms, he would have thought his friend was really crying. Not really, no, he replied. He'd heard much about Yasutora, but not knowing the person personally, he wasn't about to speculate anything. Kigo froze for seconds before exclaiming, supplementing his defense with his wildly gesticulating hands, "Are you kidding? This is serious. He's the bully from hell. There are rumors that he has ties with the Yakuza. He smuggles drugs, beats up people who are their enemies, and once he even went into a bookstore and looked at pawn magazines for, 5 hours. 5 hours. Wasn't that last thing something you did?" Kigo's eyes widened and he made a few strangled noises. His was way worse, he excused lamely. Mizuiro didn't bother telling his friend that merely confirmed what he did. But those are just rumors, right? You didn't even see it for yourself, and you haven't even met him before, how would you know what he's like? Kigo wasn't finished. What? But this is Sato we're talking about. His reputation speaks for himself. He's a giant. No one is that big at only 15 years old. He must be on steroids or something. He's even capable of breaking construction beams. With him in our school, it's only a matter of time before he causes trouble. Stifling a laugh, Mizuiro pocketed his phone. "Oh look, our classes are posted," he said, pointing to the crowd of students that had gathered at the front of the school courtyard. "Let's go find our classes." Without waiting for a reply, Mizuiro quickened his pace, letting Kigo follow behind in his over-exaggerated misery. A quick glance enabled Mizuiro to locate their names before Kigo caught up with him. "Oh look, it looks like we're both in class 1 to 3. He continued scanning the list, recognizing a few of the names as acquaintances. Kigo, meanwhile, was focused on one particular name. "Are you kidding me?" he burst out in tears. "Sato Yasutora is in our class. Oh, what did I ever do to deserve this?" Mizuiro shook his head in slight exasperation and pointedly ignored his friend, instead focusing on another name. "Hey, Kigo, you know that doctor that runs a home clinic? Dr. Kurosaki?" Kigo immediately stopped his wailing. "Yeah, why? He has dizygotic twin daughters, right?" "Dizzy? What?" Mizuiro could sense a few of Kigo's brain cells dying. "Dizygotic twins. Twins that don't look alike. Read about it in some birth magazine." "What the heck were you doing reading a magazine about birth?" Kigo asked. "Research purposes," Mizuiro replied vaguely. "They're both in middle school, if I'm not wrong." "I guess so. Haven't visited his clinic before." "Why?" "In that case, who is this?" Mizuiro pointed to a name directly below Sato's name. It read, Kurosaki Ichigo. They both stared in silence at that name, as if it was going to start giving them answers. "I don't recall him ever having a son," Mizuiro said. "You think he's related to Dr. Kurosaki?" Kigo asked. "I suppose. It's quite unlikely for them to have the same surname and not know each other." Finally managing to take his friend's mind off Sato Yasutora ruining their high school life, Mizuiro roped Kigo into a discussion about the rest of their classmates until the bell eventually rang. 1 to 6. "I can see the classroom numbers for myself just fine, Rukia," Ichigo said. "I know that," Rukia replied. "But you seem a little distracted by the stares you seem to be getting." "Well, they have been nothing short of irritating," he griped in response. "And they don't even have the decency to keep their voices down. I mean, what's wrong with orange hair? It's not exactly common, is it?" Rukia replied. "Even back at Soul Society, mostly everyone's hair is black. Only Matsumoto's hair is close to your color, and I think she once said it was dyed." She didn't mention that she too had heard some of the comments Ichigo didn't seem to catch. They were whispered by girls who were saying how hot Ichigo was. She didn't understand what that meant. It was a fairly cool day, and Ichigo wasn't sweating, so how could he be hot? She didn't like the tone which these girls used though. It reminded her a lot about the tone in Matsumoto's voice when she tried getting her way. It was the official first day of the new school year. The weekly assembly didn't fall on Mondays, hence, students headed straight for their homeroom, where the bulk of classes were to be held. Classes started at 8:30 a.m., so while some students chose to enter early and secure a good seat, others chose to abuse the time and enter on time or blatantly late. Ichigo and Rukia fell into the former category, seeing as they wanted to make a good first day's impression. There were already a few students when they entered. They gave them short curious glances before resuming whatever they were doing, although once again, stares seemed to linger on Ichigo. Ignoring it, they both chose seats in the second row, much like their days back at the academy, with Ichigo taking a window seat. Then, they quickly ran through their cover stories again while keeping an eye out for any eavesdroppers. Wouldn't do for someone to question their origins. They then spent the remaining few minutes student watching as more and more students streamed in. Some of them appeared to know at least someone else in the class, while most of them just took seats and minded their own business. According to Urahara, these students came from various middle schools in nearby towns. A few of them caught their attention though. Shortly after they arrived, an average-height teen entered the classroom. He was bespectacled and had chin-length black hair. He paused the moment he entered the class and, like others, his gaze fell on them. However, unlike the other students, who seemed fixated with Ichigo's hair color, this boy's piercing stare alternated between him and Rukia. It was almost like he was staring through them, instead of at them. As Ichigo and Rukia stared back in curiosity, they were surprised to see his eyes narrow and his lips twist into a scowl. He then turned away, took a seat, and paid them no further attention. At the same time, they both sensed it, a faint trace of Ryatsu emitting from the boy. They looked at each other, concerned about what that meant. There was no reason for him to be hostile towards them, so did he sense their Ryatsu? If so, that meant that he was consciously hiding his own. He had training to hide his high Ryoryoku levels. Did he know what, or who, they were? It was something they had to monitor. Then, a few minutes before 8:30, a familiar towering figure walked in. It was the same teenager they'd saved from the thugs 3 weeks ago. Amidst the excitement that day, they didn't really remember how he looked like or what his name was, except that he was extremely tall and muscular. Now taking a good look at him, they saw that he was dark-skinned and had wavy brown hair, which hung over one side of his face. It came as a surprise to see him, because they would never have pegged him for a 15-year-old, he looked much older than that. Recognition showed on his face when he spotted the two of them, but he merely nodded slightly and took a seat in the middle of the classroom. Both of them didn't fail to notice the temporary silence that fell upon the class when he entered. Aside from that, there were few others of interest, except for a pretty orange-haired girl, whose most distinctive feature was her extremely large chest. Having worked with Matsumoto for a while, Ichigo was amused to note the various trance-like effects her presence seemed to have on the boys in the class, and strangely enough, one girl. While some didn't seem affected, many of the boys were sneaking second and third glances at the girl, who appeared oblivious to the commotion she was causing. One boy was even staring openly, and appeared to be drooling. As for Ichigo himself, working with Matsumoto allowed him to resist any temptations. Neither did he want to upset Rukia. At 8:30 sharp, their teacher walked in. With a grin, she said, "Good morning class. I'm Oki Misato, and I'll be your homeroom teacher this year. In addition to that, I'll be your teacher for math and science. That means you'll be stuck seeing me for just about every day, unless you fall ill or play truant." The students looked a little bemused at her casual attitude, but she didn't seem to notice. Misato then went on to describe the school curriculum and their daily routine. "For those who were too lazy to read the handbook we sent you," she quipped. Or, in two students' cases, because they were completely new to this whole thing. Both of them didn't pay much attention during roll call, figuring they'll have time to remember their classmates' names. They did, however, take note when the thin bespectacled boy's name was called, Ishidawiru. Then finally, they reached the K's. Rukia's name was called first without any incident, before Ichigo was called. Misato raised an eyebrow. Kurosaki Ichigo, she looked up. Ichigo stood. Hi, I'm Kurosaki. She looked at him for a moment. Any relation to Dr. Kurosaki? Yes, he's my uncle. Ichigo half recited the cover story he'd gone through numerous times with Rukia. The teacher flipped a page on the roster and paused, reading a note, it seemed, before understanding dawned on her face. Oh, I see. You're the temporary transfer student, along with, she checked her notes again. Kuchiki. Hi, Rukia stood up as well. We're both from Shinjuku, and we're both supposed to be enrolled in Shinjuku Yamabuki High School. My parents are both on a business trip, Ichigo continued, so we've both transferred here for at least a year and are staying with my uncle. Oh, that's interesting, Misato absent-mindedly nodded, and instead of asking further questions like they'd expected, she just told them both to sit down and moved on with the roll call. The rest of the morning passed by without much incident, and they managed to learn that the huge teen was called Yasutora Sado. They also noted a number of their classmates looking at him nervously. They were introduced to a couple more of their teachers, who promptly started lessons after introductions were given. Both had little trouble following the lessons. It was only the first day, after all, but they had little time to talk between themselves. It was only until lunchtime that they finally had time to do more than exchange a few words with each other. So, how was your first week in school? Yoruchi asked casually while her movements were a blur, striking rapidly at her opponent with her zanpakuto. It was fun. Eventful might be a better word, Rukia replied as she maintained her concentration in defending and search for openings in her mentor's attack patterns. Yoruchi grinned. Really? And why's that? A burst of speed saw her launching a flurry of strikes at Rukia, but the smaller Shinigami easily parried them away. Our classmates dash. There was a short break in the conversation while Rukia attempted to slash Yoruchi's thigh. Our classmates are very friendly, although some of them are a little unique. There's one boy who is prone to overreacting at the smallest things. Aha, and what else is there? Yoruchi pressed with a widening grin. Rukia scowled in slight irritation. I don't like the way some of the girls behave around, or speak to, Ichigo. It's almost as if they're trying to get his attention. Wow, never thought I'll see the day where Kuchiki Rukia becomes jealous. I'm not. Rukia protested, only for conversation to stop for a few moments as her hand was nearly carved by Yoruchi's blade. I'm just annoyed at how these girls are disregarding the feelings of others, all while setting themselves up for certain disappointment. Sure, whatever you say. Yoruchi attempted one final attack before coming to a halt and sheathing her zanpakuto. Rukia mirrored her action. Not bad, Rukia. You were able to maintain concentration in combat, aside from the few narrow misses. A far cry from how easy it was to get you flustered when we first started. It wasn't that bad, Rukia attempted to dismiss nonchalantly, her reddening face not helping one bit. Sure, and dropping your zanpakuto when I asked if you've slept with Ichigo was a sign of immense concentration. You didn't use that term. You just bluntly asked if I had a CC with Ichigo. Who wouldn't be surprised by such a blunt question? Rukia protested. Come to think about it, you never did answer that question, Yoruchi pressed on with complete awareness of her student's discomfort. Rukia sniffed in mixed annoyance and embarrassment. I have no time for this. She stretched out her zanpakuto, and it began glowing. A tendril of opaque white light snaked out, traveling to the ground before expanding into a shape larger than Rukia. The glow faded, and in place was a tall, beautiful woman, her pure white furosode kimono giving her an ethereal appearance. Yoruchi grinned, recognizing the spirit that Rukia had finally managed to summon just 3 days ago. "I'll be over there if you need me," she jerked her thumb towards a tall, overhanging rock that gave her a vantage point over the entire training area. Taking that as her cue, the woman drew a zanpakuto that was identical in every way to the one in Rukia's hand. "We've discussed this already. Don't expect me to hold back, Rukia." 2 months later. Ichigo. An annoying sing-song voice floated up the staircase and into Ichigo's room, causing the orange-haired teen to frown. He gave a soft sigh, knowing exactly why his uncle was looking for him. He leaned back in his chair, dropping his pen on the open book in front of him as he swiveled his chair to face the door. And to think they agreed not to draw attention to themselves. 2 months of school had passed, and the two Shinigami were well settled in the Kurosaki household, Ichigo more so than Rukia. He couldn't explain it, but he felt a sense of content and protectiveness every time he saw his two cousins. He was given a guest room, while Rukia stayed with the girls, but he'd come to think of it as his room. Interaction came effortlessly, and the two young girls clearly looked up to him like an older brother. In fact, just a week ago, a heavily blushing Yuzu had come up to him and asked about his relationship with Rukia, and how and when they got together. A passing Karen had bluntly stated that Yuzu was having a little girl crush on some boy in our class, much to her twin sister's mortification. Ensnared by his cousin's begging eyes, Ichigo had no choice but to regale the prepared tale of how he'd first asked Rukia out and their first kiss, all while Rukia did all she could to not burst out laughing. Perhaps it was because they had the same surname, but Ichigo felt a sense of belonging here, almost as if they were family. Perhaps they really were descendants of his family. "Ichigo, normally I'd wait in case you're indecent in there, but since there are women in the house who could walk in on you, I'm teaching you a lesson by coming in without waiting anyway," the voice of his uncle said very quickly before the door was yanked open. Ichigo looked at his uncle with slight trepidation, expecting a look of anger and disappointment. Despite knowing he was way older than the Kurosaki patriarch, Ichigo felt as if he was really a teenager about to be reprimanded by his uncle. He was, however, unprepared to see a grin instead. "Now, what's this I hear about a fight over Rukia?" Ichigo looked at his beaming uncle, realizing that it was premature to expect a normal reaction from him. Kurosaki Ishin reminded him a lot about most of Seoul society's captains. He was friendly, capable, responsible and caring, had an authoritative air and used it, and more importantly, was a little touched in the head. His uncle was loud, boisterous, and more than a little crazy, as he found out the hard way. He was rarely found without a grin on his face. The only time he'd ever seen his uncle being serious was 2 weeks ago, when a child sporting a temperature of over 40 C was brought in. In short, he was the polar opposite of Ichitsugeya Toshiro. It wasn't annoying per se, but he tended to go overboard with his enthusiasm. In fact, just days after their arrival, he'd taken to creeping up on Ichigo in the morning and screaming in his ear to wake him up. The bruises and black eyes received over the course of that week didn't even deter him. He merely kept his distance and used of a loud hailer instead. Threats made were completely ignored, even though it wouldn't be right for Ichigo to disembowel him. Thoughts of using Kido were commonplace. You'd think he was a glutton for punishment. "It wasn't a fight over Rukia," Ichigo replied bluntly, not bothering to lie. "Well, not exactly." The grin didn't fade. Ichigo, there's nothing wrong with defending your girlfriend's honor." "Okay, fine. It wasn't originally a fight over Rukia. See? Not so hard was it?" "Come," Ishin plopped down onto Ichigo's bed. "Tell me about it." "Earlier that day." "Ichigo. Kuchiki-chan," a distant voice called out just as Ichigo and Rukia were entering the school compound hand in hand. Turning to the source of the voice, they saw Asano Kigo speeding towards them, with Ms. Wiro making up the distance at a leisurely pace. "How are you doing, Ichigo?" "Kuchiki-chan, you're looking as pretty as always." Rukia gave a giggle while a frown crossed Ichigo's face. According to Ms. Wiro, not that it wasn't painfully obvious, Kigo was a pervert, although he fancied himself as something of a ladies' man. As a result, he was always flirting with anyone who wore a skirt, and trying, and failing, to score a date, bawling in misery whenever he couldn't. Which was all the time. As such, it irked Ichigo to hear the careless way Kigo spoke to Rukia, even though their relationship was known. At least he hadn't attempted to look up her skirt, like he'd been caught doing to a few other girls. If Rukia didn't kill him, he would. They were reaching the main building's entrance when Ichigo suddenly found his way blocked. His eyes narrowed when he recognized the person in his way. "Oshima, don't you have better things to do, like beating up a chicken or something?" he said calmly. Beside him, he heard a small beep from Kigo. Oshima Ryuki was a junior, 2 levels above Ichigo. He was slightly taller than Ichigo, and had bleached blonde hair and 3 rings in his left ear and 1 on his lower lip. According to his classmates, Oshima was rumored to have only made it to junior level because his father threatened the principal. His dyed hair was the only thing bright about him, but he still had a feared reputation. No one messed with him. He, along with the gang he led, all equally if not more stupid than him, had confronted Ichigo just last week during lunchtime, while he'd been hanging out with most of the guys in his class. Rukia had been dragged away by the girls to talk about what they called girl stuff. Kigo had, in an annoying knowing tone, told a confused Ichigo that girl stuff meant top secret stuff only girls knew about, and which only a few privileged guys were privy to. He kept hinting that he was one such guy, obviously hoping for Ichigo to ask. To his utter bemusement, Oshima had taken offense with Ichigo's orange-colored hair. He demanded that Ichigo stop dyeing his hair, as it was copying his look. When Ichigo pointed out that it was his natural hair color, Oshima merely scoffed. Then he pinned what he obviously thought was an intimidating glare at Ichigo, which nearly caused him to burst out laughing. After being subjected to crippling stares from the likes of captains like Anohana Taishu, this was nothing. Oshima had left with a final warning, but Ichigo hadn't taken it seriously despite Kigo's warnings. He did tell Rukia though, after she'd returned from her girl talk with the other female classmates with a slightly red face. Annoyingly true to Kigo's predictions, Rukia had clammed up about what they talked about, but Ichigo thought nothing about it. So from the looks of it, Oshima was serious about his warning. "What's this, Kurosaki?" Oshima sneered, apparently missing Ichigo's jibe at him, and Ichigo caught a strong whiff of alcohol. His uniform was also rumpled, it looked as if he'd passed out in it. "You still trying to copy me?" He was just going to get it dyed later, Oshima-san, Kigo quickly cut in, obviously trying to be an arbitrator. "Ichigo, just go with me on this. You don't want to get on his bad side, trust me," he hissed. Ichigo though, had no reason to back down. He'd dealt with people like this numerous times, and faced them down, he wasn't scared of this wannabe. "I told you, this is my natural hair color. Why don't you change yours? You look like a piece of cauliflower." He heard Mizuiro and Rukia snort in laughter, while Kigo looked horrified. Oshima, however, took a few seconds to realize he was being insulted. The 3 dummies backing him up still appeared clueless. "What?" he half snarled, half slurred. "Why you won't be so smug once I'm done with you." He took a step forward, but Rukia, who'd remained silent till then, stopped him with a hand. To the untrained eye, it merely looked as if Oshima had stopped in surprise. "You're drunk," she stated bluntly. "Back off before you do something you'll regret." Ichigo gave their still-linked hands a squeeze, silently asking Rukia to watch it. There wasn't any reason to fear coming to blows, but they were still trying not to draw too much attention to themselves, and thus did not want to reveal their fighting capabilities. The only one who knew was Sato, who'd seen them fight but agreed not to say a word. Oshima looked momentarily surprised, and Ichigo felt a sudden flash of anger as the older teen's leering eyes scanned Rukia's figure, before coming to rest on their still-linked hands. Not attracting attention beat med. If he so much as attempted to touch Rukia, he would travel to Soul Society and beat up this guys but after Rukia killed him. Kigo, sensing the rapidly escalating tension, tried to alleviate it. He stepped in between Rukia and Oshima, spluttering, "Oshima-san, my dear friend was only just joking. His girlfriend is only trying to stop him from getting into trouble. There's no need to get angry about this, we can talk it out. You won't want to cause trouble in front of the whole school, would you?" He was, however, unprepared for Oshima's reply. The slightly taller teen snarled at Ichigo and pushed him forcefully away into the crowd that had gathered by then. "Out of my way, loser, unless you want me to beat you up too." Then, he turned back to Ichigo. "So, landed yourself with some young slut, Kurosaki? Didn't know you liked them small. Probably 'cause you are too. Since you're so interested in copying me, perhaps I can copy you this time. Heard you have 2 cousins in middle school. Maybe I can pay them a visit, teach them a thing or two about pleasuring a guy. Who knows, maybe I can help them both at the same time, unless you're already getting it on with Urk." Whatever he wanted to say was never completed, as Ichigo darted forward with inhuman, to almost everyone, speed and sank a fist into Oshima's gut. A few girls screamed as Oshima doubled over and stumbled back, while some guys hooped, but Ichigo grabbed his shirt collar before he could fall, punched him twice in the face and held him up. "I couldn't give a shit about your threats against me," Ichigo growled. "But threaten my girlfriend and my cousins and you'll have no hair to copy, because I'll rip it all out. You got that? Why you dash, crack." Ichigo looked up, suddenly remembering the 2 henchmen backing up Oshima, but was slightly surprised to find one collapsed and the other held in an armlock by none other than Yasutora Sato, who had proven to be much friendlier than was rumored. Nodding his thanks, Ichigo turned his attention back to Oshima. "You got that?" he shook the gang leader. A shocked Oshima spluttered but attempted to smirk with a broken nose and swollen eye. With the gathered crowd silent, everyone could hear his next hushed words. "My men will enjoy having fun with your girlfriend as well." Amidst gasps at Oshima's threats and stupidity, Ichigo glanced at Rukia. She had a look of shock plastered on her face, but he could see her eyes dancing with mirth. She was a Shinigami. She wasn't scared of a few untrained thugs. Resisting the urge to smirk himself, Ichigo turned back to Oshima with a scowl of disgust. "Go ahead. I'll sick her on you." Only 2 other people knew what he meant. Then, he tossed the dazed gangster backwards towards Rukia. Remaining calm throughout, Rukia took a step back, timing her front foot to JRK upwards by a minimal distance, striking Oshima's chin before she also pulled it back, making it seem like she was merely trying to get out of the way. He let out a small noise and collapsed, unconscious on the floor. Silence followed for a second before quite a few cheers followed. Beyond his gang members, Oshima appeared to have been quite unpopular with the general school populace. And seeing him getting slapped around by someone younger, no one was going to be intimidated by him anytime soon. And that was when the principal and a couple of teachers showed up. Ichigo finished while he gauged his uncle's reaction. His mild-mannered smile had dropped at Oshima's first against Karen and Yuzu, and for the first time, a frown appeared on his normally jovial face. "Well, that's more than the school told me," he said before a smile reappeared on his face. "But I suppose in circumstances such as these, I can hardly blame you for your actions, and it looks like the school agrees with me." Ichigo could only raise his eyebrows in surprise. He'd been expecting expulsion or a suspension at the very least. He would have definitely been subjected to endless teasing by Urahara and the Vizard for enrolling in a high school, only to get expelled. "They can't have let me off that easily," he responded skeptically. "Of course not. And it's good that you're taking it like a man." Ishin grinned in approval. "The school has decided that you will serve detentions for 2 weeks, and any further fight started by you will result in at least a suspension." "Started by me?" Ishin gave an exaggerated shrug. "Not my wording. That was quite lenient," he thought. Unprovoked fights, alcohol-induced or not, were usually dealt with quite harshly by all divisions, excluding only the 11th, when they were not part of training. But then again, Zanpakuto were usually involved, which meant visits to the 4th Division. Isshin interrupted him with a hand on his shoulder. He looked serious again, twice in 2 minutes, that had to be some sort of record. Ichigo, as your uncle, I can't condone violence, but since it is to protect your girlfriend's and your cousin's virtues, I'll let it slide. However, don't allow delinquents such as those few provoke you into a fight. I won't be able to overturn a suspension or expulsion if you get into a fight started by you, okay? Take it out of school if you must. Ichigo frowned at the mixed hints messages being sent, but he merely said, yes, Uncle Isshin. Thank you for not punishing me as well. That sounded convincing enough. Well, Isshin clapped his hands and rubbed them. I need to return back to the clinic. If anyone asks, I gave you a dressing down and told you how disappointed I am with you. That's. Sure, I guess, Ichigo hesitated. Alright then, I'll leave you alone for now. Just remember, don't do anything I won't do. And if I may make a suggestion, Isshin leaned in and whispered conspiratorially. I'm pretty sure Rukia would love to thank you for defending her, if you know what I mean. I guess she should, Ichigo agreed. After telling me she can handle it, which she can, he thought. Although he'd definitely experienced a flash of worry for Rukia this morning, it was over quickly. She could defend herself easily. It was his cousins, whom he was beginning to see as little sisters, he was worried for. In fact, he was half hoping Oshima would try something against him and Rukia. He wouldn't know what hit him. By his side, his uncle beamed widely. Excellent, my dear Ichigo, glad you're ready. Of course, I won't tell your parents if you don't want to, but don't be so loud. And remember the most important rule, a dramatic pause. Use a condom. Ichigo's confusion grew with every word, and he spluttered slightly at his last words. Huh. Rukia and I aren't sleeping together. And what has that have to do with oh? He finally got it. But by then, Isshin had left the room. Ichigo huffed in irritation. Trust his uncle to spring some nonsensical subtle innuendo at him. They weren't ready to take that step just yet, although Ichigo was sure his resistance was slowly crumbling, given how different. The standard Shinigami attire was from the living world. He could still remember the first time he'd seen Rukia in that yellow dress of hers. It had taken everything to stop himself from staring at the figure he knew was hidden beneath the loose Shinigami Shihakusho, which he could also feel from their close contact, but had yet to see for himself. However, the threat of what Byakuya might do to him if and when he found out was still an effective deterrent. For now. And they were supposed to be only 15 in the living world anyway. He leaned back in his chair, slightly thankful he hadn't been expelled or suspended. Rukia would be supportive, after she was done teasing him. The wizard he was sure would never stop. What surprised him was that his uncle hadn't reprimanded him, not that it would have done much good, instead praising him for his response. Kurosaki Isshin was definitely crazy. But then again, he could work with crazy. Chapter 45, and so begins the cannon's charge. He was running along the brick path, a feeling of pure, childish joy coursing through him, and a wealth of energy fueling his steps. He put on a burst of speed, running as fast as his legs could carry him as he imagined speeding along as those huge four-legged brown animals found everywhere. He found himself in front of a store, and immediately ran up to the table placed directly at the entrance. He grabbed the edges and tiptoed as far as he could, gazing in wonder at the myriad of devices and figurines that came in a multitude of color. He recognized the many toys on display, of which he had many of them, like the kendama and the taketombo, as well as his personal favorite, the daramatoshi. There were even tops of varying sizes. Ichigo, a soft voice lightly chided. Don't wander off. He instinctively turned at the sound of the woman's voice, but he stayed put and watched his Oka-san approach. Easily identifiable by her golden-colored hair, he wished his was the same color and not orange. His Oka-san knelt down and smiled at him, but strangely, he couldn't see her eyes. Come, Ichigo, your father is looking for us, she smiled, and he couldn't help but smile back, concern over not seeing half her face melting away. He enjoyed hearing his mother's voice. It always seemed so soothing, and nothing could go wrong as long as he could hear her voice. Not even if he fell and bruised himself or cowered from the loud noises that sometimes came when it rained. Obliging, he let go of the table and held out his hand. His mother smiled again and straightened as she took it in hers and slowly guided him back in the direction they came from. A few minutes later, he was getting bored, but he obediently stayed silent as his mother led him into a familiar medicinal shop. He was familiar with it, of course, his family owned it. But he wasn't really interested in the dull colors and weird smells. "Ah, Masaki. Sorry about this, but Yagami. Take over for a moment." There was a rustling sound and a man came striding over to them. He looked up at the man, recognizing the voice of his father before his face came into view. His father grinned, sweeping a hand through his black, spiky hair that remained resolutely pointing upwards. Again, he couldn't see the upper part of his father's face as well. He had spiky hair just like his father, but it was in all directions instead of just upwards. When his parents were out, he would sometimes sneak into their room and try to use his mother's comb to make his hair look more like his father's. I wasn't expecting it so early in the day, but luckily, it came only an hour ago. His father handed something to his mother, but he wasn't really following the conversation that used words he didn't know, but his eyes swiveled back and forth, depending on who was speaking. As he watched his father, the black and white Western kimono, as his father called it, changed into a long strange-looking white garment, which he somehow instinctively knew was called a coat. Then, as his father looked down at him, his face slowly faded into view. Lines signaling old age started appearing on his face, and he found himself looking at Uncle Ishin. On his bed, Ichigo's eyes snapped open. "My uncle's crazy," Ichigo complained to the group of friends he and Rukia were sitting with as they loitered in class for lunch. "Really? How so?" Michiru asked. "I mean, don't get me wrong. He's a doctor and everything, and he takes it seriously, but everything else requires him to do something completely random or stupid," Ichigo continued ranting. "What did he do?" Mizuiro asked again. Ichigo didn't answer for a moment, so Rukia volunteered. "He sent Ichigo on a treasure hunt for a new computer he'd bought for us to use. That's all." "Doesn't really sound that ridiculous to me," Mizuiro said. "Let me clarify," Ichigo countered. "He sent me on a treasure hunt for the different parts of the computer, keyboard, mouse, monitor, CPU, all quite big and easy to find, right?" "Nope, he took out half the keys on the keyboard, as well as the mouse ball, and hid them around the house. And the worst part? He placed the entire family's dinner on my head. If I didn't find everything within 3 hours, no one would be able to eat dinner." A mixture of amusement and outrage greeted his words, but Rukia only half listened as Ichigo regaled the entire story, since she'd been there when it happened. The two had returned on Friday evening after Ichigo began serving the first day of his 2 weeks' worth of detentions. The day's task was easy: sweep all the first-floor classrooms, including their own, in place of the routine cleanup each class did. Unlike most students, however, he didn't drag his feet and whine constantly. Besides, Rukia had waited for him, and although she wasn't allowed to help him, there was nothing against staying in school to study. Their homeroom teacher, Oki Misato, was the supervisor for the day's detention, and she received confused looks from the both of them when she handed Ichigo 2 brooms and dustpans. "Here, Kurosaki," she'd said as she handed the cleaning equipment to a bemused Ichigo. "You can start from my classroom and work your way through the others. If you're done before the 2 hours are up, you may return to the classroom and study." Sensei," Ichigo replied. "You gave me 2 of each." "Did I?" she replied absently. It appears I did." "Well then, that's easy. Grow an extra pair of hands and you'll be done in half the time." Wondering if their teacher had taken leave of her senses, the two of them said nothing. She turned to Rukia. "Now, Kuchiki, please remember that you're not allowed to be caught helping Kurosaki or I'll have no choice but to extend his detention. And with that, I'll be returning at," she checked the classroom clock. 5, "Get to it." And with a wink, she disappeared. It didn't take long for Rukia to interpret their teacher's words and even less time for her to grab one set from Ichigo and start cleaning. After all, she remembered their teacher being pretty vocal against the principal when he'd sent Ichigo home yesterday, which was saying something, since she had no authority to speak out. True to her word, their teacher only reappeared after the 2 hours were up, allowing the two of them to complete the task in half the time, and giving them ample time for themselves. The only thing she did before dismissing them was commend Ichigo for being so efficient and quick, with a smile in place, as well as chide the both of them lightly for their disheveled attire. A student's attitude towards their dressing also reflects a teacher's proficiency and their attitude in educating them. Returning home 10 minutes later, they found Yuzu already preparing dinner and Karen washing up after football practice. Moments later, Ishin bounded in from the clinic to inform them of the surprise purchases he'd gotten for them. He then handed 2 cell phones to a delighted Yuzu, one for each twin, and informed Ichigo of his and Rukia's shared surprise sitting on his bed. Urahara had already given them both cell phones. They then went to Ichigo's room, only for its occupant to stomp back down towards the clinic when he realized that the surprise lacked a few key parts. What ensued was a treasure hunt involving everyone except Ishin, who watched on with glee. It did, however, turn ugly when Ishin realized he'd forgotten where he'd hidden 2 keyboard keys, but still attempted to hold dinner hostage. She was surprised how scary Yuzu looked when she was actually angry. Shortly after interest over Ichigo and Rukia's misadventures started dying down, Ichigo stopped midway through his meal and dug into his pocket for his cell phone. Rukia noticed and paused, wondering if it was Urahara. "Hello, Yuzu. What's the matter?" Ichigo suddenly tensed up. "How many of them?" he hissed quietly, just loud enough for Rukia to hear. "Did they see you looking at them?" Something was obviously wrong, and Rukia could tell Ichigo was thinking furiously. "Listen, do you see someone with blonde hair?" Ichigo caught Rukia's gaze as he spoke, and she understood immediately. "Yes." Anger immediately swelled up in Rukia, anger that Oshima apparently hadn't learnt his lesson and was attempting an extremely low blow in his bid for revenge over his humiliation in front of the entire school. She turned to Sato, who was sitting on her other side and was the only other person to notice Ichigo's furious whispering. "Did you see Oshima Ryuki in school today?" "Only this morning," he said simply, answering the question indirectly. He didn't see Oshima in school recently, meaning that the gang leader could well be anywhere. Ichigo caught Sato's eye and mouthed a thanks before continuing his whispering. "Listen, Yuzu, you know that fight I got into with some gang leader last Thursday? That blonde guy is probably him, and he might try something." "No, don't go any closer. Listen, you and Karen end school late today, right? I'll be right over as soon as I can, so stay within the school compounds and don't approach them." "Don't worry. You're in a place with lots of other students and adults, they're not going to try anything." "Okay, don't worry. Stay safe." Ichigo hung up, his eyes lit with anger. "That bstrd, he hissed to Rukia. "I was going to leave him alone, but he wants to target the girls. I'm not holding back the next time I see him." Rukia didn't bother offering an opinion. She too was equally angry at Oshima's daring, but at least the both of them had the presence of mind not to go charging off. "How many?" "5, he replied. "It might not be him," Rukia reasoned. "Do you really think so?" Ichigo asked. No, I don't," she admitted. "It's probably him. Just didn't think he'd really target them. Was expecting them to try coming after me, in fact. Probably because you're usually around me, although that might have made you an even better target." He let out an angry sigh. "We've no choice then. He's not going to leave me be unless I change my hair or we sufficiently discourage him. Obviously, I'm not going to change my hair color. You're probably right. Just not in public, I guess. We can't have you getting into any more trouble. The next few hours were quite unsettling for the two of them, and they were out the door before the final bell had finished ringing. Given how tense they both looked, anyone who didn't know better would have remarked that they were in a hurry to go somewhere private. Both took comfort in the fact that Oshima and his merry men were unlikely to do anything with tons of potential witnesses nearby, so Yuzu and Karen were most likely safe as long as they stayed within the school compound. Upon seeing them leave, 7 or so older students lurking in the school courtyard gave chase, one of them speaking rapidly into his cell phone. About a kilometer away, the 5 high school students loitering in front of Karakura Middle School finally peeled off from the school gate and headed in the direction of the nearby park. Well, hello, Kurosaki. Didn't expect to meet you here, a familiar voice called out some 5 minutes later. The 2 transfer students came to a stop right beside a playground, where Oshima and his 4 cronies were waiting. Neither was even a flicker out of breath, a condition that couldn't be said of the 7 students that caught up soon after. Oshima, Ichigo responded. How nice to see you. We should catch up over a punch or two, he added more softly. If he heard it, he didn't show it. Oshima got up from the swing set he was idling on and sauntered over, the forced smile never leaving his face and his stare permanently fixed on Ichigo, who stared right back. Stopping a couple of feet from them, his eyes fell on Rukia and he gave a start. Oh look. You brought your little girlfriend with you, his voice dripping with false sweetness. I'd love to get a chance to know you. Cut the chicken sheet, Oshima. What does a vegetable and his bunch of merry crops want with me? Oshima's eye twitched and his smile became a scowl. It appeared he remembered the dig at his hair. Okay then, he snarled. No more Mr. Nice Guy then. Where do you think you're going? We still have some unfinished business. If I recall, you were flapping off about wanting me to change my natural hair color and threatening my girlfriend before I kicked your butt like the little boy you are. Oshima's scowl deepened, but his face also became redder. That took me by surprise. You're not going to even land a finger on me this time. And I'll perhaps have some fun with your girlfriend, once my men are done with her. Rukia, having planned to remain silent until the inevitable fight started, was itching to respond, but she remained silent, thoroughly enjoying Oshima's pathetic attempts to insult Ichigo. She surveyed the other 11 older teens surrounding them and was unimpressed, none of them looked the least bit threatening. That didn't stop them from looking overconfident though. Ichigo merely smirked in response. So you need 4 people as backup before you're brave enough to take me on. Some gang leader you are. Oshima was getting angrier and angrier, but he didn't rise to the bait. He started looking more confident. What's the matter? Too afraid to count now? I think you'll find that there are 12 of us, and only 1 of you. But don't worry. Not all of us will be fighting. The rest of us will be showing your girlfriend a good time. Jeers rang out among the 7 as some of them cast lecherous looks at Rukia while others mocked her by doing pelvic moves in her direction. Rukia frowned, deciding that these 7 deserved special treatment for their actions. Ichigo glanced at her, and Rukia sent him a "please hurry up" look, hoping he got the message. Oh no, you misunderstand. We knew that there were an extra 7 of your cronies that followed us from school. But I don't need to take care of them. She will. He jerked a thumb at her. There was silence for a whole 5 seconds. Pft, Oshima threw his head back in exaggerated laughter. She. Take care of them. The rest of the gang diligently laughed along. Okay then, Kurosaki. We'll let your girl take care of my boys. I'm sure they'll love every minute of it. The jeers became louder, and this time, it was peppered with shouts from the 4 teens on Oshima's side to leave some of her for them. No, scratch that, she thought. Whoever tried approaching her was going to receive special treatment. Unaware of what was going on in her head, Ichigo replied, well, when you put it that way, he smirked widely. So will she. Something in Ichigo's expression gave pause to Oshima's confidence, but he then snarled and gestured to the 17s behind. Get her. And make sure she screams for Kurosaki to save her. He reached into his pockets and pulled out 2 sets of brass knuckles and equipped them. And as for Kurosaki, we're going to make sure there's nothing he can do about it. From the 7, one of the teens, who looked like his uniform hadn't been washed in a week, advanced on her, wriggling his fingers and grinning lecherously. The others slowly moved closer, tightening the net they thought they had the 2 in. 3 of them pulled out metal rods. Rukia waited until the teen was about to close his dirty fingers around her arm before ripping her hand back and crashing her fist into his arm. The boy howled in pain, but it turned into a high-pitched squeak as her foot collided with his groin. Even Ichigo flinched at that. A follow-up palm to the nose created a loud crack, sending blood spraying and sending him tumbling backwards and crashing to the ground, out cold before his head kissed the pavement. Everyone was hilariously stunned with shock, obviously not expecting their victim to fight back, except for Ichigo. I thought we agreed to use just enough force to discourage them. Well, Rukia shrugged, honestly not caring. They were talking about violating me, so I thought they deserved special treatment. This one decided to go first, so he got a bonus. Besides, I'm limiting my strength, it's not like I used enough force to permanently damage him. Too bad for them, I'm feeling rather vindictive right now. Ichigo nodded, conceding her point. Everyone else was now suddenly afraid to approach them both. Oshima recovered first. What the hell? It's just 2 of them. Stop acting like cowards and get them. With that proclamation of the obvious, the remaining 10 teens seemed to gather courage and advanced on their targets again, expecting strength in numbers. The next couple of minutes proved them wrong. Rukia caught the first fist flying towards her and struck its owner's chin, once again kneeing the teen in the groin. His only comfort was that he was too unconscious to feel the pain. Then, sidestepping, she wrapped both hands around the fist and spun the teen round, releasing him to crash painfully into another, taking them both out. 2 of the remaining 4 teens rushed her. Utilizing her petite size, Rukia easily ducked the first awkward downward punch, striking out with her leg and sweeping the teen off his feet before effortlessly turning around and dodging the metal rod swinging down on her head. Her fairly tall opponent, alarmed at having missed, wildly chopping at her again. Easily avoiding the predictable attacks a couple more times, she remained in place and grabbed the teen's wrist and snapped a strike just above his elbow. That elicited a howl as the teen released his grip on the metal rod. Rukia deftly grabbed it and swung out wide, nailing the teen on his side. He screamed and clutched his side, leaving him open for Rukia to land a blow to his temple, dropping him like a sack of potatoes. Without pause, Rukia leapt towards her earlier opponent, who had just gotten to his feet, and jabbed him hard in the gut before dispatching him with a similar vicious strike to the temple. The remaining 2 gangsters, stunned by Rukia's ruthless crushing of their gang mates, stood stock still, allowing her to easily cut them down in rapid succession. Over in the other fight, Ichigo's 5 opponents focused fully on him, likely aware that he was definitely no pushover. Even Oshima kept his focus on him, expecting his 7 other men to deal with Rukia. A loud cry of agony over on Rukia's side proved a good enough distraction as all 5 of his opponents collectively turned, presenting Ichigo with an opening which he welcomingly took. He bolted forward and lashed out with his feet, burying his foot into one of the teenager's chest. The momentum launched him backwards, barely conscious, but in so much pain he was out of the fight. The rest realized their fatal mistake, but not before Ichigo caused another teen's nose to give way with a fist to his face. Jumping back, he twisted round and swung wide, catching yet another juvenile in the face. Ichigo attempted to follow up, but was forced to lean back as the last of Oshima's henchmen came to the defense of his fellow gang member. He jabbed at Ichigo, but Ichigo easily ducked under and whipped his leg out, landing a hard blow on the teen's shin. He howled in obvious pain, and an uppercut took away his consciousness and 2 of his teeth. The last of the henchmen was still getting to his feet, and was easily dropped by Ichigo, leaving Oshima as the last man standing. Ichigo turned to a stunned and fearful Oshima. I did warn you. Come after my girlfriend or my cousins and you'll regret it. He smirked at Oshima, knowing that it would only agitate him. You know, had you left me alone, this wouldn't have happened, and you wouldn't have gotten humiliated by us. Some gang leader, huh? You and your gang were taken out by a boy and a girl. You bstrd. This is not over. Oshima threw his brass-knuckled fist at Ichigo. Ichigo deftly caught it. Oshima's eyes widened in shock, and with a yell, swung with his other fist. That was caught as well. Ichigo snarled, having long grown tired of Oshima's resistance. He slowly forced the gang leader's arms down, shrugging off his attempts at resisting. Like I said, Ichigo whispered, allowing his hollow mask to slip onto his face. Leave me and my loved ones alone, or it's the last thing you'll ever do. Oshima couldn't see the mask, but he sure as hell could see Ichigo's eyes shifting from their normal brown color to a sickening yellow surrounded by pitch-black irises and hear his voice twisting. What are you? He squeaked out, his face becoming a mask of terror. Come after me and find out. And Ichigo freed his hands and smashed his fist into Oshima's face. The gang leader crashed backwards, unconscious and utterly defeated. Was the hollow mask really necessary? Ichigo turned to see Rukia approach. She'd long finished, but chose not to interfere. Probably not, but I needed to deter him from entertaining thoughts of coming after us. Otherwise, he won't admit defeat. He's pathetic, Rukia agreed as she looked at Oshima's crumpled form, which was giving off a stench as the loss of consciousness, coupled with his fear, caused his bladder to loosen. But I hope you're right. I don't want to have to deal with the likes of him again. 3 months later. Akon. The 3rd seat of the 12th Division looked up from where he was currently stationed to spot one of the researchers beckoning to him. What is it? He asked as he approached and stared at the huge monitor. It took him a few moments to register what this monitor displayed, an overview of the entire living world. On it, there were no more than 5 small circles, each of varying size and color. Each of those small circles represented an area of spiritual concentration, where racial concentrations were the highest. The 3 largest circles were varying shades of green, while the remaining 2 were yellow, signifying a higher concentration. The 12th Division kept a close watch on these areas, as they usually meant an increase in hollow activity. Talk to me, Kagawa, what's so important that you need to call me over? Fingers flew in response as the young researcher in question enlarged 2 portions of the map, one of Japan, and another one in nearby China that was bathed in yellow. The yellow circle was shrinking rapidly while another over central Japan was growing. Oh, don't worry about that. It's just one of the spiritual zone's shifting locations. It's a random occurrence though, and we're still trying to pinpoint a pattern to when it'll shift. I'll just go inform Taicho, so a division can dispatch Shinigami as dash. Akon paused with a frown. The yellow zone was still shrinking, but the very small circle over central Japan didn't seem to be increasing in size any further. Instead, the green circle slowly turned yellow, then red. His eyes widened slightly as the color kept changing, finally stopping at a moderate shade of gray once the yellow circle disappeared. That's new. What's new? Kagawa asked nervously, afraid he'd done something wrong. No, it's nothing, but I've never seen a spiritually concentrated area that small, Akon admitted. Not to mention the color. Oh. Is that bad? No. Akon reached down and tapped a few keys on Kagawa's keyboard. We'll just need to make sure that there's always a Shinigami posted to dash, the screen showing Japan enlarged and zoomed in, until the gray zone took up most of the screen. Karakura Town. A lone figure sat at his desk, quietly eating the bento box he'd bought on the way to school, tuning out the large rambunctious group of his classmates sitting near the window. Kuchiki-chan, the annoying voice of Asano Kigo grated against his ears. Do you have any sisters? Perhaps you could introduce her to us soon. His fist involuntarily clenched slightly as one of the 2 transfer students spoke up. I did, but she unfortunately passed away a while back. There were sounds of gasps and apologies as the rest of the group reacted to her words. One of them clocked Asano on the head, demanding he apologize too. He did, but Kuchiki merely giggled. It's okay. She passed away when I was still a baby, and she was about 10 years older, so I don't really remember her. Cancer, I believe, was the cause. She gave a dramatic pause. But I do have a brother about 5 years older than me. It was the girls' turn to whisper among themselves. One demanded she show them a picture of him, leading to her removing a picture from her purse. He wasn't expecting the resulting squeals and demands for more XPLCT details. Just then, a head poked through the door and, upon spotting him, headed straight for him. It was Canberra Izumi, the vice president of the sewing club he'd founded. Ah, Yuryu-sensei, I was worried you were somewhere else. I just received word that the classroom we're supposed to be using has already been booked by the writers' club. Some bullshit about needing inspiration. I took the liberty of switching it to classroom 2 to 10 and I just came over to inform you of the switch. Yuryu nodded, thanking her for her initiative. He once again tried requesting her not to call him sensei, since she was a year older and was the vice president, all the while knowing that it was futile. As expected, she laughed lightly. I would, but it's fun to see your reaction. Perhaps when I become anywhere as skilled as you are. He conceded that point to her as she left. He glanced back towards the noisy group, where Asano was once again fake crying over something probably trivial, and watched the two transfer students as they laughed along with everyone else. He had to give them props though. Their cover stories were especially convincing. But he knew they were fake. The only thing that seemed real was their actual relationship with each other, but even that could be faked. He did wonder, though, how Kurosaki, if that was his real name, had managed to rope Dr. Kurosaki into his charade, and he was pretty sure Kuchiki's brother and supposedly dead sister did not exist, or if they did, they were just like the two transfer students. Shinigami. He fingered the chain around his left wrist that was attached to a Celtic cross. It was the symbol of his powers. His heritage. His birthright. It would be so easy to just activate it and send an arrow through them both before they even knew what was happening. But no, not yet. Oh yes, he knew what the two of them were the moment he'd seen them. The ones responsible for the death of his grandfather. His mentor. He too might have been deceived like the sheep of the class, but he'd seen straight through them immediately, inhabiting the husks of empty bodies and strutting around with an ulterior motive in mind, thinking that everyone else was beneath them. However, he was loath to admit that, even after 5 months of watching them, he'd yet to figure out what this motive was. At first, he thought they were after him, but there was nothing to prove they knew who he was, except that they knew he had spiritual power. His fault, really. Seeing them for the first time had caused a surge of unbridled anger that had caused him to momentarily lose touch of his carefully controlled power. And they'd sensed it through that momentarily lapse. Beyond that possibility, perhaps they were simply waiting for him to let his guard down, he to admit that he was fresh out of other possibilities. For the past 5 months, they'd acted like typical teenagers, with nothing to suggest a secret motive. He was sure about one other thing though. He could sense that they were both hiding their true power, but that didn't deny that the both of them were immensely powerful, although Kurosaki was even more so. That didn't matter though. So was he. It was going to be a matter of time before they finally showed their true colors. And when they did, he would be there to humiliate them. He would be there to show them that his kind was not to be trifled with. He would show them that he was not to be trifled with. For he was Ishida Yuryu. The last Quincy. Have you been having any strange dreams lately? Rukia glanced up from Ichigo's bed to its owner, who was sitting at his desk. They didn't have much to do. She was reading a book entitled, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, and Ichigo was playing some game Kigo had given him. They had checked to make sure it wasn't some cheap porno flick. This book about magic was quite interesting to her, if a world of Shinigami and hollows existed, perhaps one of magic did too. Today was one of their rare joint breaks in training, but both didn't feel like going out, and their exams had just ended last week. They were expecting results to be out sometime this week, although Rukia was sure they were both likely to place quite high in the school rankings. Decades as Shinigami ensured their DSPLN was high, and, boastful as it sounds, they were both quite smart. So here they were, just lazing around in Ichigo's room with nothing much to do, and complete with some suggestive warnings by Isshin about his expectations with the two of them alone in his room and the girls still at school. Training was going smoothly for Ichigo. The wizard had recently relented and allowed her to watch Ichigo train, but not without a promise that she would not breathe a single word about their location to anyone else. She had to admit, his hollow powers atop his captain-level power placed him at an all-new level, one that surely reduced the number of people capable of taking him on to just a few fingers. Seeing him adorn the hollow mask was a little unsettling for the first time, but was made easier when she realized it was just her Ichigo. On the other hand, training on her part had been less successful. Having achieved materialization, she was definitely making progress, but was so far still unable to defeat Sodi no Shirayuki in combat. As a result, she was still lacking her Bankai. That created a slight problem. A year and a half after they'd escaped from Soul Society as fugitives, there was no sign to suggest Siriidii knew where they were, and nothing to suggest Aizen was up to something. However, just 3 days ago, she felt something shift. It was unexplainable, but something about Karakura town seemed to change, as if the air and ground were being charged with something. It nagged at the back of her mind, just beyond her grasp. Whatever it was, she sensed that things were falling into place. If Aizen was really up to something, she sensed that he would make his move soon, which made learning Bankai even more imperative. She was close. She knew it. Perhaps in a month or so, she'll be able to finally achieve Bankai. Define strange dreams, she replied. Feeling a little playful, she added, if they don't include me, I don't want to hear about it. Ichigo turned to look at her. Really? He didn't answer for a few moments, and she was surprised to suddenly see a glint in his eyes. In that case, I suppose you don't want to hear about how I dreamt that Byakuya finally fully accepted our relationship. As he spoke, he inched his chair closer towards his bed where she was lying on, and she was surprised to find herself shifting from lying flat on her front to lying on her side and facing Ichigo. Her throat suddenly feeling dry from the look Ichigo was giving her, she swallowed. Oh, really? I suppose you were happy to hear that. Of course, she already knew the answer to that. She knew she would be. Oh really, Ichigo grinned back, and she suddenly felt the air seemingly thicken and become hotter. His knees bumped against his bed, but he inched closer still, their faces approaching. He pressed a hand on his pillow, supporting his upper body weight but causing her book to slip off and fall onto the floor with a loud flop. In fact, I was so happy that I immediately called you to my office and did what I've always wanted to do. She shuddered violently as his hand encircled her waist and his fingers suddenly slipped past the bottom of her shirt, coming into contact with her skin. Involuntarily, she mimicked his action and inched her face up towards his. And what's that? She asked huskily as the hand slowly traced a path up her stomach towards her chest, even though she already knew what it was. After all, it was what she wanted too. She knew that, in reality, Byakuya had yet to give full approval, but right now, under Ichigo's mesmerizing gaze, she found that, if he didn't care, so didn't she. You. And he captured her lips in his, causing her to and close her eyes in pleasure. She responded hungrily, reaching up to encircle his neck with her arms, trying to seal them tighter together. His hand continued exploring her bare body, splaying out for maximum contact, although she longed for it to travel further up her body. As if hearing her thoughts. It finally continued its slide upwards, finding contact with the straps of her bra, slowing tracing along the bottom of the cups as he started placing kisses along her shoulder and neckline. Shivers laced throughout her body, and she couldn't help but loudly. She was prepared to beg, prepared to go all the way, repercussions be met. And then Ichigo was suddenly back at his desk, staring at the computer like before. Huh? She blinked, her breathing heavy and her eyes lidded from a pleasure that was rapidly fading away. Had she just dreamt that? But she could still feel Ichigo's touch lingering on her. And as for Ichigo himself, he too looked disheveled. "You idiot," she cried, realizing what Ichigo had done, and flung his pillow at his head. Downstairs, a loud voice suddenly carried into the room, "If that's what I think it is, I must call my brother to tell him he's getting grandchildren." It was noise ignored by both. Ichigo blocked the pillow and laughed infuriatingly. "That, my dear Rukia, was revenge for that stunt immediately after our exams." She growled, but found herself unable to rebut the truth. After all, just last week, she'd been in a playful mood after her first major set of exams in a few decades and had teased him just as badly. It took a while, but ever since they'd taken refuge in the living world, they'd both been a little more daring in their relationship, involving more and more bare-skin contact, but still stopping short of heavy petting. Still set in the traditional ways, they'd been unwilling to go any further than kissing, and Ichigo had been particularly unwilling to do anything that might raise Byakuya's ire and give him cause to disallow their relationship. As clan head, he did have authority over Rukia after all. But now, after over a year and a half in the living world, they were both slowly opening up and becoming a little more open in their physical relationship. It was an entirely new experience, and one that excited her to no end. Still, by mutual, and reluctant, consent, they'd chosen not to go too far just yet. Although, having been together for so long, Rukia told herself that if Ichigo ever decided to go all the way, she wouldn't stop him. But this limitation was tested by her last week when she teased Ichigo, and he obviously chose now to take revenge. So, in a sense, this was her fault, but she wasn't going to admit that. "So you don't dream about me at all," she said threateningly, her tone suggesting that Ichigo choose his next few words carefully. Recognizing this, Ichigo sobered immediately. "Well, yes, I do, but that can hardly count as strange, right?" His sheepish grin caused her anger to ebb away, but she maintained her glare. "So what exactly are you talking about?" Ichigo frowned. "It's hard to explain, actually, but recently, I've been having dreams about being a little boy running through the streets in traditional Japan." She frowned. "That doesn't sound that strange. It sounds like when you were back in Inuzuri before you met me." "No, it's different. I was accompanied by two adults whom I'm sure are my parents." Rukia's eyes widened. "You dreamt about your life as a child? That's... Well, I've never heard of something like that happening before. So you remember your parents? I thought you said you can't remember them. And why haven't I experienced similar dreams as well? That's not all, actually. My mother's face is blurred above her mouth, but I can hear her talking and can see her smile, and it's somehow registering them both as belonging to her." His confused expression was giving Rukia mixed feelings, with confusion also being the most predominant one. "And your father?" Ichigo suddenly became more serious. "Here's the strangest part. Most of his face usually starts out blurred at first, but it eventually becomes clearer. But the face I see is always Uncle Ishin's." Rukia was starting to get a headache with Ichigo's description of his bizarre dream. She flopped on her back and lay still for a moment with eyes closed. "Well, that isn't an answer I expected, that's for sure. Any ideas?" Ichigo leaned back into his chair. Move." Rukia grunted as she pushed herself into a seating position. "Well, I'm not the best person to ask obviously, but perhaps it's because you've been around Uncle Ishin for so long, and he's also a male adult named Kurosaki, so your first impression of a person you've long forgotten is automatically filled by him." Her words were met with silence. "Wow, didn't know you had it in you." Finding nothing to chuck at him, Rukia settled for aiming a kick at his chair. Ichigo laughed. "No, but seriously, your suggestion might warrant some consideration, but who knows? Maybe Urahara might be able to shed some light on it," she suggested. Right then, Ichigo's phone rang. They both looked at it. Ichigo picked it up. What the hell? He's just right downstairs. He accepted the call. Uncle? Can't you just come up and dash? A loud blare issued from the cell phone, forcing Ichigo to hold it away from his ear. It was loud enough for Rukia to hear. My dear nephew. Have you done it? Have you made me a grand uncle? Ichigo snarled and shouted right back. Why the hell are you shouting? Just come up and ask me. And in any case, Rukia and I weren't doing anything of that sort. Rukia mouthed liar at Ichigo and pelted him again with her recently retrieved pillow, even as Ishin responded back with, that's not what the noises told me. An increasingly irritated Ichigo yelled back, I'm on my game, old man. Disturb me later, before ending the call. He breathed heavily. Nothing, huh, she smirked. Despite himself, Ichigo smirked back. Need I remind you again that you started it first? Before Rukia could counter, her phone rang this time. Ichigo groaned in frustration. Gah, that'd better not be him again. Rukia looked at her phone's display. It's Urahara. Just as well, I guess. We can ask him about your dreams. Hello. Ah, Kuchiki-san, a prompt response indeed. What's the matter, Urahara-san? I was just about to call you for something too. That'll have to wait, unfortunately. My sensors are picking up Ryatsu's signatures approaching the town. She didn't question where the sensors came from, seeing as he was an ex-captain. Hollow? She asked, hoping it wasn't the alternative, as it would mean they'd been found. Right in one. She let out a breath of relief. Isn't there a Shinigami posted nearby to take care of it? Nope, Urahara said without further elaboration. One of us will go and take care of it then. Ah, you didn't hear me properly, Kuchiki-san. Rukia frowned. What are you talking about? I said approaching signatures. There happens to be 2 hollows approaching the town. At different locations. Chapter 46, Spirits Always with Quincy. A shrill clanging rang throughout the school, signaling 10 minutes till the end of lunch. Heeding its warning, students who weren't already in their classrooms started heading back, threats of disciplinary action if they were found out of class by the second bell unconsciously fueling their movements. Of course, there were those who blatantly ignored the warnings, either because their current activity was more worthwhile, or they couldn't care less. Up on the school roof, having finished their lunches way before the bell, Ichigo and Rukia waited for their 3 other friends to finish packing up as well. For one of them, it meant flicking an unwanted lettuce leaf over the roof ledge down onto the courtyard below. That generated a disapproving glare from Rukia, the only girl in the group, who had joined because she was secretly getting a little tired of the girly things her female classmates enjoyed discussing. Kigo-san, one of these days, you're going to get caught. And when you do, I'll be busy laughing and saying I told you so, instead of helping you get out of trouble. Kigo looked apprehensive for all of a second. Ah, but Rukia-chan, that's the beauty of it. The rest will get me out of trouble, right guys? He grinned at Ichigo. It's littering, Ichigo countered simply. His grin faltered slightly, but Kigo said nothing, redirecting his grin at Sado. The huge high school student merely raised an eyebrow at him. Ah well, Kigo said with a dramatic sigh. At least Mizuiro will back me up like I know he would. He bounded over to his best friend and clasped him round the shoulder. Right? Instead of the affirmative he expected, his closest friend scratched his chin. Well. Kigo reeled away as if he'd been zapped. What? I don't believe it. I'm surrounded by traitors. And to think I call you all my friends, he sighed wistfully. With friends like these, who needs enemies? That's quite deep, Asano-san, but are you even sure of what that means? Whatever exaggerated response Kigo gave was lost on both Ichigo and Rukia as their concealed phones both started vibrating simultaneously in a specific pattern, 2 short vibrations and 1 long one. Urahara was calling. The day after the two of them had their first re-encounter with hollows, regular ones which they dispatched effortlessly, Urahara informed them that Soul Society had finally sent a Shinigami to handle the hollow threat. To avoid getting seen by said Shinigami and risk getting recognized, Urahara told them he'd inform them only if more than one hollow appeared. Furthermore, the patrolling Shinigami was from the 13th Division, Rukia's former division, which increased the chance of recognition. How he knew that, Rukia didn't know, but she did recall that Central Japan fell under her former division's jurisdiction. Of course, if you can detect them on your own before I do, then by all means, he added. They hadn't thought much about it at first. After all, how many times was there going to be a multiple hollow attack? Many times, apparently. Already, they'd been hailed another 4 times within the past 2 weeks. They took turns going, but unfortunately, all the calls had been during school hours, forcing them to come up with excuses for the other as they alternated hollow duty. Okay, the first few times were fun and all, Ichigo said quietly. But this is getting ridiculous. 5 double hollow attacks in 2 weeks. Something's seriously wrong here. We'll get answers from Urahara later. For now, it's my turn, I think, Rukia said. Ichigo just nodded. That time of the month? No, we used that excuse for my first turn. So? You're forgetting our biology texts. It only lasts for 7 days. Thankfully, this Jigai does not have that function. I've heard from the other girls how badly it affects them. That was how many days ago? Ichigo pushed, not really comfortable about discussing this kind of thing with Rukia. 9. DMN. Just tell sensei that I'm not feeling well. I still have a 5-minute head start. Hopefully this won't take long. Guys, what's keeping you two? Mizuiro's voice floated back to them. Oops. Ichigo fixed an apologetic look on his face as Rukia sagged into his arms and turned round to face their friends. Sorry guys, Rukia's not feeling too good. Why don't you 3 go back down first? We'll catch up. Sick bay, Sato suggested. He turned to see Kigo tugging his arm. My dear Sato, Kigo said with an irritating grin on his face. That means that Ichigo needs time to treat Rukia-chan, if you catch my drift. Shove off, Kigo. Take your perverted thoughts someplace else that doesn't have to involve either of us. Kigo merely gave him a knowing smirk and turned away. Supporting a sick Rukia, Ichigo followed behind their 3 friends, but once they disappeared into the stairwell, he felt Rukia's body jerk slightly and saw a swish of black clothing flash past his vision, signaling that a mod soul had taken her place. Ejected out of her Jigai, Rukia hastily instructed the mod soul, you're not feeling well, and Ichigo is supporting you, so make it convincing enough. Go hide in a toilet or something till I get back. Mod soul Rukia nodded, and Rukia quickly disappeared. Concern was growing within Sato for his 2 closest friends, but as always, he remained silent. Just 2 weeks ago, they had impeccable attendance records, and had established themselves as being among the smartest students in the level, placing 3rd and 4th in class rankings for the recent exams, and 7th and 10th across the level. But recently, they'd been excusing themselves quite regularly for different reasons. It wasn't to sneak off for some private time, not that it was any of his business, only one of them ever left each time, and he didn't think they were involved in anything criminal. They were smart, and they were definitely very good fighters. Kuchiki was definitely not as demure as she pretended to be, he'd seen her fight before, after all, but they were definitely not delinquents. He supposed it was probably some family matter, or perhaps they genuinely didn't feel well. But unless something drastic happened, he didn't think it was his place to ask. As he entered the stairwell, he could hear Kuchiki's faint voice say something. Well. Ichigo. Supporting you. Go hide. Till I get back. That last bit was enough to make him pause mid-step and turn back, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Ichigo was supporting Kuchiki in his arms as they slowly caught up. But he could have sworn Kuchiki was talking to herself, and in the third person. Movement caught his eye, but it was gone the moment he turned to stare somewhere to Ichigo's right. Was it just him, or did he just see a shadow move away from his two friends? Chad. He turned to stare at his male friend, who was looking at him curiously. He must have been standing there for quite some time. Not wanting to sound weird, all he said was, "Be quick." He thought nothing more about the shadow. It was probably just his imagination anyway. Somewhere 4 stories down, another person was watching the same shadow. The only difference was that he saw more than just a shadow, he saw a fully defined, black kimono-dressed person speeding away on nothing but thin air. He cursed the fact that it happened again on another school day. As a result, he couldn't chase after them. He knew exactly why they were leaving, he could sense it, but he couldn't barge in. He could always just skip a class. He wasn't currently the best in the year just by listening in class. However, he couldn't let him know he was still actively using his powers, even if it was for the good of their kind. He'd given it up years ago, and had made no effort to hide his disapproval over him actively using it. Being discovered for sneaking out of school over his powers would create an inconvenience that would be too troublesome to deal with. He scowled. Perhaps he'll wait till the weekend. Or maybe after school hours. If not, he'll just take more drastic measures. Had he been thinking a little more clearly, he would have spent more time questioning the sudden and high-frequency appearances of the hollows, and why he'd been feeling energized of late. "Do you think Urahara-san knows what's going on?" Rukia asked as they approached the shop. "With the way he always seems to be able to preempt everything, I'll be surprised if he didn't," Ichigo replied wryly. "Whatever it is, I'm getting this feeling that this surge in hollows is leading to something major," she agreed. Reaching the tatami doors, Rukia opened it slightly and called into the store, "Hello, Urahara-san. Are you there?" Silence. "Seems like he's not in," Ichigo muttered. "He's probably at the back, or wherever he keeps the equipment he says he uses to track hollows," Rukia shrugged. Sliding the door fully open, they both entered the small shop and headed for the back, ignoring the shelves of general goods that never seemed to leave their shelves. It seemed completely deserted, with not a person in sight, so imagine Rukia's surprise when she reached the shop's counter and saw a young girl who looked about Yuzu and Karen's age sitting behind the cash register. For a moment, she thought they'd walked into the wrong shop, until the girl's large, unfocused eyes fixed on them as they approached, and she immediately leapt to her feet and bowed. "Welcome to Urahara's shop. Feel free to look around, but please don't take anything, or Urahara-sama won't be happy." The girl was wearing a white t-shirt with what she recognized as the Urahara shop logo printed on it and a pink skirt. Her cheeks were tinged red, almost as if she was blushing, and she had purplish-black hair. Hello," Ichigo said uncertainly. "We're looking for Urahara-san, actually. Do you know where he is?" "I'm sorry, Urahara is currently indisposed. He has tasked me to manage the store until he is done. Perhaps if you could dash." "Oi, Ururu, what are you doing? And who are these people?" a young and cocky-sounding voice suddenly said. Rukia turned and saw a young boy with bright red hair not unlike Renji's staring at them. He stood in front of the open door that led to the back, presumably having just emerged from there. He wore a similar white shirt with the same Urahara shop logo, as well as 3/4-length trousers. "Jinta, you shouldn't be so rude to customers," the now-named Ururu chided timidly. Jinta just rolled his eyes. "They don't seem to want to buy anything, so who are you two?" She looked at Ichigo, who returned the look with equal confusion, unsure of what to make of these two children. "I'm Kuchiki Rukia, and this is Kurosaki Ichigo. We're here to see Urahara-san. He knows who we are." "Ichigo, huh? Weird name for someone who looks like a carrot top," Jinta smirked. Slightly taken aback with his blunt attitude, Rukia looked at Ichigo, and couldn't help but burst into giggles at the scowl on his face. He obviously remembered the nickname she'd once given him but had stopped using ages ago. If Jinta noticed the scowl directed at him, he ignored it. The boss is busy now. Come back later. Right then, they heard a familiar voice. Jinta, who's that you're talking to? Urahara, in his traditional outfit, just how many sets did he have, emerged from the back door Jinta was guarding, and his eyes immediately fell on the newcomers. Ah, you too. You're right on time. Rukia resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Having trained under Yoruchi, she came into contact with the ex-captain turned shopkeeper more often than Ichigo did, and she noticed that he had the tendency to make it sound as if he knew things before they'd happened, as if he'd planned it. Good afternoon, Urahara-san. We have questions about what's been happening, if it's not too inconvenient, she said, mindful about the fact that there were 2 children present who probably didn't know about the spiritual world. Ah, he nodded. About the hollows, no doubt. Shocked into confusion by Urahara's casual revelation of the existence of hollows, Rukia looked at Ichigo. Urahara, I don't think. Ichigo began, looking uncertainly at Jinta and Yururu, who looked unsurprised and spaced out respectively. Forgive me. I suppose introductions are in order. Urahara placed a hand on Jinta's shoulder and beckoned towards Yururu. This is Hanakari Jinta and Sumijia Yururu. Given the recent developments, I've decided to hire 2 new helpers to help me tend to my store, and yes, they are aware of the spiritual world. So, you're both Shinigami, eh? Jinta didn't look all too impressed, but Rukia could hear interest in his voice. She directed her senses at them and found that, indeed, they did have some Ryatsu in them. Where are you 2 from? She asked curiously. Urahara suddenly snapped. His fan close before they could answer. Perhaps we should continue this another time. After all, you have more important questions, no? He asked. Yes, of course. Rukia wondered vaguely if he was avoiding the question. Then, shall we adjourn to the back? He absently patted Jinta on the head. You 2 help man the shop. You can let Tessai take over when he returns. Then, he turned to enter the doorway he came from, a silent invitation for the 2 of them to follow him. So, what do you wish to know? Urahara asked as he poured them a cup of tea each. Rukia caught Ichigo's gaze and he nodded. What's with the sudden high volumes of hollows? In all my years, I've never come across that many in the space of 2 weeks, and I doubt Rukia has either. Urahara didn't answer immediately. He took a long draught of tea and set it down before leaning forward, his fingers laced together. What do you know about how hollows are formed and how they enter the living world? Ichigo frowned and racked his brains and tried to remember what they were taught at the academy, wondering where this was going. It was Rukia who answered first. They are the souls of dead people who've yet to pass on to soul society and have their chain of fate removed. If I recall correctly, they enter through tiers separating the living world and the hollow world, Huedo Munko. Urahara nodded. And you would be correct, Kuchiki-san. However, that answer is only part correct. Do bear with me, for this will take a while. What many don't know is that to open a tear between the living and spiritual world, it requires an obscene amount of power. For Shinigami, our methods have rendered that unnecessary, but for the primitive hollows, they do not have the power to open tiers. So how dash? I'm getting to that, but please, indulge me for a moment, Urahara said, raising his hand. Now, opening a tier works both ways, so a hollow needs to open one to return to Huedo Munko for whatever reason, usually to nurse injuries they might have suffered. As Kuchiki-san mentioned earlier, a plus that has its chain of fate removed loses its heart and becomes a hollow. This loss of a plus heart generates a very brief but extreme amount of power, as it is equivalent to ripping out its heart. The power generated is enough to tear through the 2 dimensions. Since a plus cannot stay in the living world without a heart, it escapes through this tear and into Huedo Munko, where it completes its metamorphosis into a hollow and gains a hollow mask. After that, some may stay in Huedo Munko, while others return to their previous location through the tear they previously made. Urahara took another long swig from his cup. However, aside from these two occasions, it is nigh on impossible for an ordinary hollow to single-handedly open a tear and traverse between dimensions. So how are there so many hollows, you might ask? Well, the reason is, throughout the entire Earth, there are at least 5 areas known as Jirichi. An important spirit ground? Ichigo asked. I've never heard of it. And you wouldn't, unless you're in the research wing of the 12th Division. These are areas in the living world that possess the highest concentrations of spiritual pressure. As you would recall, I've mentioned that opening tiers require high spiritual power. In these Jirichi, the high concentration of spiritual pressure considerably weakens the barrier between the living and spiritual world to almost non-existence. As a result, a normal hollow can easily break through this barrier in these areas. I suppose you're saying that Karakura Town is one such Jirichi? Ichigo asked. Indeed it is. Urahara beamed. Its location shifts ever so often, but this time, one has situated itself right in this very town. But there's more to it, isn't there? Rukia asked. This still doesn't explain the simultaneous hollow attacks, and who knows how many single ones in between. Very astute of you, Kuchiki-san. The explanation is actually very simple. Hollows are attracted to Ryatsu. That is why they prefer to attack Shinigami when presented with a choice between a powerless plus and a Ryatsu-loaded Shinigami, even though doing so is a likely death sentence for them. As such, these Jirichi are a double attraction for hollows. It is Ryatsu-rich and has the most weak spots for a hollow to tear through. Currently, there are 5 Jirichi on Earth, each of varying size and concentration. The frequent double attacks on Karakura Town are because this particular area has the highest ever recorded Ryatsu concentration, and is also the smallest area ever recorded, encompassing the entire Karakura Town just short of its borders. Most Jirichi are at least 50 times larger. Ichigo felt a chill run through his body when he heard this. He wasn't sure what it was exactly, but he was dead certain this information held monumental significance. It was as if this spiritual zone had painted a large target on Karakura Town. Aside from these hollow attacks, how else does this affect Karakura Town? I apologize, Kurosaki. As to that, I cannot be certain, Urahara replied. The question is, now that you know all this, what is your decision? Ichigo understood immediately what Urahara meant. They were still fugitives of Soul Society. Because of what he was now, he would most likely be put to death if captured. As for Rukia, she would be tried by Central 46 and be at the very least imprisoned for a long time. He looked at Rukia and could tell that she'd come to the same conclusion. Identifying Karakura Town as an area with high spiritual concentration meant that the multiple hollow attacks were not a fluke and were most likely going to continue in the near future. That placed the town they'd called home for the past year and a half at risk. There was an unknown Shinigami patrolling the town who may or may not recognize them, and since they were activated every time multiple hollows appeared, it would be only a matter of time before they crossed paths, which would line them back in Soul Society's sights. At that point in time, they would have no choice but to return back into hiding or relocate themselves. Therefore, the question was, would they stay and risk exposure, or go into hiding as soon as possible, leaving the patrolling Shinigami to deal with the hollow threat alone? Their choice was obvious. They heard it even before they'd reached the front door. Isn't that Uncle Ishin? Rukia asked. It's always him. If he weren't a well-known doctor, I honestly won't be. Surprised if the neighbors had actually tried to evict him, Ichigo chuckled while rummaging through his bag for his keys. And it's already 7, so he's probably closed for the day. He sounds like he's laughing. Ichigo just shrugged as he stepped up to the door. The key was just about to be inserted when the door was suddenly yanked open. Ichigo. His senses immediately kicked into high gear as he braced himself to block parry counter his uncle's customary welcome home greeting. Except it never came. Instead, what greeted him was Bohahaha. Obstructing the doorway with his body, Isshin had his arms crossed in front of his chest and was laughing a forced and uncharacteristic deep laugh. Ah! Ichigo leaned back in shock, his arms still fixed in place with key in hand. Isshin grinned at him, all while maintaining the ridiculous pose. Come on, Ichigo. What's the response? Ichigo turned to look at Rukia, who looked equally dumbfounded. He turned back towards his uncle. What are you dash? Wrong answer. With rapid movements, Isshin grasped the door and slammed it in Ichigo's face, only he would've, if Ichigo hadn't been quicker, slamming his shoulder into the door and ricocheting it back, right into Isshin's face. Isshin crashed heavily onto the floor. Great reflexes, my nephew, he said, as if it was Ichigo's first successful block. His arms were still crossed, but this time his hands were covering his nose, which had started to bleed freely. What in the world are you doing? Ichigo demanded, his concern for his uncle fleeting. He'd suffered worst, but was always able to bounce right back up. Not being a subject of, but still a witness to, Isshin's random failed ambushes, Rukia's concern lasted a little longer. She'd suffered worst. Oni-chan. Rukia-chan. Dinner is, eh? Yuzu picked that moment to appear, running over with a smile on her face, only to stop short at the sight of her broken and bleeding father lying on the ground. She looked momentarily uncertain, but upon deciding that he would be fine, looked back up at Ichigo and Rukia. Boha-ha-ha-ha. Unexpectedly, Yuzu began doing the exact same pose as Isshin had, crossing her arms across her chest and laughing in a deep, boisterous manner. The spatula in her hand, which sent droplets of oil flying, only served to make her look stranger. And her voice was anything but deep and boisterous, making her sound even more ridiculous. The two were now at a complete loss of words. Yuzu, what are you doing? Rukia recovered first. Yuzu beamed at them. Don't you recognize it? It's Don Kanoji's signature pose. The only sounds that could be heard were the faint sounds of the TV, and Isshin's theatrical whimpering as both Shinigami tried searching their memories for this name. Yuzu looked scandalized at their blank looks. Haven't you seen this before? You know. Spirits are always with you. Smells like bad spirits. It didn't ring a bell. Yuzu looked crestfallen for a moment, then perked up. In that case, you have to come see this. She grabbed both of their arms and began dragging them away from Isshin. Ichigo couldn't help but smile at Yuzu's enthusiasm, but he was still completely confused. Wait a moment, Yuzu, who is this Don Kanoji guy? You'll see. She dragged them over to the living room and directed them right in front of the television, where a commercial was playing. Oh, it's not back yet. But don't go. You'll love this, trust me. She was practically bouncing on the ball of her feet. Yuzu, Ichigo said, turning his cousin around to face him. While we're waiting, why don't you tell me who's this Don Kanoji guy? Oh. Yuzu's eyes remained trained on the television screen, but she began talking enthusiastically with a gleam in her eye. He's the host of this show called Journey to Bust Ghosts on Hallowed Ground, or Ghost Bust, as most people call it. Ghosts? Ichigo echoed, looking at Rukia. She shrugged back at him. Yes. He's a spirit medium, and he's so cool. On Fridays, he performs a live exorcism on a ghost somewhere in Japan. I've heard that over 25% of the people in Japan watch his show. That did sound like quite a lot. So what was with that weird pose? It's his trademark pose. He crosses his arms like this dash. Yuzu reenacted the same pose she did earlier, and goes, boha-ha-ha-ha. As irritating as it sounded, Ichigo had to stifle a laugh. Surely this Don Kanoji guy didn't have a voice that was this high-pitched. Ah! It's back! Yuzu squealed as the commercials ended and a man appeared on screen. He was a dark-skinned man who was wearing a flamboyant red suit with yellow markings all round, as well as a cape that must have been soaked in starch, given how stiff it looked. Oh, Dinner's already in the kitchen, Yuzu added as an afterthought. Ichigo and Rukia didn't move though, as they watched the strange man along with Yuzu and Isshin, the latter whom had materialized from thin air the moment Yuzu made her announcement. They watched as Don Kannoji approached a large Ming vase and began flapping his arms around in a dramatic fashion before declaring that there was a ghost hidden within it. Indeed, this vase, he put a finger to his lips. Smells like bad spirits. The last phrase was old by both Yuzu and Isshin, before the young girl threw her hands in the air and shouted, "Awesome." Deciding he'd seen enough, Ichigo turned around and headed to the kitchen. Rukia lingered for a while longer before following. On the way, they passed by an annoyed-looking Karen. "Hello, Karen. You're not watching the show?" Rukia asked. Karen gave a disgusted face. "It's a stupid show. Can't understand why Yuzu and the old man are so caught up with it." Don Kannoji chose that exact time to give his signature laugh, which was copied by the two transfixed viewers. Bohahaha. Karen mimed gagging. "If you need me, I'll be in my room." Attempting not to vomit, she said before disappearing up the stairs two at a time. "What do you think?" Ichigo asked quietly as he scooped out 2 bowls of rice, giving one to Rukia. "Thanks," Rukia said. She picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks and ate it before continuing. "Behavior-wise, he's a complete idiot. It was funny for the first couple of times, but it quickly became irritating. He sounds like a typical 11th Division personnel, loud." "I agree with you fully, but I was talking about the whole spirit medium thing," Ichigo said with a slight smirk. Rukia furrowed her brow. "Program-wise, I'm not so sure, really. I assume he's referring to a plus when he said ghosts, but I couldn't see anything on the television screen. And since when do pluses hide in such cramped spaces like that? Living people who can see spirits are not unheard of. In fact, it's speculated that all Shinigami were able to see spirits when they were alive. Still he looks and sounds like a fraud, waving his hands around like a headless chicken. How are the viewers enjoying it if there's nothing for them to see?" "You're right, I guess. But let's say for argument's sake that he can see pluses. What's this exorcism of his Yuzu was talking about? I've never heard of ordinary humans being able to send pluses into Soul Society before," Rukia concurred. "Although, if he really found a way, I'm not complaining. Think we should investigate him?" "Well, his shows are usually on Fridays. And since he travels around Japan." "Ah!" A scream suddenly rang out from the living room. "Yuzu!" Ichigo called out in slight alarm. "Ichigo Oni-chan. Rukia-chan. Come look at this," came Yuzu's eager voice. Wondering what the fuss was about, Ichigo motioned to Rukia and they returned back to the living room to see Yuzu bouncing up and down, a finger pointed at the screen. "Look," she said, her voice trembling with excitement. "Next Monday, we bring you a special live emergency broadcast," the show announced. On the screen, a familiar building was displayed. "We bust into the abandoned hospital in Karakura Town, Tokyo. Watch as Don Kannoji battles yet another bad spirit in the next special broadcast of Ghost Bust." The display then changed to show Don Kannoji taking up most of the screen. "So, good night, baby." "Bohahaha," he boomed as Yuzu and Isshin imitated him. Ichigo and Rukia looked at each other. "Well, that's convenient. Monday. Bohahaha." The chorus of familiar laughter was enough to stop the both of them in their tracks right outside the class door. "You're kidding me, right?" Ichigo asked with a sinking feeling. "I guess Yuzu wasn't joking when she said about a quarter of Japan watched his show," Rukia said with a shake of her head. "From our class alone, you'd think it was the entire Japan." He opened the door, and was immediately obstructed as almost everyone who was already in class was standing at the doorway, doing Don Kannoji's signature pose. Various pitches of bohahaha assaulted his ears, making him scowl in irritation. Even Sato was there, a silent giant towering over everyone at the back of the crowd. Come on, Ichigo. Don't you know what this is? Kigo, who was right in front of the crowd, asked. Ghost bust, Rukia said from behind Ichigo. Bingo. Kigo said. Now, let's try that again, he addressed the crowd. Ready? And. Boha-ak. He didn't complete the laugh as he found a hand pressed on his face. Have you been doing that all morning? Ichigo deadpanned as he pushed past Kigo. Of course. It's not every week that Don Kanoji comes to Karakura town. So, are you two going to join us? Before either of them could answer, the crowd was distracted as the door opened and another of their classmates entered the class. Immediately, they turned back around. Boha ha ha ha. Ichigo caught Rukia's eye and they both sighed heavily. Today was going to be a long day. Do you think there's really a plus at the hospital? Rukia asked quietly as they stood with their friends. Having found their friends, along with a considerable number of their classmates, the two of them had quickly excused themselves from an excited Yuzu, a hyperactive Ishin, and a completely bored Karen. They were part of a large crowd that had gathered at the abandoned hospital, waiting for Don Kanoji to make his appearance. We've walked past that hospital before. I don't remember sensing a plus there, Ichigo pointed out. He scowled at one of the TV crew, who had just brushed past him in his haste to set up some sort of light fixture. She frowned and tapped her chin. Maybe he's talking about an earthbound spirit, a demi-hollow, since they're assimilated to the land. Soul Society usually has trouble detecting one unless someone stumbles upon it. They're the ones that tend to become hollows, Ichigo agreed. Well, we'll find out soon, won't we? It's getting too quiet, Tatsuki suddenly spoke up. As the rest of the group looked round in confusion, the crowd was making considerable noise. She continued, anyone seen Kigo? And Mizuiro too, for that matter. Kigo is right here, a miserable voice drifted over, and they all turned to see Kigo trudging dejectedly towards them. Asano, someone asked. Where's Mizuiro? He's off scoring with two older chicks. Kigo wailed. It's not fair. I'm much better looking than him. No one had the heart to comfort him to disprove his words, although many of them sniggered. Kojima Mizuiro was well known for being into women a few years older than he was. Just then, Ichigo felt someone bump into his arm. Hey, be careful, he said, shifting his body reactively. Sorry. It was one of the production crew. He was clutching onto a large camera and tripod and was heading towards the hospital. Excuse me, coming through, he called out without breaking stride, and the crowd before him parted, mostly to avoid getting clocked by the heavy-looking camera. As the crewman approached the hospital, Ichigo watched his progress. Suddenly, he felt a slight pressure build up, as if the tension in the air suddenly became tangible, and he instinctively knew something was about to happen. Out of nowhere, a piercing scream tore through the air. It sounded like someone being tortured to the brink of insanity, and Ichigo found himself involuntarily wincing. He looked at Rukia, who was mirroring his action. Demi-hollow? Yup, definitely a demi-hollow, she muttered. Wonder what made it anchor itself here, he mused. Although most pluses were free roaming, some attached themselves to a person, object or land, either due to an obsession or regret. Money would probably be the most likely reason, Rukia quipped. Their attentions were focused on the hospital, and thus they didn't notice what was going on around them, including the fact that some of their friends were wincing in pain and confusion. At the front of the hospital, a man slowly rose from the ground. No more than 5 chains were wrapped around his arms and torso and were connected to the hospital building. His lower body wasn't visible, as if it was submerged in a pool. Most prominent of all was the chain of fate connected to his chest. The main difference, however, was the fact that the skin the chain was connected to was half peeled away, partly exposing the flesh inside. The demi-hollow roared in pain and defiance. Gra! This hospital is mine. No one else can have it. Get lost. Get lost, he yelled, wild eyes scanning the completely oblivious crowd. The production crew continued setting up equipment, not paying the spirit any mind. Oi! No one is allowed in. If you want in, you'll have to pay cash, or I'll kill you. It's mine, I tell you, mine, he snapped at them, without any reaction. At this point, the demi-hollow descended into a self-absorbed rage. I should have inherited this hospital from my father. Me, I tell you. Not that stuck-up holier-than-thou idiot I have the misfortune of calling my brother. He stared at his two hands as if there was something in them. With this hospital, I would have raked in the cash and become incredibly rich. I would buy a pink Cadillac, drink pink Dom Perignon, and be a high-flying aristocrat. But that little prick had the audacity to have me arrested on what is rightfully mine. Mine. His audience of two was hardly impressed by his self-absorbed tirade. That's one hell of a greedy grudge. Ichigo mumbled. No kidding. It's little wonder why he's anchored here. His chain still looks pretty long, Ichigo observed. I'd say he's at least 5 months away from turning. Then it shouldn't be a problem, I guess. If this Kanoji guy actually can send pluses to Soul Society, that's good. If he's unsuccessful, we can always come back and send him to Soul Society. They were interrupted by loud feedback issuing from all the speakers, causing everyone present to flinch. Silence please everyone. A voice boomed over the speakers. We'll be starting the broadcast in 3. Despite the tangible excitement, the crowd remained obediently quiet as the countdown continued. Good evening everyone. Tonight's episode of Ghost Bust is a special live emergency episode. We travel to an abandoned hospital in Karakura Town, Tokyo, where its residents have been haunted persistently by vengeful spirits, lashing out at anyone who dares grace the hospital's steps. Sounds a lot like Ishin, Ichigo quipped. Rukia snorted, but didn't comment. The announcer gestured towards the crowd, and in the distance, the faint beat of helicopter blades could be heard. As you can see behind me, the town's residents are eager to see the end of these spirits' reign of terror. A cheer rang out as the cameras panned to the crowd. The announcer continued to speak, but most of the crowd now had their attentions focused skyward, towards the rapidly approaching helicopter. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's see what he has in store for us today, shall we? The announcer said on cue. Pointing towards the helicopter, he yelled, I give you, the charismatic spirit medium of the new century, Don Kanoji. As Ichigo and Rukia watched on, a man leapt from the helicopter and plummeted towards the ground. Spotlights tracked his progress, and lights reflected off many parts of his outfit. How's it going babies? A familiar voice boomed from the speakers. Spirits are always with you, the crowd chanted along with him. Rukia furrowed her brow in irritation. Ichigo scowled. Although they both didn't want to admit it, Don Kanoji certainly knew how to captivate an audience. His skydiving entrance and effortless landing was extremely well done, and his loud, confident personality was definitely infectious. However, neither of them was at all impressed with his catchphrases and laughing poses, which sounded so cheesy it made their toes curl. Ichigo looked at Rukia and snorted at the disgusted look she was giving him, both of them tuning out the words being exchanged between the MC and Kanoji. Now, shall we get on with the show? The medium announced, and the two Shinigami immediately refocused their attention on him. After all, they were here primarily to observe, not enjoy. To their slight surprise, Don Kanoji immediately walked up to the plus, bent down and began closely inspecting him. It appears to be a really bad spirit. It appears he can really see souls, Ichigo remarked under his breath. Or it could be one hell of a coincidence. As everyone watched the medium, including the demi-hollow, who was threatening him for trespassing and defilement, Ichigo looked around, noting the excited looks of the audience. He highly doubted anyone else in the crowd besides the both of them could see the hollow. How can they be enjoying something they cannot see, he wondered. He noted Sato, who was standing nearby, looked a little uneasy, but before he could consider the significance of that, the announcer broke his thoughts. It looks like Kanoji-sensei is about to make his move. And it's his secret super spirit stick. How malicious is this spirit that Kanoji-sensei has to make the unprecedented move of using his strongest weapon at this early stage. As the crowd went wild, Ichigo spun round, and saw Don Kanoji standing over the demi-hollow while brandishing a stick. He pulled it back, and all Ichigo had time to think about was, what is he doing, before he moved the stick forward, into the demi-hollow's half-open hole. The crowd cheered, and another piercing scream reverberated from the demi-hollow's throat, this time laced with pain instead of rage, and much, much louder. Hey, don't worry. It's only painful at the start. Don Kanoji declared while his hands twisted the staff, apparently oblivious to just how much pain he was causing. I'll send you to heaven soon, baby. And he stabbed the spirit with his super spirit stick, the MC proclaimed loudly over the ever-increasing volume of the crowd. What does that idiot think he's doing? Ichigo said in shock, raising his voice to be heard by Rukia above the screams while remaining mindful of his surroundings. He's accelerating the hollow transformation. Rukia replied in response. He's putting himself in unnecessary danger. We better stop him and quick. I'm on it. Ichigo said as he started forward, but stopped when Rukia grabbed his hand. Wait, not here. The security guards don't know what's going on, she said, gesturing at the security guards surrounding the cordoned-off area. All they'll see is a teenager trying to get close to him and stop you if you try to barge in. Ah, DMN, you're right, Ichigo conceded. He glanced around for a split second and turned to look back at the spirit medium. Come on, this way. He grabbed her hand and started moving towards the back of the crowd, ignoring the confused calls from Kigo, and not paying any attention to Sato, who was clutching his ears and wincing. Once they'd both moved a short distance away from the crowd, Ichigo whipped out his Jikongan dispenser and popped one into his mouth in one fluid, practiced movement. Come on, he said once his soul was ejected out. You better change as well. Stay back, but if he changes, get Kanoji to safety. Rukia nodded her agreement as she pulled out her own chappy dispenser. We're in front of a large crowd, she noted as she was ejected out of her jigai the moment the Jikongan touched her tongue. Judging by their response, I don't think there's anyone in the crowd who will be able to see us. But now's not the time for discretion. He glanced back at the scene in front of the hospital, where the demi-hollow was now trashing violently in place and yanking hard on his chain. The screen was now just one continuous siren, but the crowd continued cheering obliviously. Sheet. With no time to waste, Ichigo took a couple of steps and launched himself over the crowd, leaving Rukia to deal with their gigace. He touched down at a run just inside the cordoned-off area, noting vaguely that not a single security personnel so much as glanced at him. At that point, the chains that had been anchoring the thrashing demi-hollow to the hospital all gave way, snapping at various points. At the same time, so did the chain of fate, snapping and leaving only a fraction of the original length connected to his chest. His hands free, the demi-hollow's thrashing became even more desperate and wild, although Don Kanoji kept the staff firmly planted in the gaping hole and was now chanting in some sort of weird language, until Ichigo smashed into him in a running tackle, pushing his some distance back. Oh no, the MC announced. What in the world's happening? Don Kanoji was suddenly propelled backwards by a mysterious force. What do you think you're doing? Ichigo snarled at Kanoji, who was still on the ground. What are you talking about, boy? Why did you interfere? Don Kanoji shouted back. Me? Interfere? That's my line, jackass. You're putting yourself in danger. The man opened his mouth to retort again, but snapped it shut in realization. Wait, you're a ghost as well. Mildly surprised at his perceptiveness, Ichigo said, that doesn't matter. You're playing with forces you don't understand about and endangering everyone here. Kanoji appeared to not have heard him. Ah, I see, so you're still my fan even in death, boy. I'm honored by such dedication. Ichigo felt his eye twitch. Was popularity all this man cared about? You idiot. If you weren't still alive, I'd dash. Ichigo stopped short when he felt a pulse of Ryetsu wash over him. He turned around and was horrified at the sight that greeting him. The demi-hollow was now on his knees. He was still screaming, but his jaw had stretched and expanded many times wider than an ordinary human's, and his bulging eyes were milky white and threatening to pop out of their sockets. He threw his head back, screaming to the sky as his body started glowing in an excruciating brightness. Ichigo stood rooted in morbid fascination. He'd never seen such a sight before, but he instinctively knew what was happening. "Damn it, I was too late," he growled out, just as there was an explosion of blinding white light, knocking everyone to their feet. Once his eyes had readjusted, he saw that his fears were confirmed. The demi-hollow had disappeared, his scream still ringing in Ichigo's ears, but he sure as hell wasn't gone for good. He sighed. This wasn't supposed to get that complicated. The next day. Boha-. Enough. Ichigo growled in exasperation as he nudged aside the obstruction in front of the class door for the second time in as many days. "Ichigo," said obstruction whined. "Why did you stop my awesome impression?" "Awesome?" Ichigo echoed incredulously. He felt tempted to tell Kigo to take his impressions and shove them somewhere painful. After all, there's only so many times someone can hear a sound they dislike before they lose it. Well, one of two disciples anyway. "Asano-kun, what are you doing?" Rukia picked up from where Ichigo left off. "Rukia-chan, how could you not recognize this?" "Oh, I know what it is. The question is, why are you still doing it? Ghost Bust was yesterday." Ah. Neither of them knew how to answer, but Kigo wasn't looking for one. I mean, this was the first time he's had to exorcise such a violent spirit. Explosions of light. The hospital wall getting blown up on the third story. More explosions. Most of the students present voiced their agreement at his words. Indeed, the two of them had heard over the radio this morning that yesterday's special episode of Ghost Bust had drawn record viewership ratings of 53%. Ichigo caught Rukia smirking at him and rolled his eyes at her. He didn't have to be reminded that he was the one responsible for the hole in the wall. So he decided to use Kido against the hollow in the low, narrow corridors of the hospital, since he could easily hit the walls with his long, unreleased Zanpakuto. Rukia's shorter blade would have given her more maneuverability, but it was his turn for hollow duty, so he'd engaged the hollow after it had reappeared and attacked them while Rukia took on a spectator role, ensuring that Don Kannoji, who'd insisted on following, wasn't in any danger. He sent it flying through a second-floor window of the hospital and chased it up to the third, inadvertently forcing him to use Kido, but he missed his target when the hollow shot a weird pink projectile at him just as he was about to release his Kido. It grazed his arm, throwing his aim off just enough to miss the hollow and blow a large hole in the wall behind it, sending the crowd below into a slight panic. Eventually, the battle reached the rooftop, where the open area allowed Ichigo to make short work of the hollow. A relieved Kannoji was horrified when the hollow's mask broke apart, revealing the face of the demi-hollow he'd exorcised. After the whole incident, Rukia had wasted no time in teasing him for missing at such a close range. "Shut up," he muttered when he caught Rukia still smirking at him, which only made her grin mischievously. Aside from the entire school still being relatively hyped up over Don Kannoji's show, the day passed without much incident. The only thing worth noting was that their classmate Ishida Yuryu, the student known to have never missed a school day since elementary school, was absent. "You know, I really wonder what Kannoji will do, now that he knows he's been creating hollows instead of destroying them," Rukia said as they slowly strolled home from school. "Well, despite his annoying attitude, you have to admit that he's obstinate, but able to admit his mistakes. He also seemed genuinely contrite when he realized what he was doing." "You sound like you're becoming a fan," Rukia teased. Ichigo snorted. "Oh yeah? And you sound overly concerned for him. He's brave, I'll give him that, but he's an idiot. As if I'll be a fan of his show." I could sense his fear even as he insisted on following. They walked in comfortable silence for a moment. You think anyone apart from Kanoji saw us? Rukia asked. Ichigo pondered for a moment. I personally don't think so, he answered slowly. We didn't see anything on the television during last week's broadcast, so I think it can't be transmitted onto television. As for the live audience, I think chances of anyone there being spiritually aware is highly unlikely. Suddenly, they both felt a large and unfamiliar Ryatsu flare up behind them. Their senses honed way beyond an ordinary human's capability, they immediately dropped into a defensive position and whirled round, expecting an attack. However, what greeted them was unexpected. Ishida-san? Rukia asked in confusion. I thought you are sick. Their tall, black-haired classmate was standing calmly behind them, not looking any worse for wear. Good afternoon, Kurosaki-san, Kuchiki-san. I've been meaning to speak to you two for some time, he said, seemingly not hearing her. Ichigo frowned. Their classmate, who was the top student for the level, mostly kept to himself, and what little interaction he'd had with them was cordial and overly polite, much like his tone now. In other words, they knew little about him, so he couldn't fathom what he wanted with them. Well, couldn't you have asked us in class? He asked, extending out his senses. Sure enough, the large Ryatsu was coming from their classmate. Perhaps. But perhaps not, Yuryu replied cryptically. It was then they noticed his strange clothes. He was wearing a white long-sleeved coat with a long blue vertical stripe running straight through the middle that doubled as the zip. Near the collar, there was a short horizontal blue line, giving it the appearance of an elongated cross. His pants were also pure white, with no discernible pattern. Thinking nothing much of it yet, he asked, okay then, what is it? Oh, nothing much, Yuryu said nonchalantly as he slowing walked forward, stopping right in front of them. I'm merely here to issue a challenge. Challenge? What challenge? Rukia asked. A one-on-one challenge with you, Kurosaki-san. You're welcome to participate, Kuchiki-san, but since Kurosaki-san is the more powerful one out of you two, my challenge is issued to him. Ichigo and Rukia glanced at each other, not liking the direction this conversation was going. Back up a moment, Ichigo said. What kind of challenge are you talking about? A fight, Yuryu said simply. A fight? Ichigo echoed in confusion. No offense, Ishida, but I do not wish to fight you. Yuryu gave a low chuckle. Stubborn denial till the end. In that case, let me be more specific. He held out an arm and gave it a flick, and a bracelet chain, hidden earlier by his coat's long sleeve, slid down his arm. Ichigo barely had time to register a cross dangling from the chain when two beams of blue Ryatsu suddenly exploded from Yuryu's outstretched hand. The two beams mirrored each other, one traveling upwards and the other downwards. They both arced towards Wiru's body before curving back out at the ends. As this was happening, Yuryu was also moving. He took one large step forward and clapped his other hand, which was clenched into a fist, against his outstretched hand. He then retracted it back, leaving behind a trail of Ryatsu that had a pointed end, giving it the appearance of a bent-out-of-shape arrow. Ishida Yuryu, Quincy, Yuryu said. And I'm challenging you, Kurosaki Ichigo, Shinigami, if that is your real name, to a fight. The trail of Ryatsu suddenly propelled forward. Heading straight for Ichigo and Rukia.